What is up, people? Give me 1 sec. I forgot to turn the damn fan off. All right. My bad. You think I would hear the loud electronic device in the background? So let's get into it. What's up, people? Let's go into the chat. See who's here. Because last time I waited, and damn, the list was long. What's up, Gently's channel? What up, RT? What up, Soul Survivor? What's up, Sean? Fred? What's up, Barney? Barney says today's smarter every day is awesome. Different. Okay. For the stream, I didn't see it until now, so I'll check that out if I get a shot. See who else is here. Said Fred. What's up, Jason? The only concaver. What's up, Aaron? And yes, you are. I could tell in your messages how many beers you've had. I don't need to hear you. Let's see who else is here. What's up, Bearded Devil? Jose in the house. All right. What's up, Jimbo? How you doing? Melodrop. Who else is here? GPS. And what's up, Militant Manny? Even though you go by, don't take any wood nickels. I don't sound dry, Aaron. Shut up. I got a soda. Look, right here. See? Listen. See, hear it? What's up, Digital Demonic? Ooh, damn. All right, so we can get into it. Kind of, you guys kind of know how the geoengineering talk goes when I'm doing it. I'm going to do my little spiel, and then I'll open up the panel. It's already ready. All I got to do is throw the invite out, and then kind of get your guys' feedback on that, because one of the things I did notice is that, what's up, Blue Marvel? I did notice is that there are quite a few of you guys now who are interested in this topic, so yay, and that means we're going to do more of these. Again, like I said, a lot is actually going on right now in the geoengineering, global warming scene. There is a lot of publicized, news articles and publications and all these different things that are out now in the public showing, what they're talking about. But again, one of the things that I feel for many of the topics that we talk about is that it's the governments and these agencies' transparency to what's actually happening, what the studies are actually saying, that I have an issue with. Thank you, Aaron. Start the show, damn it. Aaron, you can hear me, right? Show's already started, buddy. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me to start the show after we already started. Thanks, though. Anyway, and because of the transparency of it, I've noticed also that it's not so much a conspiracy in a sense. It is in a sense, because they are deceiving to get to a point. I do still feel that it is a money grab as far as I'm concerned. Again, like I'm saying, is that the transparency for which the risks is the main issue that I see. Any type of geoengineering is an issue. Their models express this. They've had 101,000 legislation meetings to discuss this with scientists. I'm going to show you guys a few videos and a couple of key discussions about the situation, and along with going into a document. And that's pretty much what these geoengineering weather modification type streams are going to start doing in the beginning, so that I have that cut and I can repost it. The main thing what I want to express is that these are going to be short and sweet. Don't worry, it's not going to be 2 hours long of doing this. So once I'm able to just get through it, then the panel opens up and you guys can talk about what I expressed, and or we can go on. But like I said, at least one document every stream like this, so that it's not a bunch of stuff crammed into one. I know I like to do that when I do my little rants. So I do see I need to cut down on that, and then you guys can all weigh in on it, and then once that discussion is is talked out, we can continue on to another one if need be. So let's go ahead and get into it. And little self promotion. Basically, I wanted to show you guys what I'm working on right now. It's going to be basically the quote unquote website. It's already set up. Basically, this is my very first website. It's not like not going to be like an ooh and ah, but it's something I'm working on right now. And basically, once I get it all worked out and it makes sense, and I'll start sharing it with everyone. But it's basically going to have all the streams. Basically, and the main reason I'm doing this is because once I get this up and running and I do these type of streams, you guys, I know a lot of people like want to look into it more, and without the opportunity to, I mean, how much more can you can wait to the next one and not knowing when it's going to be? So this is where all the information I'm going to be using for these streams is going to be. So maybe you'll even be ahead of me in that discussion while we're talking about it. But yeah, like I said, once I get it all up and running, then I'll show you guys. I'll get the link out there, and you guys will be able to visit it anytime. Just so that you can, either catch up to what I said or know what's going on, or basically just, get an idea of what the discussion is even about if you don't at all. It's going to have everything on here. It's going to have, flat earth, globe stuff, evidence, a lot of the observations you guys send me, like on Discord or in emails. I'm going to be showing it there or on this website as well. So stuff like that. So I hope you guys check that out when it's ready. And then, yeah, other than that, let's get on with it. One of the things that was very important that I expressed and that I want to get out to everyone, so everyone knows what's going on, is that it's not just, I found this one little document and this one little document proves all to me. No, because that's not how I go about these conspiracies. What I'm going to show now, this is basically it's a committee hearing. It's with the Committee of Science and Technology, House of Representatives, 111th Congress. This is basically 3 sessions that they had on the discussions of, do we geoengineer or not using solar radiation management? I get it up on the screen for you guys. Which one is it? All right, there it is. What do you mean, digital demonic? So he says the geoengineering is real, but it's not the way people think. What do people think? That's kind of why I also do these shows, because I want to know what you guys think geoengineering is, so it can be clarified and understand things. One of the biggest things that I did notice is that a lot of people don't understand the difference between what, weather modification, geoengineering, cloud seed, like these are all, I mean, realistically, cloud seeding is a form of weather modification, but weather modification is definitely not geoengineering. I consider it this way: weather modification, cloud seeding, right? Local, geoengineering, worldwide. So it's a very, very different scale between the two. And yes, I mean, you do weather modification to get to the geoengineering aspect of it, but overall, 2 different things. Okay, so like I said, I want to look at this hearing. I'm not going to make you guys sit here and try to read the context of it. I'll put the link in the chat right now. It's going to be in the description after, but here you guys go. So if you guys want to look at it while I do this, which will be difficult because it's basically 390 pages, and again, I'm not going through this whole document. I'm going to basically, of the first third that I've gone through, is just kind of show you guys some of the issues that I have with the public knowledge of it, and why the public knowledge isn't being said so far as I'm concerned. Basically what I was saying is that I'm not going to make you guys read the screen. So this is the beginning of it. I have basically, the different paragraphs that I wanted to go through in my face on a notepad. So bear with me on that. So like I said, let me get this over so I can actually see what I'm going to be reading. Close this. Put on a bigger screen. Yeah, there we go. All right, perfect. So basically, again, what this hearing's over is different geoengineering aspects and things going on, and the first part of it basically will be what the committee is going over in this, and basically what we're doing in this. I'll go ahead and scroll down to the pages so you guys can see where I'm reading from. Basically, the first part that I'll be reading is would be the hearing chapter. It's basically going to be why we're here, the issues in which geoengineering solar radiation management has, and then a few more of the steps. Once we get to a certain point, will be actual from the scientists themselves statement. I'm probably not going to kill you with everything. So at a certain point, basically when I get done reading all this crap, I'll play those videos and then we'll go from there. Again, I know, and thanks to Barney, honestly, he did open my eyes to the fact of how I look at this. So I'm going to be not playing both sides, but I am looking into the positive aspects of it. So I will interject with positive and negative aspects of this. And but again, I'm not going to blow smoke up a giraffe's ass just to make a non-biased opinion. The realization is I'm coming from a biased place. I don't think this is a necessary option. So again, so no one is confused, I come from a spot of the other side. I don't want this happening. I don't think it should happen. So there's no confusion. But that's as far as I'm concerned. As long as you know that's where I'm coming from, then what I'm saying won't be misconstrued. And when I am on that positive aspects of things, I will make it clear so that it's no confusion on that as well. So one of the things I wanted to go over is the what they were talking about. So one of the first ones is the key strategy for leveling assessments of geoengineering methods. Basically, how much have they looked into this? How much of what goes into doing solar radiation management, geoengineering, have they gone through? First part says that very little applied research to demonstrate the efficiency and outside consequences of geoengineering proposals have been conducted so far. Study has largely been limited to the computer simulations. According to the Royal Society, outside of the existing RD&D programs for carbon sequestration and forest management, the only proposals that have undergone sustained research by scientific communities are certain types of ocean fertilization. Such research will likely need to be conducted over many years. Thus, experts argue the board collaborative discussion of proposed geoengineering methods should happen in a near term so policymakers can sufficiently inform of their options while advance the potential for emergency climate events. Okay, so on this first part, one of the things that I've been really vocal about, and the reason, this was the first aspect of geoengineering that I started looking into, and that was that ocean fertilization. It is extremely dangerous. I kind of ran into it through the carbon capture sequestration, because one of the places they want to do this not only in land, they also want to capture this CO2 thousands of feet below the ocean floor, on the ocean floor, and it's a big problem. I'll probably be going into that in the next one. Let's go ahead and move on. So the next one would be the geoengineering methods. It says with more encapsulated impacts, basically reforestation, white roofs. That would be basically, they would put a policy out that in all cities, states, countries, that instead of having the traditional tile roofs that are tan, they would want everyone to have white roofs, which would basically reflect the sun quite a bit more. And if you have enough people doing that, then in a large area, it can really lower the amount of radiation that stays on Earth's atmosphere. So after that goes, the impacts are expected to be easier to research and apply from a governance standpoint, but the evaluation of concentrated impacts on community natural resources and microeconomies remains a challenge. So basically, it's pretty simple. He said all the geoengineering aspects or the solutions that are slow, small scale, but would have to be done on a larger scale. Those are easy to study and think tank. But things like solar radiation management with aerosols it's huge. Kind of go into a little bit more as we go in. I'm believe it or not, I'm looking at the chat and not looking at the chat. So bear in mind to tag me if you have any questions on what I've gone through so far. Okay, let me keep going. So the next one would be and this one is a pretty big one. The next two will be basically the main crux of my issues. So here we go. It goes the reversibility of geoengineering. It says proposals on the reversibility of geoengineering is also a factor. Reversibility includes both the time it takes to end the program itself, and the time in which the externalities will be ended. Externalities, blah blah blah. There it goes. Starts now, right? Will be ended and or remitted into an additional sulfate in the economy of reduction. Identifying the party responsible for reversing a geoengineering application should it become necessary is also a key front end consideration. So again, if they start doing this and say, "Oh crap, it doesn't work," this document is saying basically we need to figure out a way to also reverse what we've done so far in the beginning of the solar radiation management. This is actually the biggest risk in solar radiation management with sulfate aerosols, because once they start this, it's one of these things that has to be continued nonstop. So they're not going to be able to start for a year, something bad happens, and then instantly stop. It can't do it that way. It will go into a few more of these documents, and definitely by the next stream, because again, I'm gonna keep it small and we'll start the panel. So here's another one. It says the risk and determinants. Unilaterally development. If it is possible for a non-governmental group or individual, which one is this? Oh no, this is a better one. Okay, so before I started this paragraph, I kind of wanted to also add in something on it. One of the big things that make geoengineering such a big conspiracy is the fact that these rich moguls, Bill Gates and other hedge funds are involved in a lot of these geoengineering projects, and it's not on accident. One of the things that I believe, for instance, NASA. One of the reasons I believe NASA is a civilian entity, because it is ours. We do pay. Basically, is for the aspect of think about when it happened, Cold War. They were doing missiles, and we had to show our superiority. Well, one of the aspects of space travel and NASA and the things they do is that when it's a government thing, they got to be pretty damn transparent in everything they're doing. Well, if the government is doing something like, developing rockets, well, if the military is doing it, it looks warlike. But when a civilian entity is doing it and it's space, then it's not so warlike. So I think that's kind of the crux of that and how that worked. And that is kind of how I feel with this as well. The U.S. government pushes and wants funding, and it's a government thing. It becomes why isn't some other government, my government, why aren't we in charge? Why is the United States in charge? So I think that's kind of why it is being allowed to be invested in through these rich moguls, so to speak. So now I'll continue this paragraph so that way you understand why I picked it out. It says, if it is possible, non-governmental groups or individuals to undertake one of the higher impact, lower cost geoengineering entities unilaterally, perhaps without scientific support or any risk management strategy. As recognized in the Royal Society report, the materials for stratospheric injection, for example, will be readily available and affordable to a small group or even a wealthy individual. Here's the morale hazard. After certain or after concern is that another concern is that public acknowledgement of the widespread implications of geoengineering represents a moral hazard in which a person or group perceiving itself insulted from risk is more likely to engage in a risk or detrimental behavior. The Royal Society suggests that there is a significant risk in a large-scale effort being treated as a get-out-of-jail-free card, in which carbon sensitivity consumers discussions making for mitigation will wean. Federal fundings and the political momentum for mitigation could also be compromised, and geoengineering is seen as a superior substitute for traditional mitigation and adaptation. Solar radiation management methods do not address carbon levels at all, and that is the big one. They very much so put solar radiation management and carbon capturing in the same stories, in the same crux, like as if they work together. They don't. Matter of fact, here's the big issue. Solar radiation management destroys every attempt to actually allow carbon dioxide to leave Earth. It traps it, actually. So that is the big crux of why carbon capture right now is a big thing as well, because they have to get as much as they can from that, because nothing's going to be able to escape. The problem I have is that where they're supposed to be separate, David Keith has made it the same. He's made it so that what happens is there's more carbon. The more carbon any of these companies capture, the more money they make. Okay, so we're going to go through a few more. Let me see how many more. I don't have to kill you guys anymore with this. Okay, so okay, here we go. So the next one will be one critical drawback in solar radiation management methods is that because they do not modify atmospheric carbon concentrations, a disruption of service could result in a large and rapid change in climate, i.e., a return to the unmitigated impact of increased carbon levels. If solar radiation management methods undertake without congruent controls of the greenhouse gases emissions, then it would be constantly at risk for dramatic climate changes if solar radiation management program ends. This potentially catastrophic impacts may be carefully considered before implementation of any scale. Any effective large-scale modification of the climate will necessarily have global consequences. While the technical aspect of essentially every geoengineering method will require a great deal of additional research and experimentation, the legal, governmental, so-called political and ethnical issues may ultimately be greater challenges to development. There are several fundamental questions of geoengineering governance that would be addressed. Who decides what methods are used? What regulatory mechanisms are there? Who establishes them? Who pays for the research, implementation, and surveillance? Who decides our ultimate goals and the pace in which we take towards achieving them? While some international treaties and agreements may be applicable to certain geoengineering applications, there are certainly no regulatory frameworks in place aimed at geoengineering specifically. Furthermore, several proposed geoengineering strategies may be directly violated existing treaties. That's the big one. Again, to do a lot of these things that have to be worldwide, they're against treaties. They're against design treaties that stop geoengineering to mitigate whether or not to get caught. They have the United States, Russia, believe China does a lot of it, where they basically just move. They just kind of just move, go out in the sea far enough that they don't get in trouble for it. And that's kind of the issue number one with why isn't it transparent. I think that was it. A couple things I wanted to read. Okay, so this is the last one right here. Okay, so it says human engineering, weather modification shares these characteristics, as well as the most common used strategy is cloud seeding. in which particles 19 are sprayed into the air to stimulate and consideration in cloud formation. These practices is thought to modify precipitation patterns. 20, in order to enhance crop growth, manage water resources, and promote human safety from natural hazards like floods and droughts. 2003, the National Research Council published its fourth report on weather modification, critical issues in weather modification research. As a report publication, there were 23 countries engaged in weather modification on a large scale. And China is the nation most aggressively pursuing it, which has an annual budget of $40 million for hail suppression and precipitation enhancements. However, NSA concluded that there is no convincing scientific proof of efficiency of intentional weather modification efforts. In some instances, there are strong indications of induced changes, but this evidence has been subject to tests significantly and reproductively. No census on cause and effect relationship between cloud seeding and weather patterns have been determined, but it still continues to be practiced worldwide. Okay, done with the damn reading. So again, this last one is the last one I wanted to read, and it's kind of the main one I wanted to read because as the idea that weather modification isn't possible, the idea that geoengineering may not be possible, or that they don't work, for instance, again, who's doing the studies? Because a lot of these experiments are being they're policed by groups. They're not policed by government officials or government agencies or elected agents, elected groups that would watch these things. They would go out and seek a group. They watch them and report on their own. They're the same thing as the media, as far as I'm concerned. But countries are putting millions and billions of dollars into these things. Stock fund or hedge those the hedge funds and all that stuff, and investors and Bill Gates types. They're the ones who are going to push this stuff. They're the ones who are going to pay for it. Government's not all the government has to do is convince. They got the money now. No, I'm sorry. There's one more, and this is exactly what I'm talking about in the crux of it. It says public perception and ethical implications. Due to the large uncertainty associated with most geoengineering methods, the opinion of the general public and scientific community at this time generally vary from cautiously optimistic to unequivocally opposed. While a portion of the scientific community is committed to investigating the possibilities of geoengineering, another portion is resistant because geoengineering and carbon mitigation could be seen as a direct substitute, and therefore its competition with one another will decide above. So that's the main one. What will they tell us, and how versus how we think will it be considered, and also why are we doing it? Are we doing it so that fossil fuel companies can stay in business, or are we doing it so that at some point we can actually get to a solution? So, guys, I do appreciate you guys, sitting through that one. If you guys have questions and everything, I am 100% watching the chat now, so let me know. Something I can see it better. Okay, now I got the chat in my face. There we go. Let's see what you guys are tagging. Okay, can I see a tag in there? Yeah, thanks, Jose. So let's get through that. Let me close this out. Again, I'll share the link to the document I was just going through. I'll be going through this one probably for the next stream. There's a lot in here that needs to be talked about. Mainly the scientists that are in here have a lot of varied opinions about it. One of the guys, you guys have heard me talk about David Keith a dozen times, till I'm blue in the face almost. So basically, I have a few videos going to be between David Keith. Another one is Dr. Alan Robach. He talks in my opinion, he talks the most honest about it than most. So let's go over those videos real quick. I'm gonna open the panel after. I figured I'd show these videos first, so that everyone can hear it. Because once you get on the panel, it becomes a pain in the ass. So here you guys go. Make sure it's queued up. All right, it is ready to go. So let's play this.
So if I made a decision, or if there was a collective decision to do a geoengineering program, and you put, say, the kind of program I think makes more sense, we put about 1 million tons a year in, but let's say, you might end up killing many tens of thousands of people a year as a direct result of that decision.
The solution to global warming is mitigation, reducing the greenhouse gases that are causing global warming, carbon dioxide, methane, and the others. And that's the solution. It has to be done as quickly as possible. Absent that working, then one of the things we have to do is adapt to climate change. And absent that, there'll be suffering. Now, people have talked about something called geoengineering, which is either taking the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere after we put it in. That's called carbon dioxide reduction. That's probably a good idea. It's kind of expensive now, but that's not really that controversial. The other idea is blocking out the sunlight. And this would have a lot of risks associated with it, but it should not be done as a substitute for mitigation. It should be done only if mitigation doesn't work and we're reaching some sort of dangerous climate change that we might want to reduce temporarily while we get mitigation and carbon dioxide reduction under control. Nobody is advocating geoengineering in the absence of mitigation. It's only added on to more efficiency, more conservation, more wind and solar, and because the carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere for a long time, there's still going to be a certain amount of climate change.
Roughly how much CO2 do human beings put into the air, anthropogenic CO2, on a daily basis? Anyone have an estimate of that? Or annual, if whatever numbers? Dr. Caldera?
The average American puts out something like their own average body weight each day in the form of carbon dioxide, so something like 150 pounds of CO2 per person per day in the United States.
Times 300 million people.
Right, times 365 days a year.
Uh-huh. Mr. Roebuck, did you want to add to that? The reason I ask the question is we are doing geoengineering on a massive scale. I mean, if 100 years ago somebody had said, hey, here's a bright idea, we should promote a plan to put that much carbon into the air, and Dr. Caldera, I commend you for mentioning ocean acidification, 25% of which will go into the oceans, make the oceans 30% more acidic within 50 years, and then continuing on after that to make it so acidic that it reaches levels not seen since the age of the dinosaurs and dissolve coral reefs. Shouldn't Congress support that? People would say, you're crazy. That geoengineering on that scale, which is what we are doing, and now we're looking at ways to reverse that. Second observation would be, you know, years ago there was a psychologist named Elizabeth Kubler-Ross who looked at what happens when people are dying, and not everybody goes through her stages of dying, which got a lot of play at the time, but nevertheless her stages of dying went, you know, denial and then bargaining. And the bargaining tends to be, isn't there going to be someone to come rescue me from this cancer or this other illness that I've got? It strikes me that we're sort of in those stages now. And the reason I raise that in the context of geoengineering, we've had a whole series of hearings in my committee and this committee, or my subcommittee and this full committee, on carbon sequestration, on nuclear fusion, on geoengineering, and it seems to be everybody's trying to say, isn't there some way out there that we don't have to make changes in our behavior, that we can continue to spew just as much CO2 or use just as much energy, and something somewhere is going to save us from just having to make these horrific changes like turning down our thermostat, putting air in our tires, etc. And so I applaud you all for suggesting that we're not going to have this deus ex machina rescue us by, you know, chemtrails or whatever people want to distribute into the air.
So if I made a decision, or if there was a collective decision,
All right, sorry about that. So like I said, those are a few things that, for food for thought. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat now that I've talked your guys' ear off and made you wait. Now I can breathe and not feel like I have to think so much. I do appreciate you guys sitting through it. That is my fun research. Enjoy doing that one. So you're gonna see a lot more of it. Travis said, how about the reduction of carbon monoxide, not the natural gas, huh? Well, if you lower the coal and the coal burning and the fracking and all that stuff, then you do establish that, Travis. What's up, Travis? How you doing, sir?
First.
You are first.
Woohoo!
But that also means you get to sit through this the most.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Go on
What's
mute.
up, Aaron? How you doing? I was talking about that.
What's up, Sean?
How you doing, buddy?
Not too bad.
So, what do you guys think? Do you guys not even care about that topic? Did I bore you?
No,
It's not something that I've looked a lot into, so I'm interested in it. You know what I mean? It's obviously an important. It's obviously an important discussion topic. So I'm more of somebody who's gonna react to the information that that's coming to me fresh, and I'm gonna ask questions that are probably really elementary. But yeah, it's not a waste of time.
Thank you. Well, if anybody has questions, I don't care about what the topic is. I'll more than willing to stop it to talk about that. Travis, it actually, to me, it really is a big situation that trumps the shape of the Earth. So hopefully it does. You are interested in look further, search it out, and kind of get an understanding of what I'm talking about.
Sure.
Hey, Sean, has in your research, I'm like Travis. I haven't researched it too much. Just kind of followed along with whatever news feed comes across. But in your research, has carbon mitigation, has global warming been changed to carbon mitigation and all these other subtopics now because that one overarching title, global warming, didn't quite work? Like, what do you think?
I think it's overall it's like a band-aid. I think the mitigation is first off, you have to mitigate it. Can't start seriously starting any method. I don't care what method it is pointless unless that's been done first. Yeah, that's hopefully I answered that correctly.
Not quite. Like, what do you mean? Can you just give me an example of a method you're talking about? So I can, relate.
For mitigation of carbon or global warming, because those are two different things.
No, you said with any method, you have to start.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Okay. On a very positive scale, or on a positive note, afforestation, basically making a forest on foresty land. So you would have to you would say the desert, or edge of a desert, probably better. You would advocate hundreds of acres to planting trees that probably absorb more CO2 than others. That's a great idea. Problem is the time scale. So it would take a lot longer than than so far we're told, so to speak. Another one would be it's called biochar. It's basically when you sequester more material underground, in rock sediments, basically. And that is another one that's a little slower, a little safer, but it still has its drawbacks. What else? I got my brain thinking again. Okay, so the main one, like solar radiation management, the one I mainly talk about, that's the when they start spraying the sulfide aerosol sulfates into the sky. Once they start that, or the idea of doing that would be to blanket everywhere so that evenly radiation is emitted back out, not allowed into Earth and back into the sky or into space. So that one is faster to start an effect, but it traps carbon. So I mean, when you're talking on these scales, one's gonna affect the other. And I mean, realistically, there, we shouldn't even be talking about these things until we've reduced everything we're doing. That's the big issue. In my
I've
opinion.
been blamed, and you've been blamed for, and
And
I'll just
me.
use the general term, and Travis, for this term called global warming or carbon mitigation or whatever it may be. We've all been blamed as a people for causing this. However, when you just said that, for deforestation, I'm not out there cutting down trees. That's
This is a
corporations.
fundamental flaw.
Listen, I wasn't done yet. Can I please finish? And then when you also said about under earth something, you're digging stuff under the earth. Yeah, you and I are not doing that. And then when you also talked about spraying aerosols in the air to now combat this solar radiation that is now depleting. We have no control over this, Sean, and it's
Okay.
not the people doing
Here,
it, but
here.
we have been blamed.
Okay. I'll use both of you as my example. You guys on Earth, fuck the shape, just the size. You both throw one piece of trash on the ground. Is that a big deal?
I don't do that.
I know,
No.
I know. I didn't say you did. It's an example. For the record, this is an example. Travis does not litter. Nope. Aaron,
I burn
I'm
mine.
not sure. Yeah,
I burn it.
Okay, you both drop a piece of trash. No big deal on Earth. If we all drop a piece of trash, guess what happens? It's a big deal. Same thing goes
No,
like
no,
this.
no. This is not. This is apples to oranges in
Oh,
terms
no,
of what Aaron brought up.
Oh,
It
you're
is.
right. It is apples and oranges.
Yeah,
'cause
Sean.
One is small scale, one
Sean.
is large. Now, put it this here. Last
Yeah.
example. If we have nothing to do with it, are you willing to go in your garage, turn your car on, and breathe in that air?
That's carbon monoxide.
It doesn't
Yeah, that's
matter.
monoxide,
It's exhaust. It
not
doesn't matter. It's a
dioxide.
chemical. Now,
No,
on a
Wow.
large
totally.
scale,
Totally.
it's pollution.
Wow.
Wait. So, are you? Is
Carbon monoxide
it?
is.
Listen.
I mean,
What
there
happens?
are no measurable
What-
differences between. Oh, go ahead, John.
Go ahead. No. Please say what you're about to say. Please.
Oh, carbon monoxide. There are. Only with the highest tech equipment can you differentiate between air and carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is part of the air, part of the atmosphere.
Have you lost your mind? It's part of it
No.
for a reason. Because your exhaust.
Why are carbon
fires-
monoxide? Why are carbon monoxide detectors put on the ceiling, but carbon dioxide
Because
alarms
Where
put
would you
on?
get a large quantity of carbon dioxide in your home like that?
Everybody breathing it, exhaling. I mean, you got a large family. I had 7 people in my family under one house. There was a lot of carbon dioxide going on.
Yeah, that's still small scale. That's not nowhere near enough. But if
Not
it
in
was,
the small,
but
not in the small confines of the house that I was in.
Oh,
the
absolutely.
ratio was there.
compared to the amount of oxygen that you're breathing in, absolutely.
Look, come on now,
Well, let's-
listen.
But let's get back to the point that Sean made about the
Pollution. The fact
situation.
that we all have something. Let's put it this way, Aaron. I don't think that we are the reason, but guess what? We had something to do with it. Large scale, small scale. I don't know.
No,
But
I
we did.
disagree.
Not the
Okay,
example
like I
you
said,
gave.
How
though.
safe? Yeah. How safe is it to do that, Aaron? Not very safe. Why? Because that exhaust will kill your ass. But what do you think millions of us driving around does? And if it doesn't
What do
have
you
a way
think
to
the
escape,
exhaust out of all
if
these
it-
rockets that Elon's sending up is doing, right?
wow, nothing compared to
Why
what
don't we
we
blame
put out
Elon?
every day. I guarantee you, the United States alone puts out more emissions than any rocket ever could per
You
launch.
can breathe off of the tailpipe of a car these days. That's
Oh,
how
God.
much.
Please,
the
Aaron,
EPA has been
do not.
regulating.
Hey, please do
yes,
not
yes.
go.
Do not do that.
Do not do that. That is not a good idea. Aaron is
Okay,
stupid.
so
He
you
does
guys
not know
don't
what
have
he's
to go
talking
get
about.
emissions testing in California.
What
You
the
know what
hell?
they're measuring for?
They're not measuring
You get
for
emissions
can I
testing.
breathe it in ratings. Okay, not.
Yes, they are. Parts per million of particles.
saving this
you know,
clip. Aaron, you just said the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Sean.
I cannot
That's
believe
what
you just
they
said that.
Do you know what emissions testing is for? It's to test that your catalytic converter is working properly.
What is a
Yeah, but what is that?
catalytic
Right.
convert?
Right. What is
What
that
does it
for?
convert?
What does it convert?
It
Right.
takes all the particles that are
Why is
larger
there
than a certain
water
size
dripping
out
out of your
the
tailpipe?
exhaust.
Why is there water dripping out of your
Called
tailpipe?
called
Why is
condensation.
It's called
It's not because-
condensation.
Yeah, it's not. Your car doesn't run on water.
No, No, it's a separation
But it
of
could.
exhaust gases through the catalytic converter, the catalyzer, right?
Yeah, and
Which
that's what turns it into water
separates
vapor.
the
Aaron,
oxygen.
are you
Yes,
saying
yes.
that exhaust is safe and it has no pollutant in it?
Oh, for I don't know if you should put on a one of those gas masks and then hook it up to a car and run it for 10 hours. But generally, yes, it's you can
Holy
breathe
shit.
exhaust
Travis,
vapors out of
please tell me
of
you're not on that same page.
I'll watch him try it.
Good one, Travis.
and
All
you'd
right.
also be hydrated because there's a bunch of water coming out too.
Okay, again, please do not listen to Aaron. Aaron is
Whoever said that's condensation, where's the condensation? You know how condensation
It
works?
comes from the catalytic converter doing the chemical
So there's-
changes.
and also the exhaust is very hot
It's
and the air around it is
condensation?
not. So once it hits the cold
So-
air, guess what happens?
Okay, well, wait. Condensation, you know how it works, right?
Do you?
Yeah, we do. Do you?
Yeah. So why is there water dripping out of a tailpipe?
'Cause
Oh,
Consistent.
okay, Aaron.
Right.
Aaron, I know you have construction equipment. Have you ever seen on a cold day, once the sun comes out, you start to see beads of water on?
I'm talking about
The-
in the desert. You'll
No,
have a brand new Honda Civic with
same
water
thing.
Hang
dripping
on.
out. You know,
Aaron, same thing. Stop.
Hang on.
It's not condensation. It is the
Okay, what-
catalyzing event that happens
Hang
with
on,
the
Aaron.
catalytic
Hang on.
converter.
Let him finish. We let you talk.
Let
him
me finish.
And
This
the
is-
cooling
this is-
on the way
Aaron,
out.
stop. Seriously, we let you talk, dude. Let him finish.
I'm just trying to make the simplest way that this condensation happens. On a cold morning, say it's in my world, it'd be 10 degrees centigrade. So that's what for you guys, about 30, 40 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, so but that's cold, right? Yeah, that's cold. Okay, you go outside. When the sun comes up, you'll start to see beading on steel because steel takes longer to warm up than the ground does. So what what happens is any moisture that was actually trapped in the material on the surface of it starts to bubble, and that's how you get the condensation.
Yeah, the moisture comes from the air. It's called humidity. It's not trapped in the steel.
Wait, so you
Do
say
you know anything about steel?
in the desert has
Yeah.
low humidity, so that debunks what you need a certain amount, but you're making it seem like the humidity in this rainforest that makes you sweat does the same thing with condensation. You have it weirdly wrong. It's not even like I think you're trolling
The
me.
catalytic
Sure.
event. The catalytic event inside
Why do you
an
call it a
emission
catalytic
system
event?
of a vehicle these days.
He
Why are
just
you
means the
calling it-
transformation. He just means the
The
performance of
transformation to water.
Okay.
the performance of the catalytic converter when it does
Sure.
what it's
Trap-
supposed to. The
Yeah,
only
it
problem
takes-
that I have with demonic is that you bring up something that's not a dynamic equivalent of a catalytic converter when you bring up
No. I was
what-
talking about condensation causing.
Yeah,
Nothing to
but-
do with the
what we were
catalytic
talking
converter. Just how condensation can be caused.
I know. Yeah, okay. You seem to still be missing the point that you bring up something that you are saying is an analogy when it's not.
No, I never said it was an analogy.
But you wanted to express condensation.
How condensation happens when steel gets hot. It's the same thing that happens in an exhaust pipe. The exhaust pipe is cold and it's got hot gases coming out of it, which causes condensation.
I see what you're
Condensation
saying. Okay, I
happens
see what you're saying.
when a
Okay.
humidic atmosphere touches a cold substance, such as the outside of your beer can.
Or inside
Right. Okay.
exhaust tailpipe in the air around it.
Okay, but here's the question then,
No.
Demonic. Let me ask you the question. How would you differentiate between the steel being the cause and the source of the condensation or the moisture that's coming through the catalytic converter process? How would you differentiate between the two? Or would you just say, oh, it's both and we just don't know how to break it down? Or it's one or the other?
You do know there is a way to break it down, but you're having to get on the molecular level because it's a transfer of heat that's causing the condensation.
That still doesn't answer my question. How would you tell if it's one or the other? Like your answer about steel being the source of condensation when it gets warmed up seems to imply to me that you're eliminating any catalytic converter being the source of condensation. Right? Is that what you were implying?
Yeah, and
Guys,
he's
we're all,
missing the point of
guys, hang on, Aaron, hang on. You guys are also missing that when you burn a hydrocarbon, the primary components that come out the other side are water and CO2.
And you're forgetting nitrogen. That's
Okay,
what the catalytic
my question to
converter
Demonic still stands, though, gentlemen.
does.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that comment,
okay.
Brian.
Okay, then if you're going to make that, how come you get water on the outside of the exhaust
I'm
pipe?
asking
Hang on.
you a question.
Yeah. How do you get the water on the outside
Why
of
are
an
you
exhaust
asking
pipe?
me a question?
Hang on, I'm going to clarify this. How do you get the water on the outside of an exhaust pipe when the atmospheric change is on the inside? Okay, what happens is
I
the
never
heat.
see a
Hang
wet
on,
exhaust pipe.
hang on.
Guys, one at a time.
Have you ever seen the back of a tailpipe where the back of the tailpipe on the outside is also wet?
Why is there a drain
Actually,
hole
I've
in
never
my-
right. Actually, I've never gotten down on my knees to see that. All I have ever seen, as far as I've interpreted the data that I look at and don't really pay any attention to, is
it drips out the back.
That it drips out the back. So I don't
Yeah,
see it
but
beating up
Travis,
anywhere.
yeah,
Okay, I have a good one
and
for
more
you.
importantly
Your
than
AC
that,
system-
more
your
importantly, real quick, Sean,
Yeah,
real
go
quick,
ahead,
on
Aaron.
point.
Go ahead.
Why is there a drain hole in your muffler, which is up the system maybe 2, 3, 4 feet? Yes, you still see the dripping out back, and you see the steam coming out back. But why is there a drain hole in your muffler then?
That's so.
I don't have a drain hole in my mufflers.
Guarantee
If
you do. Go
if you're
look
talking
at it.
about-
Your
no,
car
you
would
don't.
be farting.
Yeah.
No.
Aaron, are you talking about what you do every morning to like a machine with air brakes?
No, air brakes is totally different.
Yeah, I know, but
Because you're using-
you know how you tanking every morning you have to empty it out and it has water in it.
Oh, well, definitely. With compressed.
Yeah, perfect.
Compressed.
Well, no, because if you release the air, there's air in it, it's abundance of it. But it's the same system, same way, same thing happens. So you do understand how condensation happens. You do understand why there's there's water in that tank when you release it. So why you don't understand why there's water coming out of the exhaust is either a troll or a troll. You understand why it does it?
No.
And here's why.
no.
Here's why.
An air compressor,
Because if you
an engine is an air compressor. You're right, except we're using fuels also, and the byproduct of that
I'm just saying
is hydrogen, carbon, and nitrogen. And one
all
of
I'm
the
talking about is the condensation, the effect of condensation happening, and that's all it. So if you understand that, that's why I know you have to understand why your tailpipe rips water in the morning.
pre-emission vehicles did not have catalytic converters, and therefore were not able to make the chemical exchange between the oxygen and the hydrogen.
Aaron knows
Listen
better.
real quick.
I know you
So
know better.
there
You're
was
just
there was
trolling.
an excess of NOx is what they call it.
Noxious gases.
Yeah, nitrous oxide, which is together very potent, I guess.
NOx is noxious gas.
That's right. So that's what the catalytic converter does: is separates that oxygen and combines it with the hydrogen, however it can, through the pipe, which is released out through the tailpipe as water and other just force air, But not that the nitrogen is absorbed in the, is it porcelain inside a cat? Something like that. The nitrogen is absorbed into the cat and therefore allowing that separation for a cleaner burning engine. Okay, so when we're talking about carbon emissions, there is CO also coming out of a tailpipe. But most of it, what the EPA has done, which is why your car costs so goddamn much and hard to work on, is because of the emissions regulations on it, which you basically can breathe off of it. Okay, I wouldn't breathe all day on it or put my mouth all around it, but that's how clean it is.
No, it's
these
not.
days, from
No, it's
about
not.
1995
No, it's not.
on.
Show me your source. I
From
want a source.
1995.
Aaron, I'm about to lay some knowledge on you, Aaron.
If you're going to continue to say that, you're going to have to provide a source. Otherwise, please stop saying it because that is a very, very disingenuous. That's dangerous to be saying, dude.
Which one? Which statement?
It's like saying that strychnine is less deadly than cyanide.
Yes.
Sure, it's less deadly than cyanide.
But it'll still kill you.
The point of the catalytic converter converting your carbon. The point is your catalytic converter converting the carbon monoxide to carbon dioxide.
That's not its point, dude. Stop it. You've done no research.
John, or damn.
The monoxide to kill you. And why that is because carbon monoxide binds more readily to your hemoglobin. It can't release. So people who have Aaron, I swear to God, if you interrupt me, I'll come find you and beat the shit out of you. If you do it one more goddamn time.
I just interrupted you.
No, you didn't.
But
I'll give you my address.
Go ahead, Aaron. Or Brian, damn.
all right, fine, send it to me. I'll come visit.
No, Brian,
All right.
go ahead.
Anyway, carboxy is all right. Your hemoglobin has a harder time releasing carbon monoxide. It has a stronger affinity for it. You actually have to provide a chemical antidote in order to unbind it, which is why it's so much more deadly than CO2. CO2 doesn't bind as readily, and you have to flood the body with it in order to get a huge problem. And the majority of your problems that are going to come from CO2 is that it's going to give you an alkalosis over time.
You're a robot.
It takes longer, it's easier to fix, and it takes so much more.
Yeah, you're a robot in that last 10, 15 seconds, Brian.
Sorry, where was I?
You were talking about what the hemoglobin does, or it binding.
Oh yeah, when your hemoglobin gets carbon monoxide stuck to it, it has a stronger affinity for it than it does regular oxygen, so it can't exchange. So that's why you try to change it from carbon monoxide to carbon dioxide, because it doesn't bind as readily. It takes so much more of it to flood the body, and the majority of your damage is going to come from it creating an alkalosis in your body versus actual oxygen starvation.
Well, isn't part of the narrative of the catalytic converter was created because of garage suicides? That's what I heard.
No.
No.
No, you can still
I'm not
kill
sure if it
yourself
was
with an
created for that
emissions
reason.
controlled
It's just a government scheme to make money, Travis, but also to have cleaner running combustion engines.
Yeah, there's a solid amount of platinum in a catalytic converter, at least in the old ones.
Yeah, that's why you see people stealing them. If you have a parking lot overnight, like at Walmart, people go out and start their car up, and they got just open exhaust because people will jump down there with Sawzalls and steal their cabs.
What the hell is wrong with you?
They will, dude. They'll recycle the platinum and get money for it, dude. Method,
Yeah, catalytic converters, once they've been contaminated, aren't as recyclable as you think they are.
No, exactly. That's why you don't do it to an old car, genius. You don't steal an old one.
Not all cars have catalytics, or
Yeah, they do.
all of them, every single one.
Yep.
Can we show you ones that don't?
Well, hold on. All U.S., all United States, 50 states. Yes, they do. Okay, China, India, no, they don't. Okay, yeah. Sahara Desert Jeeps, maybe not. Okay.
And some don't because you don't have to. Off-road vehicles don't.
Where
Off-road
at?
vehicles. Or unless you're a dirt bike, certain ones don't have to.
Let's say on-road motor
But you want
vehicle.
to know why the main reason for a catalytic converter, Aaron?
To separate the nitrogen from the oxygen, because that bond is tighter than the hydrogen versus oxygen bond and carbon versus oxygen bond.
Because it traps. Because it traps the engine's emission trash, the stuff that would be filling up the air. Those little black flakes your exhaust accumulates sometimes. Yeah.
When you're running,
listen. Your catalytic converter captures all the crap, all the particles above size that would actually really fuck up some shit. And that's why when your exhaust in the morning does all that, does the smoking, because it has material in there with moisture from the night before.
smoking, it's steam. That's steam, Sean. It's
Now,
not
if
smoke.
you don't have a catalytic converter, and this is the main reason I know about catalytic converters, because a lot of off-roaders love taking it off because it makes your engine sound like real throttly, because it doesn't have anything suppressing the sound. So what happens is you also throw those same emissions, those flakes, those crap that your engine produces from burning all the crap in it,
You mean carbon?
also start
Carbon flakes?
fires because it's still torching hot from the engine.
Pure carbon.
So
Yeah.
again, the catalytic converter is to capture all of that stuff. And again, if you don't have one, you will throw hot materials out of your exhaust on a regular basis, which is why when you off-road, you have to have one. That's how I know you don't off-road, Aaron. I like to investigate your brain.
Sean, can you tell me the
No.
optimum stoichiometric
Nope.
ratio
Nope.
between,
I don't even
let's
need to
call
hear
it
the question.
gasoline, our gasoline and oxygen? What is the optimum stoichiometric ratio for the cleanest
I
burn?
would first research if circummetric is real, and then go from there.
Stoichiometric.
Yeah, that word.
Stoichiometry is real. It's the basis of chemistry 1 in university.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. So did he hear that word, or did he know what he was talking about?
Carlos
That's
might
hard to
know.
tell, but stoichiometry is real, and he's using it in the correct. He's using it in the correct way. It's the ratio of moles of fuel to moles of oxygen.
So, Aaron, I have a question. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Fine.
Why do you act stupid sometimes,
I never act stupid, Sean.
Aaron? I am more than willing to go
we
back
have
in the
proof.
archives. Matter of fact, I have a video I can queue up right now that says differently.
Sean, I'll tell you everything you know, but I won't tell you everything I know. How about
Oh,
that?
see, that was cute. That was real cute.
Ah,
True
but Aaron,
philosopher.
do you know everything Sean actually knows?
Who's Sean?
Who is?
Who is Sean G?
Gee whiz, that's a great question.
Who is he? He's Sean G with a big G.
No, only Jose is the big G.
Hello.
So,
Sorry.
Sean, when it comes back to my original statement of, I've been blamed for this carbon mitigation problem, global warming. You've
You
been
are.
blamed. Travis has been blamed.
Yeah, but
everybody's been blamed.
everyone produces carbon. Everyone produces carbon.
No.
We don't.
It's the most common element in the universe.
Corporations produce it. Corporations produce it.
Wait. What do they produce?
They're the ones deforesting your land.
For
They're
your
the ones
house.
digging,
Wait,
digging under your
Aaron,
land
are you in your shed right now?
for their own
Aaron,
resources.
are you
Who
in
do you
your
think
shed?
built the Capitol
Aaron,
building
are you
in
in
your
shed?
city?
Aaron,
right?
are you in your shed right now?
Of course.
Are you in your shed?
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
did a whole
asshole,
bunch of
you
work.
just built that, didn't you?
Mhm.
Yeah, think the companies that deforest.
I will thank them, and I'm
Yeah.
not worried
See?
about any
But,
global
hey,
warming
see,
going
wait,
on
wait,
because
wait.
I'm in my shed, and I
Yeah.
got an AC unit in here
Wait.
too.
Wait.
Right?
Oh,
So
so he's got something else that
in here.
causes carbon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll just
Stupid
chill
ass.
in here the whole time
Yeah, you know.
while you guys are out there melting, right? That's
Yeah.
fine.
Or tornadoes. That
Yeah.
tornado that comes out of season hits your damn house, right?
You know what my AC unit produces? Water.
Anti-tornado device. Is
Water.
that does that all happen?
Anti-tornado device.
You guys are dicks.
Yeah, but isn't it better to laugh than to be a dick?
Oh, of course. That's why I take all these shows in good humor, because you guys are good people. People I know.
Actually, Aaron,
sometimes-
you have a tipping point.
Mhm.
You know that, don't you?
Oh, and you don't?
Oh, I've always got a tipping point. I'm always on the edge.
Oh, okay. So
But your
what's
tipping point
then?
is about 5 beers in.
Yep.
What's your point?
Okay, so before you get to that 5 beer mark, you joke, you have fun, and then the moment you tip past it, you
What
become.
A dick.
Yeah, Sean said it.
Yep, you become a
I just
dickhead.
opened up my 5th beer. You guys better get ready.
Like no one realized it. I know Aaron doesn't realize. Like Aaron, and we've become soul buddies. I hate you, and I like you,
Aaron,
and I know everything there is about you now by talking to you a few times.
No, because they're spying on me.
And
Aaron, that was
I can
the
tell how many
best-
beers you have had through your texting.
I know, you're spying on me. Quit being a weirdo.
Aaron, you missed the best opportunity to quote
What?
Kurt Russell from Tombstone when you said that you're 5 years in. You said get ready. You should have said, "You tell him I'm coming, and hell's coming with me."
With me. That's right.
Oh, wait, there it is. Aaron drunk.
I'm more of a Doc Holliday quoter though, Travis. Not necessarily a Wyatt quoter. But
Yeah, Val Kilmer sort of stole the show with his role in that.
Val Kilmer.
Yeah, he played Doc Holliday in Tombstone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And
for
what?
sure.
What'd you say? I didn't hear it. I fell
He
off
stole
my
the
bucket.
show. He stole the show.
Did you say he
Oh,
fell
yeah.
off a book?
I fell off my bucket. Sitting on a
I was
bucket.
going to say, there's nowhere the hell you have a book.
A what?
What's a book?
I have YouTube. I don't read books.
Oh, jeez.
Of debate. It's just
So, Sean, there's
So arid.
forecasted record blizzards in the northeast of the United States this year. Forecasted. There was some severe ones last year also.
Sure.
Yeah, people are already starting to get snow in the northern US.
Yeah, and
It's mid-October.
I'm telling you, it's
Yeah, you saw-
geoengineering. You think I'm crazy?
no, I was just making a statement about the forecast that I heard on newsfeed. Okay.
Huh.
If climate engineering, geoengineering, maybe it has something to do with causing blizzards, or I don't know, but we none of us know what they're actually doing. But I don't know if it's a. Do you think it's like a? Should we be concerned with it day to day, or just talk on your show about it every couple months and see what happens? You
You're
know.
a dick, and I'm going to start talking about it a lot more. Dick.
Something actually too. The sulfite, using it as a blanket to reflect sunlight for a bit. That's an interesting idea insofar as if you could do that long enough to lower the temperature of the oceans, you may be able to get them to act as a carbon sink for a greater portion of atmospheric carbon again.
Well, the problem is that the more carbon you put into the ocean, the more acidic it gets. And that's what's causing a lot of the issues they're having in the ocean.
No, that's true enough.
And that's kind of the main issue is that the studies on what won't happen, they're not there yet.
You ever wonder why they moved away from alcohol-based engines?
Probably-
Besides the fact that they're grossly inefficient.
Cleaner burning, and people could produce it on their own.
well, you do
I'm
know
just
that.
saying.
You know, there's a document I'm looking for. I saw it on an upload, and instead of having to share the upload or that clip of an upload, I got to find the document so I can actually see it. But in the carbon tax market aspect of things, like they had when they started this, they knew what would happen with carbon taxes because it wouldn't be such a move away from fossil fuels as it would be more of a find better ways of producing fossil fuels. And the public aspect of it is that it raises prices rather than helps anybody.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Have any of you watched James Corbett's documentary series on big oil?
Bits and pieces.
Not even sure who that is.
Yeah, I know who it is.
Yeah, he's a social commentator in Japan. He's Canadian, but he lives in Japan. I haven't heard his whole story as to why he's in Japan, but he does daily shows, and I will maybe try to find a link and sit it in the chat. But James Corbett, Big Oil, he just does a really interesting expose on the whole narrative of Rockefeller and all those guys at the beginning and turn of the century, and it's very interesting.
The Seven Sisters is also a real good documentary to watch. It's more of the history of Rockefeller and all actually uh, how oil and the banks came together in the late 1800s and just kind of consolidated and conglomerated into what they call the Seven Sisters. That's what they call themselves. Standard, Gulf, Exxon, just you can name the top seven. And it's super interesting to watch. It even goes into the early wars of the 1900s, not the First World War, but European wars there. It's it's a cool show to watch, to think about how we ended up how we are today, and still dependent on these people, like Sean's saying. How did I build my shed? Well, fuck. Without those Seven Sisters, I wouldn't even be available to have this wood, to build a shed. I'd have to go cut down my own trees, with
And you
a
suck.
saw. Not a
I would
chainsaw.
not want you to have a saw in your hand. That would scare me. Just saying.
Go check it out. It's called The Seven Sisters. It's a real good 5-part series.
What is this, Travis? Oh, damn! You just reminded me.
That's the James Corbett Big Oil series.
All right, awesome.
Just one of the links. You can go to his playlist.
Yeah.
Okay, and I
I think he did a really good job on it.
The last stream I did, when I was gonna play your video, I clicked your link and my OBS had a heart attack. What did you do to me, man?
I'm just sitting here trying to think of how much corn you would need to generate enough alcohol to power the whole world on it. And the idea in my head is coming up ludicrous.
Every hillbilly in the Ozark, they would go to war with them every week over corn.
Yeah.
Alcohol itself, fuel, can be created by any fruit almost. I mean,
Yeah.
hops, barley, wine, whatever wine's made out of, corn,
Grapes.
beans, and so it's not just corn.
Yeah, but it's the
What
easiest
else?
in abundance to get.
It's about the easiest thing to grow on a consistent basis. Sugarcane would probably have the most energy you could derive from it, but there's a very limited band of the world that can grow it.
Yeah, only in certain areas.
Well, as far as we know, right?
What the fuck?
Can it be modified, hybrided?
Yeah,
right?
but if you wanted a large amount of this, you wouldn't pick somewhere where you had to do so much of that. Of course, you could do an R&R and refill it with its natural material, but who does that? Not for large scale.
Got Blue Marble in the chat. Yeah, corn and sugarcane. That's about what I thought. Blue, get your engineering in here. We need some solid math on this.
You need maths. I got 10 tabs open. I'm ready to learn.
Oh man, you're increasing your IQ for the learning.
Yep. Got a lot of YouTube tabs open too, so I'm increasing it even more.
Shit. Oh, I think I'm gonna join Aaron and have a couple beers.
I have at least 2 tabs open. How to tie your shoes with one hand. Get smarter every day.
How to tie your shoes with one hand. God, I want to learn that just so I can show off now.
Exactly. Or the sound of one man hand clapping. There you go. Mind blown, I know.
Yeah, that didn't sound like one hand clapping.
Oh, it was.
No, please stop that noise. Please stop that noise.
Don't worry, Travis. It wasn't a no hand clap.
Yeah, there you go. I can do it.
James Corbett also did a really good expose on 9/11 too. So if you fish around for that,
Why are you scared of one hand clapping?
I'm just messing around.
Hurts my feelings.
No, I'm just messing around. I wouldn't know what that sounds like anyway.
You're making it awkward now. See how everyone's all quiet.
Awkward.
One of those moments. Congratulations.
I'm unloading some sheetrock into my burn pile. Just so you guys know.
You're such an asshole. Are you really? I hang on. This is. Are you really?
I doubt it.
Yeah. See?
Why don't you just bury
I'll
it?
show you. See it?
Why don't you just bury it?
Right there. See my burn pile?
Why don't you just bury it?
The sun too bright. Well,
I
I
don't
will
contribute
after
to carbon. Just watch me burn this sheetrock.
Yeah. After I burn it, then I'll, give a little bit back to the atmosphere and then bury the rest.
You're such a fucking asshole. The only problem is that he's in Texas, so it's more than illegal to do that shit. Not fair. And they're like their own country as well, so.
Think about, you guys are worried about carbon emissions, like how much we're putting out. Think about how much we're taking from the atmosphere to actually create this energy, right?
You know when you burn that pile, how much oxygen you're taking from the fucking atmosphere, stupid?
Yeah, oxygen's going to love it, and the trees are going to love it. Everything.
Carbon
Everybody's
monoxide.
going to be happy.
You do know trees do not absorb carbon monoxide.
Yeah, do you also know that there's not enough
Yes, they
trees
do.
to absorb the amount of carbon dioxide that's being produced?
How do you know that? Have you counted all the trees in the
No,
world?
they did.
Ah, jeez. Were you there?
Wait, do you think
Thank you,
grass
Ken
grass
Ham. It's
doesn't
good to
enjoy
see
the
you
same
again.
benefit as trees? I mean, think about how much grass there is.
I hate you.
Just saying. There you guys go, carbon emissions.
Yeah, how am I causing carbon problems?
Oh, Aaron.
I
hate you so much.
Blue Marble Science in the chat. Hey, stupid. Sheetrock doesn't burn. Just the paper on it does. The damn thing's made of gypsum.
So you're just wasting your own time, dumbass. Bury it.
Fine, I'll bury it then.
Well, that's where gypsum comes from.
Make sure you bury it in your backyard, though. Inside your property.
You're taking it
lines.
back where it belongs. It's its home. Is it too good for its home?
Yeah, go in your home. What are you, too good for your home?
Answer me!
Yeah, Sean, this argument of I don't cause any carbon is null and void.
We didn't say we don't cause any. We didn't say that. Right?
So then you do cause part of the problem.
Yeah, but it's absolutely ridiculous
demonic
when you
causes-
think about the corporations, right? All of the corporations that are building their
Just be careful, Aaron. I just joined to tell Aaron. Aaron, no
But
flirting and driving. Remember, no flirting and driving. Thank you.
Yeah, but my point in terms of the industrial production of corporations, that is massively larger
Yeah.
than we as individuals. I agree that it's all so part of it is going back and analyzing from like a third party looking back and trying to just process stuff is that they knew what they were doing, they knew what they were creating the whole dialectic, Hegelian dialectic of creating a need, and then that creating that need creates the problem, and then they create the solution to the problem that they started. I mean, all of this is just this huge dance that they then bring us into and say, look, you guys, it's the ridiculous aspect of what was it a couple years ago when Leonardo DiCaprio got up and bitched about footprints and all this kind of stuff. And yet the guy's on a fucking yacht. You know what I mean? He's burning this he's burning fuel on his yacht, and then he's bitching about carbon footprints. Really? Come on, man.
I think Al Gore probably
It's
has
just
the
a
funniest
huge
amount
narrative of.
Sorry, Plain. I agree with you there that the people who are the biggest and loudest about it typically are the biggest consumers. Al Gore, in particular, is insanely hypocritical when it comes to carbon emissions.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see Al Gore
Well, that's part of it. I mean,
at the North Pole in a thong, and then I'll be like, "Yep, something's going on."
Yeah, why can't we just say there's a problem and needs to be fixed?
Because you are the problem, but you won't admit it.
Right.
When I say you, I mean me, right?
I was wondering who you meant.
All of us. Apparently, according to some, we are the problem. And so we're
Yeah.
sitting here talking about how they are going to fix the problem.
I like how you assume that we don't have
Literally
anything to
impossible.
do with it. How does that work?
Is Aaron flirting, drinking, and driving? Jesus, man.
He's in Texas. I guarantee you he is drinking and driving.
Yeah,
I thought he was in Colorado.
I'm a danger to society.
Yeah, period. It has nothing to do with what you're doing at this moment. Can you mute when you're not talking? Because we don't want to hear your fucking hillbilly truck.
Sean, you had a super chat go by the way.
Oh, did I?
Yep, from Earth is Seriously Flat for $2.
Let me get to it. Oh, there it is. Ask the globe zombie, where is the ozone hole? I don't know how to take that.
Yeah,
question
over
from you.
Antarctica, buddy.
I don't think he was talking
And
about
it's-
that one. That's just me. Yeah, see, Sean, same thing, exactly.
Someone actually showed me a video of Earth is Seriously Flat the other day. I was very surprised by it.
I've seen, yeah, he doesn't look like he sounds, and when he gets caught off guard, he doesn't sound like he does now. I can only imagine a rational conversation with him would sound like. It would be completely different from what I thought would happen.
Ozone. An O kind of looks like a circle.
Oh my God, you're done
yeah.
with
So
that
here,
fake
so
beard.
here's
It's called the ozone, and it's over the Antarctic Circle.
is that because
Aaron
that
has
gas is
finished his fifth
heavier,
beer.
so it accumulates at the bottom of the world?
The bottom is at the top.
Not at all. Just settles at the bottom, like a
Yeah,
nice little layer of
That's how
silt.
it must work.
There's no bottom like that on Earth. It would only do that
Yeah,
on the
that's
flat Earth.
fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. It's absolutely insane, stupid.
No swearing, the plain truth. You're Christian. No swearing.
Listen, Jose, it's okay because I say it with a PH, so it's not the same word.
Okay. Like fuck it word. Got it.
Right. There you go.
I've been to
I
Phuket.
spell
Lovely
Jose
little
with
place.
an H.
It's Phuket. It's not Phuket. It's Phuket.
I'm still
You know
gonna
what?
say
Fuck it.
I don't
Then
care
you'd have
how
to say
incorrect I
puck.
am, I'm still gonna say it wrong.
Hey, you know what would bring us all together, Sean?
What's that?
A nice
Beer.
round of karaoke. Nice round of karaoke.
I don't
Music.
Like karaoke.
Yeah,
Karaoke.
Well, music and beer.
Karaoke
obviously.
take away from my monetization.
first one to pick Journey
I don't-
loses.
I don't get that because you got all these karaoke stations that play these synthesized,
monetized.
huh?
They're probably not monetized. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
but if you use
So I'm getting so you don't get copyrighted. It's not a real copyright strike. But what happens is all the ad revenue goes to whoever owns a chunk of something. Trust me, it's not like my intro and all that music. It has to be picked. I can't just randomly do it. It's weird. I'm getting hit. I've gotten 8 soft strikes in the past 2 weeks from videos I did or streams I did maybe 8 months ago. Because as they catch up with the algorithm, there's a 10-second part in my intro that I'm getting that for. And it's not even music.
I got an honest strike. Yeah, I got a strike today for, I don't know, I play like 4 or 5 videos. And one of them, but it's not a copyright strike, a hard one, it's just a soft one. Yeah.
It's called a soft strike. It's basically just letting you know that whoever's that owns that is going to get their chunk of, it's going to get that ad revenue.
Yeah.
Oh, the terms of
I'm
service
not getting
ones.
that, yeah.
It's no big deal.
See,
I don't care.
I don't know why they don't just add on perhaps a membership charge. You know, it's kind of like buying in. It's like buying into Spotify or buying into, you know, whatever, so that you can, like, you're in a sense you're contributing to the artist.
Oh, so
you know, so that you could use their stuff.
Well, that's
You
what
know
I
what I
mean.
mean?
Premium should allow you to use anything
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll show you right now. I use a where did I figure? I don't know where it's at. I use a site that does, like, for I think it's $12 a month, and that's where all my music comes from. It's every bit of it, because they work with YouTube, so I don't get any copyrights for it. And as long as I have that membership, I can continue to use any music I get on that site. And I'm trying to find it right now.
Oh, so what's your carbon footprint for using that music?
0. I don't know the
You sure?
No.
You
So,
sure?
so if I want to just play one whole music video of a very hot artist of today, like anything,
You get a soft strike.
do I get a copyright strike or not?
You'll get a soft strike. No. Okay. Okay.
But
So what happens is the owner of that music, they can either file, which is a hard strike, but very hard to get because, I mean, you've really got to use a lot of their material, or it's a soft strike, which most want, because that means you're getting ad revenue from someone else's stuff. You know, if you play that video, they get the ad revenue, even if it's not their video. So most want to do that. Most will do that. Someone who wants to be an asshole, or you knew what recently happened, they can do that.
Yeah.
But it's most of the time, 99.9% of the time, you're gonna get a soft strike. 99% of the time.
Unless it's a BBC content, probably.
So,
Even
Sean,
BBC,
in the side chat, I added a link to no copyright music. These guys, they produce their own music and just set it out, and anybody can use it. So, just in case you want something new or anything like that, I figured I'd throw it out there.
Oh, yeah,
By the way, hello.
What's up, my friend? So I'm gonna show you guys this is the site I use. And so, like, I can play any of this music right now. Like, I'm playing it right now. You guys, I don't think you guys can hear it. The channel can, or website. But I can play anything I want, as long as I have the membership with them. You guys couldn't hear it, but everyone else could. Okay, let's see. Hang on, let me do the super chat real quick. Earth is seriously flat. Thank you, my friend. Says an ozone ring around the perimeter of the beautiful dome firmament. P.S. Be smarter and play Flat Earth Guru channel music. It's all about frequency. I can't play the hippie shit. Not sure if you noticed or not.
Especially since the damn music is. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I like that high tempo music. I'm not that ding 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 ding. Go sit in Indian style somewhere.
The worst part about it is everything's tuned down 8 cents, so everything in that music is flat. It's tuned down to 8 cents below to a 432A, and it's so incredibly hard to listen to if you have an ear for music.
I have no idea what you just said.
He said it was gay, so you shouldn't play.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my friend. That was a very good interpretation. Thank you. I like to say stop
I think
making
he said he
salads
doesn't
online.
like the natural frequency of music.
The natural
Yeah,
frequency.
I mean, I got like 20 soft strikes when I was playing the Freak Show song on my channel. I stopped.
Because it was somebody's. Yep. They weren't playing. They were like, "You're gonna get." No, that's ours. The worst part will be is so you didn't do it. You didn't live stream before, so it's not gonna happen to you. But I've live streamed for a while, and I've used a lot of different clips of things for my intros. So I get strikes, these soft strikes, every day for the past maybe 2-3 weeks from stuff a year ago, a year and a half ago. Like they just randomly keep hitting. Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, they do it softly so they don't hurt you, Sean.
Pretty much. The
Yeah.
only good part is the first letters out of it is this is not a copyright strike. It explains to you right away what's going on. So if they were, trust me, when they become copyright strikes, and I get like 1 or worst case 2, which actually 1 because 2 won't let you live stream. If I get 1, you'll all of a sudden you'll see me start without a fucking an intro. And I've had to do it a few times because I'm nervous about which intro did it. So yeah, that's why I haven't had a new intro, because I'm making one that I don't have to worry, and it's hard because I haven't made a completely new one in a long time. So you guys are gonna see a completely new intro outro, probably in the next 3 days. Well, about 3 days. I'm done. I'm just editing and hating everything about it. So. It usually takes me a few days to just go fuck it, use it.
Sean the artist. I'm almost done, but I hate the damn thing.
Yep. I hate. No, put it this way. One of the reasons you don't see a lot of uploads is because I really dislike my shit. Trust me. At the end of the stream, I don't ever listen to any of the thing I say. Like I'll skip
Sean,
it through
have you
for
actually
certain
seen
parts.
some of the shit? Have you seen some of the shit on the internet? I mean, come on.
Oh, well, I'm my own critic, though. That's the only problem. I hate everything. Anything I've ever.
Have you seen
uploaded-
some of my artwork?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. How do you think I feel? I'm like, oh, this is the worst thing in the freaking world.
Yeah,
That is so Ernest Hemingway of you. Life is shit, but I must complete the book.
Well, yeah, but Ernest Hemingway just wanted to complete the book so he could go out fishing.
And get drunk.
In a slight different subject, were you aware that because I just got Amazon Prime movies with my Metro PCS plan, right? And I was browsing through the movies. Were you aware there's a movie called Rocket Man? It's a Mad Mike movie, an hour 25 minutes. I haven't watched it. It's called Rocket Man, Mad Mike Mission to Prove the Flat Earth. Let me read the little thing. Rocket Man is a hilarious glimpse into the true story of Michael Mad Mike Hughes, a flat earther who made headlines around the globe with his attempt to prove the flat Earth by building a homemade rocket to launch himself into space. I didn't know this existed, man. It's funny how they say, who made headlines around the globe.
1,500 feet.
Jose, was that the guy that killed himself doing it?
No. He broke his hip or his back or something when he
hurt. He hurt himself a little bit, but he didn't. Yeah, he didn't break anything.
Yeah, it was just a slight muscle tweak or something like that. He didn't break any bones.
A muscle tweak. Yeah, I fell from 1,500 feet and just tweaked the muscles.
But he's gonna do it again.
Yeah,
he's got
seen his rocket guy.
He's got plans to go up halfway. I think. How is he going to go up halfway? I think with balloon. Oh, that's right. He's going to take himself up high as he can with balloons, and then he's going to rocket himself up even higher.
You know what the funny part is? The funny part is that he's not even doing this for Flat Earth. You guys know that, right? If you guys would have watched the first interviews when they first found this guy, IPS started promoting him, and everyone started talking about him. And he said in the first interview, this isn't for Flat Earth. That's his. What he wants to do is be the first, not the first, but get there in the record books for the highest flight by a manned amateur rocket. That's his goal. It's not prove flat Earth.
And it's just to raise awareness on you can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're an expert or not. You know.
And what happened is flat Earth jumped on it, and you know what he did? He jumped up with it. He said, "Oh, more promotion."
He ran with it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all this is. Trust me, if you guys look in the archives, like seriously, he's been doing this for a very long time and never talks about flat Earth. Not one word. That has nothing to do with why he's doing it.
I'm a
Yeah, he
little
just
scared
pasted.
about the.
Go, Sean.
I was just going to say I'm a little scared about the fact that he's going to take a balloon up in the air and then shoot a rocket off. How does he know his trajectory is going to be okay?
He wants to do that. You know, he got plans to do it, but I don't think it's going to come to fruition.
Does he understand how big a balloon you need to carry even a small rocket up into the atmosphere?
It's too ambitious even for himself. Even if he try, I mean, he can. I don't know. He can think of it. He can make the plans, but it's too ambitious. I don't think he can make that one.
Even though
Chris asked me if I really said he wasn't a flat earther. Yes, Chris, I'm 100% saying that.
Is that Chris Berry?
Yes, it is.
Ah, he's funny. He is. He is. You listen to his argument and you go, okay, he has a fundamental understanding of the flat Earth, but then he half debunks it.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, Chris Berry. He was my favorite flat earther for a little bit, but then he went to Travis. Travis got the spot now.
Yay, Travis.
Yeah.
Well, they were all arrogant. Chris is a little too arrogant.
And
Sorry,
also, No Name just said California just banned private prisons. Yes, they did. There's no more getting paid for inmates, because that was one of the biggest issues they had. They were arresting people and convicting people for the dumbest shit just to make sure those beds stayed full.
Well, not only that, but they cut down on all of the food consumption. I mean, they had it down to a science. It would cost them like pennies for the food, and they would just put that money into other things so that they could pocket the money.
Yeah.
And guess what's just happened in my country?
What's that?
Serco is starting to take over some of the prisons here.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Which one? Bro. Brain fart.
That's okay. You're allowed to, Sean.
Yeah, it's not a really good idea when it's your stream.
Yeah, you should, Sean.
Oh
Sean,
my God,
you shouldn't
you're back.
do that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm back. Hey, you shouldn't brain fart because that's methane, and it's contaminating my atmosphere, bro.
Citation needed?
No citation needed, Aaron. Thank you. You were talking to a drunk person. Shut up.
Brain fart causes methane. New study finds.
Oh,
I don't want any Sean G
Aaron
methane.
farts into a hose and breathes in. Not dirty. Not greenhouse gases, I say.
Hey, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make an experiment and do that just to prove you wrong. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to tape a pipe to his butt and stick it on a gas mask and breathe in his own farts. That's going to be hilarious.
What's the independent variable on that?
He won't need tape.
What's the fuck you, Sean?
The independent variable is what you eat before you fart.
All right. Any recommendations?
Taco Bell.
Broccoli.
No, stop. Everyone, no. Don't say anything. Don't. Sean, I think you said something. Don't shut up. And I muted you, to digital, only because we're changing the subject. We're not talking about this. That is wrong. That is dirty. Dirty people.
You
Aaron,
mentioned it.
shut up. And I'm ending it. Digital demonic. I just say, I'm not sure if you heard me, that I had muted you because you were talking about it. But so unmute yourself. Don't talk to us and not be heard.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Well, main thing at that point, I was like, I hope he's just not ranting into the microphone. He doesn't realize he's muted. I realize that happens a lot to people.
Oh no! When I see the orange mic, I stop.
Okay, that's good. Wait, you see?
I just need to shout out Amy Hogan in the chat. Shout out to Amy Hogan. Boom.
What's up, Amy? Where is it? Okay. Anyway, what was nothing? I guess I should change the subject, seeing how I stopped the whole conversation. Huh? Everyone seems all confused. What do we do now? What happened?
Well, I had a question. What do you feel? How do you feel about the tent city, the prison where they have tent city?
I like it. It's cheap, and that's one of the reasons they did it. Made it cheap. It actually makes people who did crimes pay for their crimes. Like, they actually have to pay for it. I mean, you don't get no luxuries out there. Problem I have with it, people who are innocent are having to do extra, are actually having to do shit. Like, those people, like, it's basically military, but without pay.
Yeah, it's military internment camps, isn't it? Basically.
No, because they don't make them work and have regiments and all that stuff to kind of just hold them in. Whereas in this place, holds them in, and they have a very, very military style of it.
Oh, wait. Chris Berry came back. He was away for a few minutes because he was researching where Mike Hughes say he doesn't believe in NASA and there's no curvature. Boom.
Okay, and now, Chris, how high has Mad Mike actually gone?
High enough to nearly break his neck.
Yeah, and nowhere near an airliner. So I doubt much. So he has a clue. And if you watch one of his launches, he has a couple of them that the video cameras inside there. I promise you, that man was not looking at the horizon or shit.
How can you describe this sentence? Another Glober debunked easily. I call that arrogant. Boom.
Mad Mike definitely didn't get up to the Sean Greenosphere, I'll bet.
The Sean Greenosphere.
The fuck is that?
What's the Greenosphere?
No, I don't know, Sean.
I don't make up words like you. What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
The fuck?
The Greenosphere.
Sean?
That's what I'm
Tipping point.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, tipping point confirmed.
We were talking about how high Mike Mad Hughes got, and now making fun of Sean.
Listen, Aaron. You can't make up your own words, man. Don't be making up your own words.
Yeah. Oh, god damn it! You don't do it, Travis.
Travis, is it forbidden?
He's about to segue off your
forbidden?
shit.
It's verboten. It's verboten.
He's literally about to segue off your shit. Hang on. So wait.
Dang it!
Wait
Sorry,
for it.
Travis. I didn't know that we had to conform to everybody else's consensus opinion on what words are, and you can't make up.
Well, that's what I'm
words.
learning, Sean. Aaron, that's what I'm learning. I'm gonna acquiesce and.
I think this is important.
Jose,
Yeah,
stop,
go ahead.
stop. Just let it happen. Let it happen. Continue on, gentlemen.
Shout out to Blue Marble Science in the chat. Mike didn't even make it out of the ether band, for fuck's sake.
I wanted to shout out Ice to See. She needs a wrench. She's
That's a new word. Eyes to see. That's a new word. It's all one word.
Bowel movement syndrome, BMS, bowel movement syndrome. Is that what that is?
Oh boy.
I said Blue Marble Science. At least you could do is
movements.
That's another made-up word. That's one word. He puts them together. Blue
Oh,
marble.
wait. Chris Berry, I can prove that Logan Paul is a flat earther. Let me go find a video. Hold on. I'll be back.
Oh, shit.
Logan Paul is a douche.
Yeah, Chris Berry say, I just proved that Mad Mike is a flat earther. I can prove Logan Paul is a flat earther. Anybody is a flat earther when they say I'm a flat earther.
Hey, Jose, I said pretty clearly that he was just glomming onto it, right? So, of course, he says he's a flat Danny Waterman is just as flat earth as Mad Mike.
I saw that interview with Dan, and
oh my god, yeah.
He was pretty calm throughout it. I was actually really shocked that he kept his cool.
Oh, he knew he was on TV. Oh, and trust me, that was you guys are representing flat Earth. Don't make a fool of us. Get at him, kid. Go.
Well, I think that Lady Shelley, I think she forgot that because she went off the rails.
Oh yeah, she went.
She was
deep in the
getting-
deep hole. She went deep in the hole.
Yeah,
Of conspiracy when she started talking.
Whew.
That was one of those.
Yeah, a
Yeah, that
question
was
I've
deep.
heard. Question I've heard is Shelley the one who's associated with JM Truth?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is this a show? What show were you guys talking about? Where were they doing this?
Three FEs versus 3 scientists.
Oh, when they were on the panel, I think I remember that. But
Oh, no, not the panel.
It was
The one
TV,
where they were asked particular questions,
uh-huh.
and then they moved from a spotlight to the chairs to confirm or deny what they believed.
Okay, I don't know if I saw that.
It was only 2 days ago.
Oh yeah, then I haven't seen it. So how did
Yeah.
how did she go off the rails?
Oh, she
deep down the
she
rabbit hole.
became very passionate. I'll just put it that way. She became very passionate with one question, and the rabbit hole just kept going and going.
Oh man, I gotta
What's the
find
one
this now.
question?
When one of the scientists said, your flat Earth belief comes from the Bible, and then she turned around and said, no, it doesn't. It comes from all other things. Even though at the start of the interviews, she stated 2 biblical verses about the Earth being flat.
Uh-huh.
She's
Okay.
mentioned
So
before
she-
that her faith in God leads her to that road as well. So that's
Well, her
it's not an
answers-
unfair.
Her answers were very. You know when a conspiracy theorist tells you about something they believe, and they can it sounds reasonable to a certain point, and then they dive down into crazy land. She passed that dive down and was at the bottom of that hill when she started talking. It was weird. Like you wouldn't use what she said if you knew you were on TV representing flat Earth. Like it had nothing to do with it, and it was just down the deep end of it.
Yeah, and this coming from a woman with military history that jumped out of planes.
I've
That's-
jumped out of planes.
That's what I find confusing. Like, you know, part of the flat Earth thing is that gravity doesn't exist. When you jump out of a plane, what's the force pulling you towards the Earth?
Speaking of forces pulling
Oh my
things to
God,
Earth,
that's the dumbest question in the world.
and also speaking of forces pulling things to Earth, and also let's
That is
get
so
back
stupid.
onto global climate mitigation. Did anyone hear Rumpus destroy Barney on the vector of gravity?
not what
was
happened.
it yesterday? John?
That is not what happened.
That was a good one. So, who is that? Demonic? Yeah. What force
Yeah.
is pulling me to the Earth, and which side do you want to take, Rumpus or Barney?
Well, first of all,
I'm
it's
going to take
your own side.
relativity side.
He's taking the digital demonic side.
Yeah.
Easy way out. Neutral. He's fucking neutral.
Well,
No,
and
you jump
it-
out of a plane, you accelerate towards the Earth.
That's not what certain folks on Sean's show say.
No,
Actually,
Barney
no,
absolutely
Aaron.
says you accelerate. Barney absolutely says you accelerate towards Earth.
No, he doesn't. He says
What?
if you're free falling, there is no acceleration.
hold on, Aaron.
Feel.
Actually, if you
No.
listen to
Listen,
it,
Barney.
they were actually agreeing on the points. It was just a point that there was a miscommunication in between them. But
Correct.
but they were both in agreement as to what was happening in regards to the vectors and also the acceleration.
And Barney said that in the chat too. So you're wrong again. Aaron is the easiest to debunk on the internet. So I'm gonna do from now on when I'm filled down, I'm gonna get Aaron to want to debate so I can win.
Easy out.
Shout out to 1,000. Hold on. Shout out to 1,000 subs before 2020. He got 7 subs. You got 2 months and some change to make it.
You know, that would be a miracle. Everyone sub to that man. Let's get him to 1,000 subs.
Hey, no,
I
don't do
just
that.
subbed to him. I made a
Don't-
7.
Don't do it. Don't. Okay. And I'm sorry, 1,000 subs. I'm sorry, but do you guys know what would happen if you guys got that guy to 1,000 subs and not Schrodinger's cat?
Oh man!
Is Schrodinger's
Oh, he'll
really
pull an
not that
Arwin, bro.
So I
He'll
don't think
pull
he's
an
at 1,000.
Arwin on us.
I really don't think he's gotten 1,000 yet.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Please do. But yeah, I don't think he has.
Next topic, Sean.
You know what?
So if
What
you,
is going on? Hold on. Schrodinger's cat doesn't have 1,000 subs. He
Well,
has
tell me to
been so
hold
many
on.
times with the Fight the Flat Earth, Team Skeptic, the Conspiracy Cats, the big channels.
Yeah, real shit.
What is
Why
going
don't
on?
they-
Why doesn't he have that push yet?
They've had get
Boy,
someone
he needs
to.
that.
They've had someone had those streams where they get people to a certain amount. Why haven't they? He does a lot of fucking debates on Flat Earth.
I don't
he's
think
been
he
on
really
Red's
cares that much
Rhetoric,
because
on
this is something
Secular
he does for
Show.
fun.
He's been everywhere.
Hmm.
And he gets nothing for it.
Believe it or not, when I started streaming, as a Glober, the first thing I noticed that we needed was like a fair place. My whole thing was like, what do flat earthers get out of this whole debate thing? Because they were, I mean, Spurs and all that, like they're only go to Fight the Flat Earth, Team Skeptic, and non-sec, and it's like they get hundreds of dollars in super chats, hundreds of dollars every stream, and I went, how much is going to the flat earther?
Nothing.
I reached out to a few
Zero.
flat earthers who thought it was a great idea that, have a platform where if there's super chats and the super chat is for that flat earth, like, why doesn't it go to them? I know it would take forever, and there's going to be a way to distinguish it, but it's kind of ridiculous that they all go, and that's why I voiced myself about this. Like, dude, you guys are going over there, they talk shit and make money
And creating
what do you
money
get for it. I think there should be a platform where super chats or ad revenue gets split. That's
Actually,
just me,
Sean,
but I don't know.
there is a way. Like, you know how you can go through your super chat list and find out the username?
Yeah.
Okay? You find out which one's the flat earther, and you direct that money back to the flat earther you were debating.
Mhm.
Simplest thing. But unfortunately, certain people in the Globe community, money.
Yep. And the worst part is that even going on between other Globers? That's not even like a flat Earth people. They're running
Yeah.
fuck other flat Globers. So it's
Yeah,
kinda far-fetched
I've
to
been
think they'll do it.
I've been sitting between 180 and 190 subs for 3-4 months now. But I did have a spike in 1 month where I went up 30, and that was when I started jumping on to talk with Jose and with you.
Yeah. People see you. They fucking want to know what you're about. They see you in the chat. You know what I mean? It's not. Trust me, you guys promote me because you guys are what makes the panels. Otherwise, I'm just the ranting guy. But yeah, when you're here, people see you. They're more than likely to go to your channel. I don't think it's wrong at all. Matter of fact, that's why I put names in my description. There are a lot of these people's names in links in my description. Because yeah, if they're here, they're here. They're making this content. Why not help promote them? I don't care if Flat Earth.
Speaking of
Travis is
which-
in my description.
Yeah. Speaking of which, there's a new content provider in your chat right now, Eyes to See, and she could use some subs if you guys want to make sure
Yes.
you support
Yeah.
content providers.
Put your link in the chat, Eyes to See.
And an advice to you, Eyes to See, do not accept to go into the Fight the Flat Earth or Team Skeptic channels to debate them. Please
Yeah,
don't
they'll
do it.
just berate you.
Trust me, if you want exposure, I mean, I'm a platform that you can definitely do it here fair and it'll be done fair. You want more eyes? Go to Jose's, but at least it'll be fair. But with the whole idea of like the revenue stuff, that would have to be a different platform and set up for that. And I don't even know how that would work. So it need to be talked about, but at least it'd be talked about.
Strangely enough, I think if you had a debate set up between, if she wanted to do debates, if she wanted to do a debate with Red, with Sean Hufford as the only monitor of Red's channel, that might be the fairest debate she could get. Sure, Reds would yell at her and not be nice, but he wouldn't interrupt. Mostly because Sean will kill Reds.
That is true, and I got to hear a few
What if
the things Sean's moderated, and he's a great moderator. He's biased off it, like in his own opinion, but he doesn't moderate it with his opinion. I do like that about it.
Yeah,
I guess
intellectual moderation.
You could have a channel that was a team effort on, even though it's Team A and Team B, so that the whole platform would split the income.
Yeah, something like that.
It doesn't work in the YouTube system, okay? Because you're always going to get an imbalance of the audience, no matter what you do.
Well, actually, no. Because they have analytics, so actually you could tell the percentage of viewers onto what each stream or each situation was. Like debate between this and this, you'll see which one.
Yeah, but who's who?
Oh, but it's the split.
That's the hard part. Yeah.
Hey, Sean, I'll be right back. I got to order a bucket for my machine. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you can find out how many viewers you're getting, but you don't know how many of them are flat earthers, how many of them are fence sitters, how many of them are globers, and how many of them are actual complete conspiracy theorists that deal with all conspiracies.
That's what I am. I'm very selective. I don't like school shootings and all that. I don't know a damn thing about that stuff. How am I going to distinguish whether or not it's real or not?
That's skepticism.
So I stay away from those ones. I don't know. I could never in my life tell you if that was real or not, especially the first 1 or 2 hours, like a lot of people do.
Oh, when they call fake the moment it happens.
Yep.
Yeah, that's poor form.
Yep.
Well, you don't think that. I'm just saying this for instance. I'm pretty much like where you're at, Sean. But I have listened to people who propagate the hoaxing. So so there are people who are watching like an algorithmic AI. They're looking for the hidden clues of colors and numbers and catchphrases in the presentation itself. So it's not just that they're just calling BS on the entire thing. They've got what they would say is evidence that, look, these are some of the clues that we can see that show us that this is not real.
Yeah, but do you know that's just a coin flip, Travis?
What do you mean?
So one side, it could be real. On the other side, it could be not real. And that's all it is inside people's heads is it or isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't
and what they
think
do is they look for
the-
coincidences.
No, numbers and patterns and catchphrases and supposedly repeat actors aren't coincidences.
Yeah, but it's a flip of a coin whether someone would or would not say that same thing that was said in another incident. Do you understand how that analogy works?
All right, I'm just asking.
Because anyone can do it. I could have said something 10 years ago that I repeat today, and you go, "Oh, bam, conspiracy."
No, because the way that I
It's
say
called
it is
randomness.
reasonable doubt is. Yeah, but when you have certain events themselves, these large-scale mass events that have those aren't 10 years apart. You know what I mean? And they're not indiscriminate. Like for instance, if you were at a softball game for your daughter and you said it, and then you were on the treadmill at the gym and said it, those are completely two different scenarios that are completely unrelated. But these events themselves, because of the kinds of events they are then indigenous in terms of their nature. So it's not, it's not just random and coincidental.
But the ultimate clue there is, there's a mass shooting here, there's a mass shooting there, bang, that's the ultimate connection. The connection is mass shootings. And that's the conspiracy.
Say that again. You broke up for me. I didn't hear you.
Sorry. The main connection between all the mass shootings that have happened in the US is that they are mass shootings, and that's where the conspiracy starts.
Well, that, and it's covered by the media, so everybody assumes the media is lying to them.
Yeah, that's all right, Travis. Yeah, see, this is the thing. When it comes to all conspiracy theories, there is a slight matter of truth about the conspiracy to begin with. It's just which way that truth goes is the difference between it being the reality or the conspiracy. Hello? Anybody?
Go ahead. We don't want to.
Yeah, I'm in a stupid pocket. Even though I'm right next to Baltimore, this area notoriously drops, so I haven't heard a lot of what's going on. So I'm muted.
Well, it is Baltimore. I don't know. There are points where the conspiracy starts off as something almost innocent, and then takes on a life of its own. The more people that buy into it, the worse it gets. And it could start off as, this person really wasn't there or something like that. One person says that, and then all of a sudden, everybody is an actor.
Well, I just shared Toadie new video on my community tab as a post, so everybody should go check him out and giving a few subs and leaving some feedback on the comment section. Hashtag support content creators. Boom. Okay, somebody got to feel some dead air over here.
Yeah, sorry. I was dealing with text and things like that.
All right, how many people is watching? Because if we got 31 people watching, we can get 15 of us to go subscribe to Eyes to See in the chat. So you see this logo, this one avatar with the glasses, Eyes to See. Click on her icon, open her channel, and subscribe to her. Give her some love.
So that took care of 1 minute of dead air. Travis is in Baltimore Black Zone. Sean is on a call. Aaron is getting a bucket for his digger.
I'm reading about someone who just hit the ER.
What are they doing hitting the ER?
It sounds like they may have hit something else a lot harder before they hit the ER.
Oh, that's right. You're on permanent watch, aren't you?
No, tonight I am.
It's always amazing, the amount of people that come in about this time of night, that go into the ER. I used to be one of them.
Can I address a comment from the chat? Eyes to See, and you typed, your point was not legitimate. I am not allowed to go to Antarctica. I can disagree with that because I actually am allowed to go into Antarctica. I can buy a plane ticket. I can spend a lot of money and go spend a few nights with the penguins in the shores of Antarctica. Am I able to go explore independently by myself? That's a totally different story. But am I allowed to go to Antarctica? The answer is yes, I am allowed to.
And given the appropriate insurance and plotting, you can absolutely go by yourself unsupported.
That's a tricky one. I mean, you need balls to do that.
Yeah, you have to be insane to do that.
In other news, my 10-minute live stream this morning when I went out to shoot the Chesapeake, my rotation screen was locked in, so it looks like I'm shooting at the equator because I'm at a 90-degree angle.
And your
that's what
Bluetooth
you guys
is working
think our
too.
world looks
That's
like.
good.
Yeah, my Bluetooth
And the
was kicking
Bluetooth.
ass. But my point was, that's what you guys believe our Earth looks like from the side view. Absolutely insane. Like, you should see that and go, yeah, water would never do that. Except on a
Hey,
ball
fellers.
spinning.
Yeah, fellers. There's one, I believe, just one absolutely square state in the continental United States. If I'm not mistaken, it's Wyoming. It's absolutely square. I checked the measurements on it on your Wikipedia, on geographical data. It's like 372 miles by 276 miles. It's perfectly, sorry, not square, rectangular. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering. I was just wondering
sorry, Joe. I was
how
going to
you
have to
could.
correct you on that.
I was just wondering how you could impose that onto a ball and keep it from being trapezoidal. Thank you.
Let's see.
Shout out to SC Montreal. Welcome to La La Land.
Exactly.
What, we in Hollywood, are we?
I smell a new parody song, La La Land. How can I do that? Welcome to La La Land. Welcome to La La Land. There's so much to learn. That's an old Mr. song, right? Welcome to the real world.
The balls hang low. There you go. And the vector is up. The balls hang low, and the direction is up. Oh boy.
Listen, regardless of whether or not I can sing, my parodies are pretty phenomenally lyriced. They just are.
Dude, they're phenom. Yeah.
The lyrics
We're
are
talking.
just kick ass.
Travis is the UCC of parody now on YouTube.
I know. I've got a full album with some extended plays.
Some after matches.
Yeah.
Do you have any
I got
remixes?
two in the hopper. I got one for Don't Fear the Reaper, and I got one for Free Fallin'. Both in the works.
I'm free balling. That's a good one.
What did you say, Demonic?
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, I thought you said something.
That's
No.
good. It's better if he doesn't. It's okay.
We could say the same for you, Aaron.
No, actually, I asked if you had any remixes.
Oh, remixes. That's what it was.
Listen to this one. I got it in my brain. Rise up this morning, open my booking plane. To La La Land is where I'm going this afternoon. It's, so something like that.
What's,
Goes
yeah, but what song is that
Killing
from,
it.
though? What song was that from?
Three Little Birds, Bob Marley.
Oh, okay. I don't know
Killing
that
it,
song.
Jose. Dude, that was bad. I didn't know Jose could sing.
Yeah, he
Dude,
wants to
I
have
sing, man.
Stop singing.
He wants to have a sing off with me. He's threatening me.
Nope. No one does. No one wants to not hear.
He's threatening me.
I don't
No,
Listen,
no
not-
karaoke.
not
No,
here.
no,
that crap
no.
I'm not
Sing
talking
off.
about doing
Sing
it
off.
here.
Demonetized, Sean. Demonetized.
Not singing here.
Okay, so wait, Sean, what do you mean by remix? What do you mean?
What? I didn't say remix. What the hell are you talking about?
Not you, Sean Smith.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know you like to sing. I know you have your karaoke and your parody songs. So shouldn't there be a remix of that stuff?
Travis, you actually
Like,
you really
a
like
little
this
bit of
karaoke-
beat behind it, you know,
like this
getting
karaoke
down and
thing.
dirty with it.
Hold
This
on, hold
karaoke-
on.
This
Stop.
this
Sean G.
karaoke thing is like a thing
Oh
for you,
my
like
God,
for real.
Sean G, stop talking. I'm sorry, Sean Smith.
What?
Sean Smith.
On his own channel, you tell him to stop talking.
He's interrupting
You gotta
Sean
love it.
Smith. He's interrupting Sean Smith. I can't hear what he's saying. I don't
First
know
you
what
have
you
to
mean by
be
It's
original.
remix.
Sean's channel. Remember that.
Sean, be quiet.
Wow.
Sean Smith, what do you mean by remix?
You have anything that Sean would play on as his intro?
Sean, hush. Just hush.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
Is there anything I would
I
like?
don't know.
Before you have a remix,
I
you have
mean,
to have
if
an
I did it a
original.
cappella,
Hey,
Do
Travis.
you do any
Hey.
like DMX?
Creating music, right?
I'll do one not monetized for you. You do like any like
Before-
DMX, like Tupac.
Is that? No, I haven't done anything like that.
I want that. If you do that, I'll play it.
How about
Sean, you're
Ministry?
so-
I have to say this.
Sean,
I have
you
to
are
say
so
this, like
98.
really quick. I gotta step out.
In the
Aaron,
Bar- in the
give me a
Barbie
break.
Girl, in the Barbie Girl one.
I gotta step out. I gotta say this. Please allow me 10 seconds. Hello, multi-tom-tom, my old friend. You talking garbage in the chat again? Okay, go ahead. Tony.
Ooh,
That's why he's not
awesome.
monetized. That's why he's not
Let's cut out.
monetized.
Hello,
We're not
my
monetized. That's why
lonely
he's not
friend.
wrenched. I mean,
I love how he actually. I love how he redid it in the Disturbed remix variant too. Just the real deep voice with it.
Yeah. So
Hey.
Sean G, yeah, big time. I am big time into karaoke. Yeah.
I'm happy to remember.
Sean
the lyrics
Smith,
of that.
are you there? Sean Smith, are you there?
What, Aaron?
Yes, I am.
Is Sean Smith? Yeah. Is it dark where you're at?
Sure is.
Are you still wearing your sunglasses?
No. Actually, I am
Oh my!
without my sunglasses right now.
Gee whiz, because I've never.
Are
seen
you wearing yours?
I've never wear them ever. I always show my eyes because I'm a truthful person.
Sean
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You've got Corey Hart crying right now because you're not wearing your sunglasses at night.
There we go. There's the Sean Smith karaoke.
I
Sunglasses
wear
at night.
my sunglasses at night. There you go,
I'll
Travis.
have to. I'll have to add that to my playlist.
There you
Adding
go.
it right now. I just.
You
I
know
just
that's
added,
about a stalker, don't you?
Whatever. I just added. The Cure's love song earlier today, and another song I can't remember. Something else.
Tupac,
Hey, Sean G,
Dr. Dre,
I got a bone to pick with you, man. It's been bugging me for a bit.
Has it been bugging you?
Yes, since about about an hour ago. You told me when I built my shed that I was consuming some wood, and I was the one of the contributors to the carbon mitigation issue. And I'm just wondering, the factory that built the wood, how
build
much
wood. You
emission
don't
did they
build-
put out
you don't-
versus me driving to the store to get the wood and actually put it back in the ground?
A lot more.
I'm not burning the wood.
It's-
I'm
no,
just I
wait.
bought it,
Your car,
and
the manufacturer.
how is the
tools.
wood that I put on my wall
Listen, I'm telling you right now.
contributing
You ready?
to?
You ready?
Yeah.
I'll do the whole thing for you. Ready? Trees in the forest get cut down by a chainsaw. The guy who
I
cut
didn't
that.
do
No,
that.
listen.
I didn't do that.
Listen. The guy who used that chainsaw had to get there. His car. The tree gets knocked down. The machine that picks it up does it. Hang on.
he
The
works for a
truck that
company.
he loads it on does it. Truck delivers it and produces more. The factory that cuts it uses a machine that does it. Then when it's all cut and sized, it gets put on another truck that does it, and then it goes to the store. When you go to the store, you do it when you drive, your tools, and anything else that power-wise that you use when you build your fucking shed. That is called your carbon footprint for that shed.
Okay, what if I didn't buy it and nobody else bought it? Would that carbon footprint from the factory all the way up from what you said, the guy with the chainsaw
I said
working
nothing
for
to
a
do- I had
factory?
nothing-
If
everything I
nobody
said
bought that
had
wood and
nothing-
Lowe's and Home Depot were overstocked,
Nothing
would
I
the
said-
carbon footprint
nothing
still be
I
much
said-
larger
Aaron,
than me going
Aaron.
to get it?
nothing I said had anything to do with money.
No, I know. I'm talking about the footprint.
Yeah, you
Who,
kept
who
saying
creates a
money.
larger footprint, me or the company
Does
that
not
produces
matter.
that wood?
Here's the
It is
thing.
your footprint.
Nobody was ever
Oh, it
going to
does
buy
matter.
it.
It does matter.
Aaron, if no one was ever going to buy it, the corporation wouldn't have cut it down. They did it to meet a demand.
All,
That's
all
a
these
loss of money.
corporations are government sanctioned, government registered, government. They're allowed to
Yeah,
exist
for the
by your own
subsidies.
government.
For the
right?
subsidies and the taxes that the government makes on them.
Sure. So where does the true problem lie?
Oh,
With the consumer?
Your consumerism.
yeah.
Oh, well, but wait,
Yeah,
but
we
if
need
it
we need
wasn't
this,
there
we
for me,
need
but
that.
listen, if there were no Home Depot or Lowe's for me to go to, which was allowed to exist in this land by the government, a corporation, if the government didn't allow that company to exist, I wouldn't be creating any
You would
carbon
go cut
footprint, right?
yeah, you would, because you'd go cut your own damn trees down, and then there'd be no regulation upon it,
I
and
use a
everyone would
saw.
do it.
I'd use a saw, a
I didn't
handsaw.
say no.
What are we
If
doing?
everyone did it on their own, yes, it would be a smaller footprint for everyone. Everyone's not going to
I'd
do
like to
that.
see Aaron. I'd like to see Aaron make an 8-foot 4x2 using a handsaw.
You think it's unheard of?
No,
What do you
it's
think
just,
they did
yeah.
100
Why-
years ago?
Yeah, yeah. Why
Just
do you
just
think-
a
They still
hundred.
do it today. They still do it today.
Yeah. But why do you think they have machines that do it now? Because of how long it takes.
In fact,
It's more efficient. It's
Well,
about
no.
time.
It's easier for the consumer. That's all.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
Aaron,
right. It's
that's
all
what we're
about
saying.
consumerism.
But
Right.
it doesn't mean that
now
I
we're back
create
to the
the
whole
footprint.
Hegelian dialect. We're back to the whole create the world in which you want to exist, and then blame you for the reason the world exists the way it does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you could go live with the Amish, and they don't use the machinery. They do it all by hand or with horse-run machines.
Yeah, sorry, Travis.
Yeah,
they
except
don't
that
have
except
trucks,
I'd
though.
have to be, I'd have to be a part of their freaking religious cult, which is no way. Wouldn't do that. No.
The point
freaking
being,
way.
which one creates the bigger footprint?
It does not matter. You are part of
the
a
whole
footprint.
industry that
You are
brings
part-
that piece
yeah,
of
yeah.
wood.
That wouldn't be there if we could do it our damn
Right.
selves.
The whole industry that brings that
They've
piece
taken
of wood
away
to
our
the
ability
Home
to do it
Depot,
for ourselves.
or
You're
me
right,
going
Travis,
to get
you're
it.
100% right. I agree, Travis.
Yeah, me going to get that piece of wood. There's no footprint there.
Stupid. Yes.
You ended the chain.
Well, that's incorrect. You going to get that piece of wood still has a footprint. It's just less than the total sum of the corporation.
And then
It's
when you-
like on a
whatever
magnitude of
whatever
a
you build in that
trillion times less
whatever
than
power
the
tools.
corporations that are involved in producing that
Hey,
piece of wood.
Hey, did you build
right?
that shed so you can work
and
on
don't
your
let's
equipment?
not forget that
Aaron,
all you
Aaron,
guys are sitting in a
Aaron,
house, right?
I'm gonna mute you.
Are you
Aaron, shut up.
sitting in a
Shut
house?
up. Shut up. Are you going to use that shed to store any tools or parts for your excavator?
Absolutely.
Then your footprint lives on.
No.
You know what
Those
a carbon footprint
those
is?
parts and
What's
pieces
a
do
carbon
not
footprint?
create
What is a carbon
create
footprint?
a carbon
What is
mitigation
a-
issue.
Yeah, but your carbon footprint continues. Trust me. Keeps that machine going, right?
Yeah,
Soon
Aaron,
as
do you
you
know
start
what
that
steel
machine
is
up-
made from?
I guess when I tear down trees and I clear a lot, you're right. Yeah.
You're such an asshole. You're a dick. God, you're such a fucking troll. Fucking A.
No, I think you're right, John. I'll concede. You're right.
Damn right you will. I don't think you're in the fight on this one.
I create a big ass footprint.
But like I say, yeah, but like I say, why do you act stupid?
But you know what? The trees I take down, though, my dad does come out because for some reason he loves firewood. Dude's got like an acre full of fucking firewood. He's mental. He's getting old. He loves firewood.
He words firewood.
And so I'm gonna have heat forever, right? Once he passes on, I'm like, dude,
well,
let me
that's
get
something
some of
to
that
look
wood.
forward to, dumbass.
It's gonna be cold as shit here in the next couple of years. Unlike your global warming thing, I'm gonna have firewood.
Do you
Create
even know
more
what
of a footprint.
What's global warming? Do you know what that is?
I have no idea what it is. It's Al Gore in a song on the North Pole.
You can't ask anybody in Texas about fucking climate change. It's pointless.
No. Exactly.
Drill it. Drill it, cook it, or drill it, shoot it,
Wait.
cook it.
We did have a hard frost last night, though.
That's why it almost a
In
tornado.
early October, dude, that's fucking weird.
Yeah,
as
I
fuck.
heard
And
I heard it went from like 90 degrees to 50 degrees.
yeah. Did you hear the joke behind it?
You what?
It's like the temperature went from 90 to 50 faster than or the temperature went from 90 to 50 like it saw a state trooper.
Party.
That's
Like
funny.
it's a state trooper in Georgia. Those guys don't mess around.
But it really
You
did.
motherfuckers need to stop getting pulled over. Be more slick with. I don't think I drive under 90 miles an hour.
You just get in the left lane in Texas, and you can drive whatever speed you want to, as long as you're passing.
As long as you're passing,
You got a beer in your hand.
and the law states, actually, the law states in Texas, as long as it's
Ooh, talk to. Hurry up. Talk.
God damn it.
Yep.
Well, I can't
Thought.
fucking remember exactly what the
exactly.
law states, but it's
Okay,
something like
yeah.
as long as you're,
we're gonna listen
it's
to you.
reasonable and prudent. That's what it
Yeah.
is. It's reasonable and prudent.
Yeah, sure.
Then the speed
Who
limit
has
sign.
mutual combat in your state?
Go ahead. What?
Mutual combat. I know Jose does.
I don't know what.
You don't
that
know what
means.
mutual combat is, Aaron?
Is that a
I
video
know. I
game?
know.
Okay, so
Even I know that law.
So you get road rage, right? If you and the person pull over and agree to fight, you're allowed to fight. When a cop gets there, the cop will make sure it's fair.
I don't know if that's what the law says the cops should do, policy. I don't know if they'll
It's
do
the
that.
stand
Oh,
your
no,
ground
no.
policy.
You can go on YouTube and you can watch hundreds of these fights. It's this real thing. I looked it up and everything. The real thing. If you and I were in a road rage instance and we both pulled over and we agree to mutual combat and a cop pulls up, we are allowed to fight. It has basically the same rules as hockey. When someone hits the ground, the cop will stop it.
Yeah, excessive force and injury is still punishable.
Yep. Yeah, so if you pick up
Yeah.
something and hit somebody, you're going to jail. But a fair fight, it's a fair fight.
Yeah, but the stand your ground law is completely different.
Oh, yeah, that is
Yeah.
bad law.
Yeah, but isn't that where
Bad.
that law came from in Florida?
No,
mutual combat.
the mutual combat was there long before the stand your ground.
No, that's what he means. He said he was asking if standard or mutual combat comes from Florida. That's where I heard it was from. That's where I first heard about it.
Oh yeah,
I do
yeah,
believe
it's from
this.
Florida.
Yeah, I
Thanks
do
to Florida,
believe
man.
that, protecting yourself or mutual combat, you could call it, does only
No. Two different
pertain
things.
to private.
Stand your ground.
Private property.
No, those are two different things.
Private property. You can't go to the park and be like, I'm going to stand my ground and fight everybody here.
No,
You can't go to the park.
See,
right?
you're thinking you're putting them together. Mutual combat is if you and someone else agree to a fight, it's allowed. It's legal. Stand
But
your
it
ground.
can't be on public property. It can't be on public
It
property.
can be anywhere. Stand your ground is you are your own property. If stand your ground means
If somebody
if
comes
someone
in your
comes at
car,
me, no, if someone comes at me and I feel unsafe, I can shoot them. It's different, completely different, and one is completely stupid.
defending yourself, sure, right?
Yeah, well,
right.
In quotation.
Well, technically, it's not defending yourself. It's stopping a preemptive attack.
Exactly. So if I feel like you're going to attack me, I can
That's
do
what
something about
defense
it. It's a dumbass
No,
law.
it's still not even shoot. You can use reasonable force to prevent injury to yourself.
Defense to put up a fence, of fencing.
No. Okay. This is where you have a misunderstanding or a breakdown of the law.
Aaron, you're stupid as shown again.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay. The stand your ground is to stop from being attacked. You're not defending yourself from the attack. You're stopping the possibility of the attack.
No, by standing there.
No. Stand your ground law basically states if you feel like you are afraid for your life, that you can pull out your gun and open fire. That is the stand your ground law.
Yeah, it's not about defending yourself.
There
Aaron, Aaron,
rules,
if I'm
regulations
Aaron,
against
if I'm walking,
severity of
listen,
defending yourself.
listen.
You can't
If I
start
no, listen. If I'm walking down the
plucking
street,
off a dude at
if
a
Aaron,
at a
no,
100
listen,
yards.
no,
You
Aaron.
can't do that.
If I'm walking down the street
It has to be in
and you're
proximity.
walking behind me, and you look funny to me, and I feel uneasy, and I turn around again, and now you've covered a lot of ground, and you're a lot closer, and I feel unsafe. I have the right to pull my gun, and if you then keep coming, I get to shoot you.
That would be an issue taken to court, man.
Yeah, and the standard law
Well,
looks at it as we're going to look into it, rather than why did you do it?
right.
And
And what it comes down to is, can you prove that you were
if
in
that guy
fear for
made
your life?
no threatening motion towards you, Sean, your shot
No.
to
It
attack.
doesn't have to be a threat.
Sure, it does.
No, it
Absolutely has to
doesn't.
be a threat. Yes.
No, it's
no.
if you fear for your life, not if they're threatening your life.
If you fear for your life, you can move out of the way.
Shut up.
And you can shoot them as well.
There's
Not if
a
there's no
problem with
threat.
that, Aaron. There's a problem with that, Aaron. If you're standing
The court does
in a
not.
corner,
The court does
if you-
not. The court
hold
does
on, Aaron.
not.
Hold on. If you're standing in a corner, you aren't moving out of the way of anything.
Listen, now you're talking about a corner. That's different.
I hate you, Aaron.
Doesn't matter.
Sean
Doesn't
said
matter. If you're walking down the street, if you're walking down the street
That's not a
and
corner.
you turn around, hold on, and you turn around, and that person is charging towards you,
Stop.
where
Sean
are you
did
going to
not
go?
say that. Why
I
are you
said- I
adding
did.
both
Yes,
to
I did.
Sean's
I
story?
even said covering ground, covering way
Covering
more
more
I got
ground.
close.
Covering more ground,
How
to
do you know
me,
he's
sounds
not
like
going
charging.
past you? How do you know he's not going past you to save the lady that's crossing the crosswalk against the red
You're
light
asking-
to
hey,
stop
you're asking-
getting
hey,
hit by a
you're-
car?
You're, hey,
You don't know that.
You're adding in
don't know
you're
that.
adding in variables into something where they've already had issues with
Exactly,
it.
and that's exactly
These
what the
things
court
do
did.
happen, and when it goes to court, that point is brought up, and that person is charged with murder.
In public, you and I can never harm another. It's called the
stupid.
do no harm.
You are out of your mind, because I watch
you're
the
stupid
Gold
as shit.
Glove boxers
Unless you
beat
are
the crap out of some
physically
guy trying to rob him.
physically attacked or physically
You
threatened
are
with
literally-
witnesses,
hey,
you
you're
might
safe.
have a chance.
Hey, Aaron,
You might have.
Aaron, you're stupid as showing. I'm gonna get a button that says that. Aaron, stop. Stupid as showing.
I'm gonna go to the park, and when this kid's walking up behind me, I'm like, "Why are you following me, dude?" And he just keeps walking up,
Aaron,
staring at me.
do not.
I'm gonna turn around and shoot him. I'm gonna turn around.
Don't
and
even
shoot
say. Why do you say shit?
You
like that?
stupid is showing again.
Yeah, come on.
But yeah, right now you just premeditated doing something.
So when pedestrians are walking down the sidewalk, essentially they're in a line. You know, nobody's. There might be a couple people walking faster than other people, but normally we're walking right behind the guy in front of us, girls.
You would have to prove a
And if
reasonable.
I turn around and I feel unsafe, I feel like this guy's getting up on me, he's like walking faster than me, I have the right to turn around and shoot him?
No, you have to have a reasonable suspicion of fear for your life.
That's exactly what I said, a threat. That's a threat. You have to be threatened
God damn it, Aaron, you're stupid as
in
showing.
some manner.
How many times do you guys have to say it? You don't have to be threatened by the person advancing on you to stand your ground.
You better have
If
a
you-
damn good reason for taking a life.
That's what they just said. You have to prove it in court once you do it.
I said that. Exactly.
Yeah, and the other guys
Towards
agreed
you,
with
Sean?
you.
Okay. So
You missed it.
no, I didn't miss it. I think.
But the stand
we're
your
right on
ground,
track
you
now.
don't have to actually be threatened by the person. You just have
Stand
to
your
have a fear
ground.
for yourself.
Stand your ground in public is different than on your own property.
Actually, Aaron, there's another point to this. You don't have to fear for your life. It could be yours or the people surrounding you. It could be the kid that is right behind you. It could be your wife that's standing next to you. It could be just about anybody.
Sure.
You
as
don't
long
have to
as
be
you're-
afraid for your life, but if the other person is going to harm somebody else or appears to, that's part of the stand your ground law.
Yeah, but I agree. and you better have witnesses to support your suspicion of a reasonable threat to you or others. If it goes to court, and number two is you don't shoot to kill. You only shoot to deter.
You
Aaron?
are out of your mind. I am putting
Aaron?
that person down.
Aaron, do you know that a
Well,
leg
then you're a
wound
killer.
can kill
You're a
you?
killer, and you will be convicted of at least second-degree manslaughter.
Nope, not
Aaron,
at all.
Yes, you
If I am afraid for
because
my life or my child's
there is
life
no mens
or
rea.
someone else
There is no
around
mens-
there,
Aaron,
I am
stop
putting that
talking out of
person
your
down.
ass. You have no idea what you're talking about. You
Do you know
don't
what
shoot
mens
to
rea
wound.
is? Do you know what mens rea is? Mens rea means the ability for the court to see what was in your mind.
Bob
That's
the
it.
what is here?
What's up, booby?
hate you so
Mens
much,
rea,
Aaron.
mens rea is when you go to present your defense in court for second-degree manslaughter. You're
God,
gonna
I
have
hate
to
him.
show the court and the jury
I want to punch
what
Aaron in
you
his
thought
mouth.
in your mind, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't
Aaron,
work that
Hold
way.
on,
That's why
Aaron.
nobody
Hold
does
on.
it.
I need
Nobody
his
Aaron,
address.
there are plenty of cases, and I'm going to bring this up because down here in Florida, we have the stand your ground law. There are plenty of
On
cases
private
where they have video. Hold on, Aaron. Where they have video of someone coming in to rob a store, and another citizen goes up
Private
and
property.
puts the entire clip into that person that was trying to rob the store, and they get off with it. And the reason is because they were afraid of the life of the person that was being robbed.
I mean, you could present that evidence, but I don't think you can.
What the fuck, you dumbass? He just said
Oh my
the person
God, he
got
just
off.
said he got off.
What the?
Wait, he said he would present this evidence and
Oh
present
my
the
God.
video.
Shut up. No, he did not.
But you can't do it. There's
don't
nothing
even-
out there that
You don't
exists
even
like that. Come
listen.
on.
That's the problem. What is wrong with you, boy?
I just told you there are cases like this. It happens like weekly here in Florida, especially in Jacksonville. These things happen quite a bit.
I know. You guys are a separate world over there, right?
Damn right.
Florida man declares that the used heroin needles found in his rectum do not belong to him. Actual headline from Florida.
Hey, Bob, what do you think about the vector of gravity being down, according to Rumpus? Rumpus kicked Barney's ass there on that little debate.
Aaron, you can bait people with this all you want to. We've all seen it, and we've all talked to Barney and Rumpus, and you can't mischaracterize it to us like this.
What is the direction then, smart guy?
Aaron, we already know your trick, and we've been on to hear it. It's okay.
Say it. Why are you guys so afraid to stick to one point?
I'm not
Stick to
playing.
one
I'm
point.
not going to play your fucking games, you miserable troll.
Well, Aaron, the problem is that you heard the conversation, and Bob and everybody else has already heard the conversation between Barney and Rumpus, and they came out with a better understanding of each other. So
What is
I mean,
the
if you really want the answer, then you could go back and listen to it.
What is your side's understanding? I have mine. Yes, I heard it. What is your understanding of the conversation you heard between your guy Rumpus and your guy Barney?
Aaron, if you agree with either of those two people, that means you believe in gravity.
I didn't say I believe. I said I heard it.
Then why are you arguing it?
But
No,
you did say that you did say that Rumpus destroyed Barney on that one, so you had to agree with one of them.
Yeah, argument-wise, definitely. Rumpus won, hands down.
What was Rumpus's argument?
Vector down.
What was his
Gravity
actual
is an
argument?
acceleration.
That's a
Gravity
statement.
is
What was
an
his argument?
acceleration is Rumpus's argument. Gravity is an acceleration, and it is down.
And in Newtonian physics, that's correct.
Hold on. When I say down, I mean to the center of mass. Whatever Rumpus was referring to there as mass.
And in Newtonian physics, that's very correct.
Okay, what was Barney's argument?
Relativity.
What was his argument?
He was arguing from the curvature of space-time with the vector of gravity being up and the resultant acceleration being in a downward direction. as it translates into
Why are
3 plus
you
1.
why are you describing vectors on a flat Earth?
It's the difference between Newtonian and general relativity. That's exactly what the argument was. It was
Yeah,
both of them
and they
using,
both cancel it. Right, and they
use
both
both-
cancel each other out.
No,
which
they don't
describes
cancel
a
it.
flat
No, they
stationary
don't.
Earth.
How
cancel
do
each
you
other
come
out
to that
at all.
conclusion?
Nope.
Not even a little bit. Sorry. There's just two different ways of explaining the same thing.
It
Travis, did
absolutely-
you did you listen to it?
Listen to the
Did-
insanity.
So,
no, I
up
didn't,
is
but
down,
hold on,
Travis.
hold on real
Up
quick.
is
Okay, then
down.
you have
Go
no
for it,
horse in
Travis.
the
I
race.
know. Yeah, I do. I didn't hear their argument, but I know the argument, right?
No, you
So
don't.
I've asked Barney this
I don't
question.
think you do.
I asked Barney this question. Don't tell me what I know or don't know.
Well, I
Okay.
can tell
Well, you sure as hell
I
don't know how a
asked
gyro compass works. You proved that.
Barney this. I asked Barney, is it just as true to say that the apple is falling toward the Earth as it is to say that the Earth is falling toward the apple? And he said yes.
Yeah, that's
I
mass
said-
attracting mass.
Hold on. Okay. No, it's not. That's relativity.
Relativity is about mass attracting mass.
In a
Okay,
roundabout way, yes.
In my world, the Earth does not approach the apple. The Earth does not
Yes, it
fall
does.
into my face.
Yes, it does.
That's no, it doesn't. That's relativity. No, it doesn't.
Does.
Does
Okay.
time continue
That's
to move on?
relativity.
All right. Do
Okay.
you feel it?
Travis, does time continue to move?
Time
As
keeps
the-
on slipping.
Does time continue to move?
Future.
Travis?
Time keeps on slipping.
That's about the best you're going to get from Travis.
John
Okay.
Smith, time doesn't
To
move,
the
but I think we know what you're
future.
getting at. Yeah.
What? What did you just say, Aaron?
Time does not move, but I think tell Sean Smith that we
Okay.
get where you're trying to
this-
ask.
did
but
this
it
stream
doesn't
start?
move.
Did this stream start? Did the
Yeah.
streams? Okay. Are we at that same
Yeah.
point? Are we at that same point?
No, because that was the beginning. This is the continuation.
Exactly. Time does move.
That means time travels.
No,
It
it
moves.
doesn't. This is time is the measurement of activity and duration. It's not
Yep.
That's
it's
right.
not
Yeah.
its own constant.
Continuation.
And guess what?
That's it.
We
Continue.
use
Continue.
our
not
version
move.
of time. 1
Okay,
minute,
why
2
why
minutes,
are
3
you
minutes.
why are you bringing up a red herring when I'm talking
Why am I bringing
about
up a red herring?
relativity and directions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why,
Well,
you just
I'm
said
Aaron,
talking
actually,
about
Because relativity uses
vectors.
time.
Yeah, you said
talking
Actually,
about
I can answer that.
relativity and
I can
vectors.
actually answer that question.
Travis,
We
they
weren't talking-
don't
we were
want
not-
to admit
Aaron,
that they
Aaron,
can't take a
Aaron.
side,
Aaron,
Travis.
hold the fuck
I
on.
want to fly like an eagle to the sea.
Brian, go ahead.
Fly
Brian,
like an
unmute yourself.
eagle.
I unmuted you on accident.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
Travis. Travis, you weren't talking about that. You were instead singing songs and not answering questions. So you can either pretend you're not
No. I started talking about vectors and directionality. You guys brought up time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of
I
it.
wasn't talking about time.
It is part of it.
It's not part of it,
Yes, it
Sean.
is.
It's
What
part
is
of your.
your-
Okay.
Tell me
well-
what general
What?
relativity is. Tell me what general
Oh my
relativity is.
god. Oh my god.
Tell me.
I'm not going to give you a textbook answer because I don't have one. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Yeah. In your makeup world, it's just
It's
as.
not. No,
it's
no.
just as,
Sorry, buddy.
Okay,
it's
hold
not
on.
made up. It's in
It's
our world.
just as.
You
Let
have
me
the
give.
made
I'm
up.
going to give you your answer. I'm going to give you the answer. Okay.
Can't wait.
It, as far as I understand it, the way that I'm going to express it is it's just as true to say that the Earth is falling toward the apple as it is to say that the apple is falling toward the Earth. That's general relativity. It's relative to the way you look at it.
No, that was the worst explanation ever.
So let me
Well, there
ask
you
this
go.
question real quick, Travis. Let me ask this question real quick, and to the panel.
Notice how we're
was-
still not on the point that I was trying to make. We're
Yeah.
totally away
No,
from
we're
that.
not.
No, I'm getting back. I'm getting back to it. Where was Barney when he made his argument, and where was Rumpus when he made his
At
argument?
the end,
Where
at
were
the
they?
end, they both said that they were both right, just had different ways of explaining it.
No. Where were they standing and looking at the situation
Oh
they were
my
talking
God.
about? Where was
Shut
Barney
up.
and where was Rumpus?
Shut up.
Right?
Shut up. Aaron,
Well, that's
I imagine
exactly,
they were both
that's
opinions.
exactly why
What does
they
that have to
differ.
do with anything?
Aaron, your stupid is showing.
That's exactly why they have different arguments. Come on. It's just what Travis said. You can look at it both ways. Barney's looking at it from outside
and
the
you were
Earth in
asked-
space,
You were asked
and
which
Rumpus
one
is
you
looking
agree.
at it from
You
on
asked-
Earth.
you were asked
Or
which
on-
one you agree with, Aaron.
Yeah,
Which one?
on an inertial plane is what
Which one?
Rumpus is looking at it.
Which way do you agree? Which one?
He
do you
already
agree with?
answered the question, Sean. He doesn't agree with them. He said, in terms of argument, Rumpus won.
That's why I'm asking him now. Which one does he agree
He doesn't.
with?
He doesn't agree with them.
But to make that claim,
hang on. I asked Aaron, not Travis. Thank you, Aaron. Which one do you agree with?
Say it one more time. You almost brainwashed me, Sean.
Which one do you agree with? Drink another beer.
Okay, ask me in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Rumpus or Barney? Just say one or the other.
You guys, are you serious, Sean? I don't understand why you're asking this question. You're stupid is showing right now.
Hey, wait, because he's not a flat earther.
Ooh!
Hey, Aaron, are you a flat earther?
Yep.
Thank you. Wait, what?
Say it again. Double take.
Aaron,
Clip
are you
that,
a flat
Sean.
earther? Yep. Aaron, are you a flat earther?
I'm only a flat earther because I listen to globe earthers argue about what their models should be, and then so I'm like, you know what? I'd rather just be like, yeah, I'm gonna go on Travis's side. I'm gonna go on the other side and be like, yep. For now, I'm a flat earther because I love listening to the globe physicists. You know, smart PhD holding folks sit here and argue about how their model should work, and yet we can just sit over here comfortably and go, yeah, I see it, Travis. It's flat. It's flat as
Okay,
fuck.
how about this? How about this? I'm not a flat earther. I'm a ocean shoreline lateral
Proximity.
equivalence. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Both are globe deniers. That's
Yeah,
all it is.
it made sense to me. Sean. It made sense to me.
Globe deniers. That's all it is.
Right. And if you look at my earlier stream and you see me standing at a 90 fucking degree angle that makes it look like I'm standing on the equator, that's the world you think you live in, and water doesn't do that, my friend.
Yeah, you don't even make sense. And sorry, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
You can't prove it. You can't show it anywhere.
Yeah, I
you
can.
can't demonstrate that.
Ready?
You
Go to the beach. Go to the
cannot
beach.
demonstrate it.
Okay. You want me
Yeah,
to?
that proves.
I'll go to
that
the beach.
proves my
Look,
world.
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do.
That proves my
I'm
world,
gonna take
Sean.
a picture of me next to the beach, pointing at it, and that's my proof.
Yep. That's my proof too, Sean.
I bet it is. I've seen your
Yep.
videos.
I have a real conundrum.
No, you don't. Showing you
Yes, I
stupid
do.
again.
Aaron, you are the conundrum.
The northern border of Wyoming,
What
which is a
flat
perfect
earthers
rectangle,
speak?
is the exact same as the southern border, and both east and west sides are exactly the same.
What are you even saying
How
right
would
now?
that fit on a ball or a flat Earth?
What are you talking about?
What are their GPS coordinates?
Think about it.
What's the height above sea level?
It's
Yeah, are there any mountain ranges?
Oh, that's so silly. It's not sea level. It's Earth center.
center level. There is no
It's not.
sea
It's not
level, right,
sea level.
Trevor?
There is no sea level on a globe. There is no sea level on a globe. It's from the center of the Earth.
So there's no oceans on the globe.
You don't measure elevation by sea level. You measure it by the distance from the center of the Earth.
No,
That you've never been to.
you're
Yeah.
wrong. Listen, it's a mean sea level is not considered off the center of the Earth. It's considered off of geodetic zero.
Which is
what?
measured from where, Sean? How
Right,
do they
measured
get
from where?
geodesic zero?
That's from the center of Earth, but you can't get.
Oh my God! Oh my
You don't-
God!
you
This
do
is
that,
double.
you're not-
Dude.
What?
Welcome to the double speak.
Is it okay? Okay. So does the mean sea level stay the same wherever you are?
We have
What
no
do you
control.
mean? What do you mean by
so
mean
has
sea
the
level?
mean sea level been the same thing for 100 years at one beach?
What do you mean by mean sea level, Sean? I'm trying to.
Okay,
I'm not trying
there
to
we
catch
go.
you out. I'm trying to understand.
I
your
know.
term.
The problem is if you don't know what the mean sea level is, then you need to ask questions, not tell me I'm wrong or right. How about
I'm
that?
asking you a question. I didn't say you were wrong. I'm asking you a
No,
question
you
right
did.
now.
You did. And so you understand, the mean sea level is the level
Oh,
sea
Sean,
level, a
call it
level C.
MSL.
Aaron,
A zero.
Aaron, shush.
The mean sea level is the zero that is basically between tides. Because an ocean is not calm, you can't have a still zero. So the mitigation between the high tide and low tide is your mean sea level.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah. I'm good. Good. Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
And there should be a follow-up, Sean. Yeah. And
I just don't get what you're at because Wyoming in surface area is something like less than a 1/100th of a percent of the area of the Earth. So you'd be looking
I
at
didn't ask about surface area. I was
you'd be looking
asking
at
about
less than you'd be looking at
northern.
I'm trying to finish my statement, please. So you'd be looking at less than a 1% deviation off that square. It would be impossible
Okay,
for you
hold
to
on
look at
real
and
quick,
see.
Aaron. Hold on real quick, Brian. Okay, Brian. What the hell does 1% deviation even mean?
Well,
It would
there's
be a
only a
1%.
3% deviation, Travis. And when you look out to the horizon, there's only a 3% deviation. So that's
Now
nothing.
that actually is a non sequitur. You ask why it's not a trapezoid? It is with a 1% deviation in a square. It is 1% off of being a perfect square according to the measurement you gave.
What is 1% of 365?
What's 1%? Yeah, what? Yeah.
Okay,
That means
3.6.
nothing if you don't know the value. That's just one
And
degree of curvature.
why does Wikipedia say, and other geographical sites say, that Wyoming is a perfect rectangle?
In terms of
The
its
northern border
area,
and the southern border being the exact same length, and the east-west sides lines being the exact same. Superimpose that onto a globe somehow. Stretch it
Okay.
out,
Hey, I can
kind of
show you
curve
that.
it around,
I can show you.
and do all that.
I can show you a square on a globe. Give me a second. Yep. Give me
Well,
a second.
not on the equator and not on the North Pole.
I'll show you in a second.
Do
take
it
something
up
flat and
about
put it on a globe. It'll distort slightly. The distortion will be less than 1% of the square.
Well, then why are the measurements exactly the same?
Because the measurements will still be the same. It's just a matter of it's just
1% deviation. That's
it's a
4
1%
miles.
deviation. It's a 1%. It doesn't change the distance. It changes the optical look of the distance.
Oh, the optical look. So where are we looking at it from?
Okay, if you take a square,
Where are we looking
you take a flat square and you
Where
put it
are we
on a
looking
round
at
surface.
it from, sir?
You take a flat piece of something and apply it to a round surface. There will be some distortion.
Not some, a shitload.
Less than 1%.
Definitely be folds everywhere.
Less than 1%.
Take a fucking a rectangle, and put it onto your basketball, and tell me how that fits.
It's less than 1%, dude. Actually, it's right at
There you
1%.
go.
Now I think about it.
Aaron, here you go.
Listen
Here's a
to me.
square on
Listen
a
to me.
globe.
That less than 1% is absolutely meaningless unless you have an ultimate value. Otherwise, your less than 1% is just rhetoric. Well, do you beat your wife? Well, only until she bleeds. I mean,
Sean,
that's
Sean,
an
those
actual
are
non
curved.
sequitur.
Those are curved lines. Sorry, that's not actually a rectangle. It's more of a.
It's a square,
gee whiz.
first of all.
Do you beat your wife? Yeah, less than
Okay,
1% of the time. Do you
Sean,
beat her
take the
really bad? Less than 1% of the time.
Take the. You see that line you have going from one corner to the other corner? Take it from the other point down to the other point, and tell me that those two lines are the same distance.
I can look right now. It's I can't see that number right in front of there, but that's 2,000,
Yeah,
and that's
use your
95,
paint
and
tool.
that's 268. So yeah, hang on, I'll do it right now.
Yeah. So from there up
Hang on.
to the other corner.
Shush. Stop talking, please. I do talk too much.
Just say hush, hush.
No, shut the fuck up. Let me start a new one.
Thought I heard a call.
Is that a curved line here?
Hush.
You're still talking.
She broke my heart, but I love her just the same.
I was talking to myself. Sorry.
Okay. Let's see how far this is.
Now you're looking on a flat map, though, Sean. Oh, by the way, yeah.
No, it's not. Sorry, Aaron.
Oh, it's not flat. Oh, it looks
No.
flat.
I know it looks flat to you.
Actually, according to the survey data, let me see where I found that again.
Sean, hush. Ryan, hush.
Damn it, shut up.
Sean's working. Hush.
I hate you, Aaron.
The
There actually
the
is a, there
intrinsic
actually is a
patterns
difference
of
in the. Go ahead.
so yeah, the intrinsic patterns of a square and a rectangle is that the diagonal lines between the corners will be the exact same length.
Bingo.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Hey, it's a good thing this isn't a square.
Yeah, except for the fact that they're
Can't
20
do that
miles
on a
off on the south compared to
Not
the north.
only that, whoever demonic. Not only that is the diagonals are the same, but the north perimeters are the same. The north length and width, they're the
No,
same.
you can't say the same about a square's parameters compared to a rectangle's because they
Well,
are
I mean,
different.
length meaning bottom and top, and width. I know a rectangle.
Also, I just looked up the sizes of the borders. The northern borders of both Colorado and Wyoming are shorter than the southern. That's how they maintain their appearances as a rectangle.
Well, that's weird because on a globe they should be longer. Actually,
No, they shouldn't.
what? The southern border should be stretched out a bit, shouldn't it? If it's a perfect square or a rectangle
Are you handicapped?
on
I
a
think I
globe.
can answer that myself.
Okay, so a mile at 50 degrees north is shorter than a mile at 30 degrees.
Just saying, dude.
If it's
You're.
an arc,
Go ahead, Travis.
I was gonna say if you have a triangle, but then you have a pie shape, the pie shaped leg is going to be longer than the triangle would be.
Yep. On a globe, on a curved surface.
Yeah, which is why the northern is shorter than the southern border.
Because those lines start to converge near the poles. So to maintain that.
Demonic just said that the southern was shorter. On
No.
He said the northern.
By your explanation, you were saying that a mile in the south is shorter than a mile in the north.
I never said that, did I?
Because a mile is still a mile.
Not sure I said that, but
No,
Travis,
it was
what
by
is
your
it, a
explanation.
straw man or something, or what argument fallacy is that?
No, listen, don't derail this. He basically asked this: how can you have a rectangle on the surface of a sphere? That's his ultimate question.
Well, here's the thing:
It's not a perfect rectangle.
They are in fact trapezoids.
Okay, well that's not what data says. Survey data. Okay.
Survey.
When
I'm
they
looking at
measure-
survey data, and it says that it is a trapezoid. If you
It says Wyoming is a trapezoid. That's what it says.
It is. It actually says it right here.
Where? Okay, where can you? Let me
Math,
see your
Math
screen.
tourist. I'm not.
I'm on your
I'm not.
screen.
I'm not on my computer. I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone. I can't show it to you right now.
So Wyoming is actually a trapezoid, and so Wikipedia is wrong when it says that the northern border is exactly the same as southern border. East and west are both the same length. You know, done by geodesic surveying apparently.
Yes.
But
Wikipedia is incorrect.
But that's
the
not
southern
right. Yeah, okay.
the southern
So-
border is 20 miles longer than the northern border.
Okay, so all their surveying is wrong, then, right?
Okay, wait.
Wikipedia is wrong.
The southern border is how many less? What? 20 miles.
It's
what?
20 miles longer than the northern border.
And that's
Where'd
and
you
that's
find that?
proportion.
Can you
That's
show me a
supposed-
link or something? Go
Yeah,
ahead, Trevor.
that's supposed to be proportional to the latitudes that you're considering because of how the lines diverge north.
It's how it was plotted out. It's not like they the state was like put in place or anything. They went out and measured this to to make
You're
the
not
state.
going to get
So
you're not going to get
I'm
a
really not.
trapezoid.
You're not going to get a trapezoid.
You're not going
out
to get
of
a
what?
trapezoid measuring geodetic geometry. You're not.
Exactly.
You have to impose the math of a sphere.
Yes.
Well,
If
Yeah,
you measure,
would kind of
if you
hope so.
measure,
You would kind of hope so, since it is a sphere.
Yeah, you'd kind to, but I'd love to reference
no.
that the citation
No,
for.
imagine. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay, so imagine we geodetically measure a basketball court in, a major NBA stadium, right? Okay. Okay, it's not going to be a trapezoid. Now, if you extend that to the size of Wyoming, it's not going to be a trapezoid. Ever.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. Is you're trying to equate it? You're trying to equate it. If it's measured 20 miles longer on the southern border than the northern border,
That's
it is definitely not a rectangle.
Well, okay, hold on. Well, yeah, that depends. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's spherical or that it's a trapezoid. It just means that the borders, again, because we know that there are no real borders, right? You don't walk onto a line in the ground.
Just survey
right?
point. Yeah, survey.
Do you know what it was measured to?
No, it doesn't really matter because
Actually, it does. Do you know what it was measured to?
The center of the Earth.
The latitude lines.
There are no latitude lines.
Oh,
They don't
my goodness.
exist. They don't exist.
No, Travis. They pulled a tape measure from the 45 south lat up to the 48, and they marked out Wyoming. Dumbass. And then they went over to the
Is my stupid showing?
longitude line and pulled the tape measure over to the other longitude line and said, "Yep, we're going to call this a square."
Okay.
Aaron, put your tape measure away.
So let's go back to
And
the whole
nobody has
Wyoming.
fucking called it a square. Stop saying square, you fucking.
Okay,
rectangle.
hold on.
Straight line.
My whole point to go back to it is, okay, so if we have a basketball court, according to the dimensions of Wyoming, okay, it's going to be a rectangle. It's never, ever going to be a trapezoid. Ever.
You're right. On a basketball court, it would be, but since we live on a sphere, it is not a rectangle.
You do not measure a trapezoid. You measure a rectangle. The only way you get a trapezoid is
you don't measure a rectangle because you're not measuring anything other than the points that were put down from the latitude lines. And then from there you create your northern and southern border.
Then why
which
did the
creates a
given reference
trapezoid.
points, Sean, why did
it
the
doesn't.
given reference points tell us that they're exactly the same from north-south up top, north-south on the bottom, and east-west top to bottom, east-west top
They are not the same on the northern and southern border. It is 20 miles off on the southern border
Okay, why? Okay, ask the question. Why is that, Sean?
because of the latitude
No,
lines
that's
that they measured off of, because of it's a sphere. Those latitude lines have been there for I don't know how long, to tell you the truth. I might actually look that up tonight. But that's where they measured off of to get the shape of Wyoming.
They imposed a spherical model onto a geometric measurement. That's what they've done.
A sphere is part of the geometrical.
Okay, what's the word then? What's the word? Pythagorean, okay? Just straight geometry, okay? Not spherical geometry. I'm saying you
Straight
have a...
geometry would not give you the latitude lines.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You would
But the latitude lines were there before
they
Wyoming.
don't exist, Sean. There is no
Well, I mean,
latitude
unfortunately, all of the globes, all of the maps, all of the measurements will completely disagree with you.
Those are constructs, Sean. They don't exist except in a model.
No, well, technically,
If that's
but
his
as a
position,
measurement,
then Wyoming can't exist. There's no measurement of Wyoming then in his
That's right. That's right. That's correct. There are no borders. That's correct.
No, Travis, you're wrong. The latitude lines are measured off the stars. That's why Wyoming's flag is a star.
I'm not sure which one of you just said the more stupid thing there.
Travis, Aaron's really not helping your case.
I don't really
only
care.
measured-
I don't really
Yeah,
care.
or only calculate off a fucking star
he's the comic
calculation, Travis. We know that. Yeah,
He's
we
the
know
comic
that.
relief.
Yeah, it's only measured off the
And
stars.
what I said wasn't stupid, gentlemen.
No, absolutely not. In fact, you guys are dumb.
I'm guessing they measured Wyoming at night then.
You guys have never even been to Wyoming.
That's an irrelevant comment. That's absolutely
But,
irrelevant.
but he just said they measured it off the stars. You can't see the stars during the day.
Okay, so
I
let me
said
ask.
latitude line. Go, Travis, go.
I was just kidding because again, I'm not a surveyor. Okay, so if I'm surveying the distance between one town to the next, and there's a mountain in between, do you measure the travel distance over the road up the mountain as well? Because that's going to increase the distance because it's not going to be a straight line anymore, right? So do they mathematically figure out, like, do they mathematically remove the mountain so that you have an actual as the crow flies rather than as the family drives, right? Is that the same mileage from point to point, right?
As the family drives.
Because if you go zigzagging up the mountain, you're not going the same mileage if you were driving straight. So how did they figure it out? What's the distance?
Are you
Will
asking
you
about
arrive-
how they include the height of topography in the calculation?
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they would. That seems kind of strange.
Okay, so they flatten it out.
No.
Well, they
just
still get
removed
to
the
the same
obstacle.
exact. They still get to the same point. That point is not measuring the topography. It is measuring a certain point on the Earth.
Distance.
No, not distance. Not distance. A certain point.
You're
looking at.
You're messing with words now. That means absolutely nothing. A certain point A to point B is a distance, is it not?
First you take your points, then you take your measurement. Am I right?
Does that equal a distance, Sean?
It will after you make your points.
Oh my God. Why are you doing this? Why are you playing this game?
Well, you see those 2 points were set up previous with the latitude lines.
Yeah, the southeast.
Okay, so my answer.
And the northeast and northwest points were established, and it comes out to be a rectangle, Sean.
It doesn't come out to be a rectangle.
Go ask
If you're measuring a sphere, it doesn't
Priest.
come out to a rectangle.
Yeah, go ask your
If you measure the state, it doesn't come out to a rectangle.
Okay.
If you want to go get the GPS points of every point on that state, it's not going to be a rectangle.
Landowners are like landowners in Wyoming are like, fuck, I better take into account latitude if I want to know exactly where my the run of my fence should be, because it's a curved earth apparently. Right, Travis? You know what I mean? What if I fenced in, if I owned all of Wyoming and I tried to fence it in? You're telling me that if I want to make a perfect rectangle on a sphere, I'd be cutting into Idaho, Montana, maybe a little bit of South Dakota, and stealing people's land? Or would the model tell me I have to lose land, lose square footage, square acreage, because I got to conform to a sphere? Right.
How would you be losing square land? How would you be losing square miles? I don't understand the point of what you said.
I own 1 by 3, one length, 3 width, right? I own 1 by 3, but when you put that on a sphere, somewhere there's got to be a give.
I'm not understanding the 1 by 3. Are you talking 1 acre by 3 acres?
It's a correlation to the 1, meaning the north-south of Wyoming, and 3 being the east-west.
Okay, well, first off, you're attempting to put a measurement of a rectangle into a shape that is not a rectangle. The Wyoming was set in place when you bought Wyoming. When you bought Wyoming, we're going off your analogy. When you bought Wyoming, you had to get it measured out from the GPS points that measured the state.
I didn't have to. Yeah. No,
I have
I
a
found the
question.
measurement.
That measured the states because
ahead, Travis.
those were set before you bought the land.
Sean, hush. Sean, just hush a little bit. Travis, go ahead.
I don't know how to necessarily ask this question the way it should be probably. So here we go. If we're looking at the dimensions of Wyoming, would a trapezoidal Wyoming have the same area value as a rectangular Wyoming?
No.
Aaron, that's the smartest thing I've heard you say.
I think that's part of our point, gentlemen.
So the other question is, was it Wyoming that marked out its borders, or was it the other states around it
That's a
that marked
complete
their
red
borders?
herring. No. Don't miss the point and the weight of my question. A trapezoidal shape doesn't have the same dimensions as a rectangular shape. That is, I think,
No,
a very
it does
pointed
not.
question.
It does not. And the reason is because there is 20 miles more at the southern border
That's
than at the
not
northern
what
border.
the geodesic survey says, Sean.
That's not what Wikipedia says to you. There are other
Yeah,
sources.
Where do you think
that you are-
Wikipedia gets its dimensions from? Where you think they just pull it out their ass, or do you think somebody might, link it to actual survey?
Where does Wikipedia
markers
get the
and
information?
dimensions?
Aaron, yes, actually,
Right?
Wikipedia does get fucked with. That's why it's not a credible source. You can go there
Not on
and
the
edit
very,
it. You can
you know,
go
right
there.
when
No,
you scroll down.
let me tell you
Sean.
something.
You
Hold
can
on,
go
guys.
there
Hold
and
on, real
edit
quick.
it yourself. Yes.
No.
it is.
Hold on. I have screenshots where I was doing research on Fata Morganas and inferior mirages and superior mirages. Whenever they made a comment about the bullshit globe model, I put in an editorial comment, just a very innocuous retort, and within seconds it was removed. And I have screenshots.
Yeah, I have screenshots.
So
of
no,
when
you
it
cannot.
Now, Travis, what I was
You cannot
talking about,
edit.
Sean, what I was talking about is with the very first part of Wikipedia when you scroll down through
And I've been
all
banned
the
from
data.
making comments.
You know, the data, not the comments. You don't get quite to the comments yet, or the script, but right there at the data. You know, whether you look up a history of a person,
I just pulled up. I just
born in
googled
76,
Wikipedia,
born in
and the
78.
first thing it says is Wikipedia is a free online encyclopedia created and edited by volunteers around the world and hosted by Wikipedia
I got
Federation.
edited out. Right, I got edited out and banned. I can no longer make editorial
So guess
comments
what?
on
Those
Wikipedia.
sources are not from sources. They're from volunteers
Okay.
that add them
Well,
to it.
go look up Wyoming on Wikipedia. And
Oh
scroll
yeah,
down
I got you right here,
scroll
Aaron.
down
Hey,
two
check
dimensions.
this out.
Scroll down 2 dimensions, not to the edited
Oh my God!
part.
Here's another one.
Scroll
This
down
is
2
a front
dimensions.
page.
It'll say
It says
something
this
like
is a front page. Hey, Aaron,
376
shut
miles
up. Aaron, shut up.
across
Aaron, shut
by
up.
271 north
It
south.
says this is a front page of a simple English Wikipedia. Wikipedias are places
Not
where
simple
people
English.
work
Go to the
together
scientific.
to write encyclopedia in different languages. Exactly. This is not a credible sources. That's why Wikipedia is not a credible.
You're on
source.
simple English. Go to
No, I'm
Data
looking at
Wiki.
all the Wikipedia.
Go to Data
I'll go
Wiki.
watch. What
Oh,
the
here's
fuck do
some
you think
here's some
that's Ryan
Wikipedia
Biden?
for you. Here's something for you. As specified by the designated legislation of the Territory of Wyoming, Wyoming's borders are latitude 41 north and 45 north, longitude 104.3 west, 111.3 west, 27 west, and 34 west of the Washington meridian, making the shape of the state a latitude-longitude quadrangle. Wyoming is only one of 3 states that have borders with straight latitude and longitudinal lines rather than being defined by natural landmarks. 7 degrees from west to east. We'll skip a little bit because that's just going over a couple of small things. Let's see.
Oh my God! So the borders move.
Let's see.
See this.
From the north border to the south border, it's 276. From east to west is 365. At the
That's
south
right.
end, it's 342. My bad. Yeah, at the south end it's 342. Where is the? Let's see. I'm missing something. I just missed something. Oh,
Yeah,
365 365 at the south, 342 at the north. So
Hey,
there you
Aaron.
go. It's
Aaron.
different north and south.
To solidify how
That's
wrong
straight
you
from
are.
Wiki. Your source of information.
And
Can I get-
it says this, look,
And you-
and this is on Wikipedia's
I get
terms.
your
No,
source?
this is Wikipedia's term of service, and it says With that understanding, right? Ready? No professional advice. The content of these articles and other projects is an informational purpose only and does not consist of professional advice or constitute
Sure,
professional advice.
Yeah. So what that guy just told me, Brian, I think his name, is unreliable.
No. Your version of Wiki is unreliable. Now
It's
you
not
can
my
take
version.
Now take what Brian
I
said.
did not make
now
up Wiki. Come on.
Now take what Brian said and go
So
do
I
some
have a
research.
question. I have a question. Why wouldn't the longitudinal lines be divergent in terms of length? They wouldn't they have to, in order for them to be the same length with no divergence, like north and south, right? So the north border is shorter than the south border, right? So
hey, listen, hang on. Blue wanted me to.
Why aren't they converging at some
I know
point?
you can hear me. I know you
Good
hear
job,
me,
Aaron.
Aaron. Stop talking.
Hey,
So,
do you want a
Blue
super chat or not?
No.
I'll super chat you.
No,
So
I
you
don't.
shut the
Stop.
fuck up.
I don't at all. So, Blue wanted me to read the area, the location in the area. So the area is 97,914 square miles.
Wow. Damn.
The dimensions are
That's awesome.
length 280 miles, width 372 miles.
Yeah,
don't
on
you mean
all sides.
trapezoidal miles?
On all sides, yeah.
Not square miles, trapezoidal miles.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be. Rhombozoidal, maybe?
You need the
We can go
latitude.
It's actually
Quadrangle.
classified as a quadrangle.
Yes.
Is a quadrangle spherical?
What?
It's a shape of 4 angles.
Ooh, good question, Charles. Good question. It's a quadrangle.
What does quadrangle mean then?
In, in
Quadrangle
calculus.
literally just means a 4-sided figure.
Yeah.
Can
Okay,
I
so
use
my
calculus to
question is still
calculate
on
a quadrangle?
my question is still on the table in terms of the east-west borders. Why are the east-west borders the same length?
Yeah.
Because why would they not be?
That's when they were
The
sitting
same
at
reason
when
why-
they were sitting at the table and going, "What are our boundaries?" They didn't go, "Let's make it so crazy shaped that someone goes, what the hell?" Or better yet, let's make it a crazy shape so when Plain Truth finds out it's flat, he'll have evidence.
When
No,
they were
it's
sitting
pretty
at this
simple.
table?
It's pretty
Yeah.
simple.
No, if the east-west borders are the same height, they have the same bend opposite to each other from the longitude. They would be the same length. I don't understand why you think that's a problem.
So that means South Dakota on one side and Utah on the other side must be losing or gaining land, right?
No,
I mean,
their
it
land goes straight to the.
is.
Yeah, their land,
You guys,
their
when
land
I
goes to the
open up a
boundary.
map, yeah, when I open up a map, I mean,
It's
it
2019.
just
Why are you
shows
opening up
this
a map?
perfect rectangle. Oh my God! From 2019, I open a map and it's perfectly a rectangle. Why is that?
Aaron,
And
Why
shows
don't
me-
you measure
It
it? Why
shows
don't you
me
measure it?
mileage.
Hey,
It shows me mileage from
Yeah.
road to
Aaron,
road.
Aaron, do you
Why is that?
Aaron, do you see property lines on your blueprints?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do those property lines exist? Can you walk
Well,
out
what
and
do you
see
mean?
a property line?
Yeah, I staked them. Yeah,
No, but do you see it or do you have to lay them out so you can see
I
them?
staked them. Yeah.
So you can see them, right? Yeah. Well, the
Abs-
borders, they're not really there. They just put them there so we can see an idea of where the property line is.
You.
Yeah. You're welcome.
What's your point? What's your point?
I'm right and you're wrong, basically.
Yeah, and when you measure those out, physically, you don't get curvature.
Exactly. That's right, Sean.
On what? On what? Measuring out what? For a piece of
Physically.
property that is
Physically, if
for
you-
a piece
okay,
of property that is
No,
1 acre?
Sean.
Is that what you're asking?
Okay, Sean. If we're going to measure out the northern border, okay, so let's say this for instance. Here we go. I'm just going to make this up as we go along. You and I are going to go out and measure Wyoming, and we use GPS coordinates to find out where to start our physical measurement. And so we have the the GPS coordinates and we're standing physically in that location. From there on out, we simply use manual tools to measure distance. And then we get
Geometric.
okay, so then we start at that point and we hold on. So we start at that point, and I'm just making it up because I don't remember the number, 272 miles. We walk 272 miles, and we measure 272 miles by feet, okay? We are going to get a straight line. We're not going to get an arc. The only way you're going to do that after that is by imposing math to bend it.
I'm kind of. I have to disagree here, Travis. You brought this up before. There are going to be mountains, valleys, probably rivers, things like that in the way. Attempting
Travis
to.
is talking about line of sight.
But you already know that I asked this question.
Right.
You already know that I asked this question. I asked
Right,
this question.
but you started off the whole thing with GPS. Am I right?
In order for us to
Yeah,
find
and
out
he's also
where to
talking about a
start.
virtual.
To have a point, right? Do you know what the GPS stands for?
That's irrelevant.
Virtual
Sean.
line of sight.
It's irrelevant. It's a virtual
Global
device.
positioning
That is a
system.
virtual construct, Sean. It's not real. It's virtual.
Deny, bitch and moan because people use things that you refuse to believe. Yay,
Brian,
Travis.
Brian,
Okay, there's two
you are
things.
completely
Okay,
ad hoc
hold on.
me right now, out of nowhere, because I'm not saying
Travis?
any of that.
Travis, hold on. There's two things. Okay, first off, those global positioning, the
my
GPS points are set there from the measured latitude and longitude.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if those points weren't there, or if those points
Okay,
are measured
Sean.
we're
Okay,
using
Sean.
latitude, hold on. If those points are measured using latitude and longitude, which is based on a globe, then your positioning is going to be completely off if you attempted to measure this on a
Sorry.
flat plane.
I'm sorry, Sean. Latitude and longitude are measured off the stars, not the globe. Right? Back
If we're
up.
talking maritime,
somebody.
if we're talking maritime,
There we go.
okay, don't miss the point. Okay, Sean, you're right. Okay, but I asked a question earlier in this discussion. When measuring or when doing geodetic surveying, do they take into account the distance needed to travel
On a
over the
sphere.
mountain?
Over
the
sphere.
mountain.
Sphere, yes.
No. That's
You want to know why? Because
No.
the land that they're
That's
they're surveying.
not the same thing.
Yes, it is. 'Cause
okay?
the land that they're surveying is on a globe. So yes, it is the measurement taken and read on a globe, not a flat surface.
Okay, then it's a false construct and it's
No, it's not. Not at all. It's something you don't understand. So then you make it
an
an
imposed
issue.
system. It's not real.
I'm telling you right now, it is real. 100%.
Can I play angel's advocate here, guys?
What?
Absolutely. SE, go for it.
Hallelujah.
La la, la la.
Okay, good evening, gentlemen.
What's up, sir?
I have a
Montreal?
question.
Everybody drink.
Yes, sir.
Everybody drink.
I
What's up,
am.
guys? Hey, Sean.
How you doing, sir?
If there was a place on Earth that was approximately 6,000 square miles, approximately 60 miles across, completely flat, what would you guys say? Almost completely flat.
Like
I wasn't
a
paying
desert.
attention. What was your question?
The question is, if there was a place on Earth, 6,000 square miles, and approximately 60 miles across, what would you guys say? There's no mountains to argue about. There's no obstructions to argue about. And there is such a place on Earth.
It's almost 1 degree of curvature, SE. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
You have
Well, we all know the place. It's the Bolivian flat salts.
Ooh.
Curvature.
It's called Solar de Uyuni
Explain this.
in Bolivia.
And unfortunately, here's a problem. You see more curvature there than anywhere else because when something starts vanishing from the bottom up there, you have no excuse.
There is nothing that vanishes from the bottom up,
Yes,
Sean.
go
You're
watch
delusional.
go watch the speed races. Thank you.
That's not what
Debunked.
happens. It
Oh.
becomes obstructed
Wow.
by the
Nope, don't say
Ether band.
Yeah, it doesn't get obstructed by ether band because I want to know what it gets obstructed by. Not a wide. I don't
Ether
wanna,
band.
Yeah. Ether band is atmospheric optics. That's it.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
what
Now
obstructs it.
explain
It's
it.
not
Now,
Earth curve.
can you explain?
It's not Earth curve.
Can you explain what optics that is?
Ether band is not an obstruction; it's a construction.
Shut up, Aaron.
Yeah, Travis.
That's
What?
Hey, Travis. What optic is causing that effect?
What optic? It's the moisture in the air that's functioning as a virtual mirror.
Okay, that's mirroring. That's looming. Explain to me why something obstructs from the bottom up. That doesn't cause obstruction. It's mirrors.
Because it's too thick to see through. It's too
No,
thick to
stop.
see
Then
through, and it also reflects.
Then it would not mirror. How do you not?
No,
see
that's
through
not
it?
true. That's not true,
Travis.
Sean.
How do you not see
I
through
can
it?
show you.
How do you get obstruction
Travis.
and mirror?
Travis, if I could.
Sean, no, Aaron, please be quiet.
No,
This is my
Montreal.
field, please.
Montreal asked a question.
Aaron,
Montreal.
shut up.
Let's get back to
Yeah,
Montreal.
but we've gone off.
Shut up.
No, we've gone off. We've gone off on a tangent that's still applicable because of the Bolivian salt flats. And Sean made the claim that something disappears from the bottom up.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
It does not disappear from the bottom
Yes,
up.
it
It
does.
becomes obstructed. No, it becomes
Exactly.
obstructed
Yeah.
by. I'm sorry, you broke up. I didn't hear what you said.
I was agreeing with you. It does get obstructed.
I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
I was agreeing with you. It does get obstructed.
Right, but not by physical Earth curve.
Then what?
It is the ether band.
No.
Okay.
What optic
It
is
mirrors.
what optic?
It
No,
mirrors.
okay. Again, you're talking about lumen.
I can show it
And
to
how
you in
does
every
it
single one of
yeah,
my footage.
please. Show me
I can show it to
mirroring
you.
and
I can.
and obstruction.
I can.
Okay. I'll wait.
You know, you can go back to yesterday's hangout or the day before on my channel when Jose was there and I was showing it to him and he was denying it left and right.
Why would you think he was denying it?
Okay. I don't want to cast aspersions. I'm just going to tell you that he was denying it. Okay.
That's that's doing exactly that.
No. He was denying it.
Why?
He's like, that's what you think it is, but I don't think that's what it is.
Okay. Why?
I second that. I heard the show.
I am not going to interpret why.
I'm assuming.
Okay.
He
I'm only
said
going
why.
to say that.
He didn't say why.
He just said I don't think that it's showing what you're saying it is.
He didn't say why.
He thinks that it's physical curve. Okay,
It is. Not to
because
say
he
why.
thinks that it's physical curve.
And I know why.
Huh?
I know why he's saying that. Well.
Yeah, not because
and-
there is
and-
actual
and-
physical
Back
curve.
to the back to
repeatable
the Bolivian
observations.
salt flats.
No,
It
you're
happens
wrong,
the
Sean.
same way. It does. All right.
You're wrong.
Let's
In
put
every
a,
single one
let's
of my
put a
repeated
square.
observations.
Yeah, okay. The ones that are taken on different days from different locations. Got it.
No, not different locations.
Let's put
I
a
take it
square
from the
like
same
Montreal
location in
was saying.
Chesapeake.
You know, 60 miles long, 60 miles wide, on a flat piece of land, if there is such one thing. And Montreal said,
Yeah,
yes,
you didn't
there
have
is.
anything to say about the measurements. You simply described an optical illusion as if it was curvature.
Okay.
That's not proving anything
Yeah,
except
it
your
is.
interpretation. No, it's not, Sean.
Okay. You ready? Ready to be debunked right now?
I'm ready
Yes.
for you to show me what you think is a debunk. Go for it.
See that picture?
Which one, Sean? There's like 6, dude.
The large one.
Okay, with the person jumping. Okay.
Yes. Think that mountain's as tall as that person?
Yes.
You're stupid. And I don't ever say
Yeah, that was a stupid question. That was a stupid question. Of course I don't, Sean.
Okay, that's
That was
curvature.
all funny.
So if
That
you
was
think
funny.
that's the whole mountain,
Oh my
that you're seeing,
God.
why
Oh
don't
my
you see the whole
God.
mountain,
Your
Travis?
stupid is showing,
Why
Sean.
don't
You're
you
stupid.
see
You are
the
like
whole-
fucking naked.
Why don't you see
Your
the whole
whole. Oh
Why?
my God.
Why don't you see the whole mountain?
Can you zoom
Why
in at all?
Don't. Yeah, of course.
Hey, Sean.
Okay, first no, hold on. First of all, Sean, how do you know you're not seeing the whole mountain, Sean?
You ready? Okay.
Now, I'm not saying you are. I'm asking you how you know you're not.
Oh, because I've looked at this and I know that mountain. You're not seeing at least 3,000 feet at the.
How do you know
least.
that? How do you know that?
What, man? Didn't I just say I'll show you?
Because Travis, that mountain is only about 1,000 feet away, and it's
Not further.
obviously behind the curve.
Oh my
by
God, your
10,000
depth perception is terrible.
10,000.
There's no way that's 1,000 feet away.
How far away is it?
Point
Miles
taken.
and
You don't
miles.
know. You don't know,
It's
do
def-
ya?
Probably 70 miles.
Probably, but I don't know.
Why are you being a dick?
Okay.
How
Because
far
you
away
guys
are
are
them
making
clouds?
declarations.
Well, Travis, do you want to see? Do you want to see a picture that shows how far away it is?
No, I just want Sean to be able, because again, this is the whole thing with Barney, right? Barney is going to be able to show me math that's going to show me, okay, so like for instance, if you knew where you were standing in this picture and how far away this mountain was, you could do the math that would tell you how much of the mountain should be gone. But all you could do now would look at that mountain and go, see, that's exactly, no, that doesn't
I'm
prove
actually
it.
right now what I'm doing is I'm actually pulling up topo maps so you can see how high each mountain is in that whole area. Yeah, now you can stop talking.
Sean G?
No, you're not proving
Terry,
anything, guys. This
No,
doesn't
I'm
prove
getting
anything.
I'm getting it right now. And yes,
Sean
it
G.
does.
Sean
I'm going
G.
to show
Can
you
you
how
do
much
some
that
of them?
mountain you're seeing that you're not seeing.
Yeah, can you do some
No,
of that?
you can't prove it.
I'm about
All
to
you
right
can
now.
do is show us the math.
I'm about to show you. No, it's
I
not
know,
math.
Travis,
it's actual
I want to
location
make
and
him do a
altitude.
little more. I'm
No,
going to
you're
make
not
him
making
do a
me do
little more
anything,
math.
Aaron. Everything you say seems trolly to me, so shut up.
So on them clouds above that mountain right there, or in front of the mountain, can you do some topo math on those two? Thank
Kiss
you.
my ass.
Sean G.
Just
Terry
look up the
Davies is
Bonneville
trying to get
Spark
into the
Flats
conversation.
runs.
Get him in there right now. Or if you guys can share.
He just needs the link.
You guys can if like right now I'm on the different page. So if you guys can share.
Oh, damn it.
If
So-
I
not,
just
then-
love to know how far away the clouds are.
So part of
Clouds.
my engagement with this is I can't even see that mountain clearly enough to tell you what is seen. Based on that picture, I can't see anything of it.
Yeah,
like
that's
I could.
disingenuous. How about this
It's
one?
not fucking. Look at
Sean, just
okay.
pull up the side
That is
chat.
not-
In the side
that is
chat, I
not-
added something in there. You can pull that
That
up.
is
It has
not
all the measurements to
disingenuous,
the mountain.
Sean. The measurements don't mean dick with your picture. The
Listen,
picture
guys,
is the focus
Travis.
of what we have to discuss, guys.
Stop crying.
And
Travis,
you can't
listen to
see
this. Listen.
dick.
It's actually taken from the
Travis.
same exact spots.
Travis, listen. Montreal said there's a 60 mile by 60 mile square area that he was talking about. So I'm
You
going to
can't even
guess
remember what
those
Montreal
miles,
said, and you're gonna
those
explain the
mountains,
things?
those
said it was
mountains
si-
are only about 60 miles away. That's it.
He said it was
That's-
60 by 100.
It's got to be the limit right there. Is 60 miles.
Look, it has
right,
the
Travis?
points. It has the points, locations, and how far away from those mountains you are. Why do you see less the further you go away?
Because of the fucking ether band.
No, then why do you see less of the mountain? Why don't you see a haze?
Angular size, perspective.
Angular
come
size,
on,
perspective,
Sean.
and
Or-
the atmosphere,
okay,
you bunch of
Then it should shrink
people.
in whole. You should
No,
see less of
no.
it in whole.
Travis,
No!
stop being triggered on this. Listen.
I'm being
Stop
triggered
it.
because you guys are not getting it. It is so fucking simple, guys.
I can't.
Wow.
It's
I
so
love
fucking
it.
simple.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
gosh.
You're
Listen
having a
to me.
tantrum right now.
Listen to me. You
No,
guys
Trigger
stop,
Travis
dude.
is
cannot
badass.
make
Dude, you're
the
having a tension-
statement.
yeah, stop.
You
You're having-
cannot
you're
make
having a
the
ten-
statement
hey,
that there
you're
is a
having
uniform
tantrum.
diminishment.
Yes, there is.
I'm
Right in front of
not-
your face.
I'm-
in your
no.
face. In your face.
It is
Sean,
not. You
Sean,
cannot
hey, be
have
nice, Sean.
uniformity.
Calm him
No.
down. Calm him
Nope.
down.
I don't care.
Calm
Nope.
him
I'm
down.
irritated right now.
You cannot have uniformity.
Calm him
You
down.
say that you
You're
can.
looking at it
you
right here.
think that
See?
there could be.
Look at these images.
Everybody calm
Look.
down.
I'll do this for you. I'll make it so you can't say. I'm gonna put this picture up the whole time, just for you, buddy.
I'm driving. First of all, I can't analyze it the way that
So
you
you
want me
can't
to.
even
Second
see.
of all,
Yeah. So then don't tell me there's not.
no,
You
no,
just- you can't
I've
even
got
see.
images myself. I know what the things
I've
are
seen
that I'm
your
looking
images,
at.
damn
Okay.
it.
Yeah, and they're good. Okay, so
Yeah.
so okay, so listen. First of all, I'm on my phone. So your image is smaller in my view. So
Okay.
the one that's right at the
So
hold
then
on,
at
hold on.
least say I'll
No,
have
no,
to
no,
look
no,
at
no.
it later.
No.
No,
The one I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
turn your phone
No.
sideways.
you can't look at it
It
later.
is
Travis,
sideways. Thank
Flirt and
you.
drive.
It is
Let him
sideways.
flirt and drive. Just let him flirt and
Are
drive.
you willing
Okay,
to look at it
listen.
later?
Why are you moving the screen now? Why are you moving the screen?
I'm saving. I'm actually saving it so I can remember to show it to you the rest of the stream.
Don't
Yeah, he's getting the
flirt
picture.
and drive. Travis, I can send that to you if you want.
That's fine if you want to, but again, you guys are not taking into account the way the atmosphere affects an object in the distance. It's not going to allow that object to disappear the way you want it to clinically. It's just not, gentlemen. It's just not.
It's really not, you guys.
Shut up,
It's just-
Aaron.
Just because you say it doesn't mean it.
Just
it's
because
true.
you said it should. Well, it
Aaron's
goes
like the
both
shittiest
ways,
hype
guys.
man ever.
You guys just said the same thing I did, but in opposite. You said it should disappear uniformly. Not because you say it. That just because you said it should do that doesn't mean it should. But that's what you believe,
That's
right?
Yeah,
I'm
here-
telling
hey,
you.
here
Hold
you
on.
go.
I'm telling
If
you
can't
not
see
what I
this,
believe,
You
gentlemen.
don't deserve to see.
Gentlemen, I'm not telling
was
you
for
what I
you.
believe. I'm telling you what I have observed, and I've
No.
captured
What do you understand?
over and over and
What do you,
over
hey,
again.
what do you understand about what you have?
Are
observed?
those all the same images?
Yes, from different distances.
Then they're
And-
not the
and-
same
hey,
image.
hey,
They're not the
and-
same
and-
image.
And different atmosphere or different conditions throughout their days.
Uh huh.
So you explain to me why, as you go
You
further
can't
away, you
get
see
in
less.
tight enough. You cannot get in tight enough on the base of the mountain. Okay. The reason
Excuse
why
me?
you can't get in tight enough on the base of the mountain is because of the atmosphere, the ether band.
No,
okay.
no, it's curvature.
No, it's not.
No, it is. Can you prove it?
It's measurably
Yeah.
curvature.
You're telling me you're
I can
making the
offer you-
claim. You're making the claim that curvature does not exist. It's atmosphere. So I would like to see your data.
Yeah, he can't necessarily prove it, but he can show it.
Okay,
I can
And he
show it
has
to
shown
you.
it.
I can
And he
prove it.
has shown
No,
it
I can
many,
prove it.
many
The
times.
only reason you can
So
show it,
is Jose.
Sean, is because you have numbers, which is
So
what I
is
said at the
Rankin.
beginning.
Wait.
Just because you've got
Wait.
math,
Wait, I don't have math in
Just-
this picture. The only math I see is the distance.
Or is
What
that
math?
height?
No, it's not height. It's height. It would
Height?
notice. Anything above ground level.
Are you sure?
Anything above zero, where you're standing, we'll get the same result.
the entire mountain is there in every single one of those
No, it's
pictures.
not.
The entire
No,
mountain
it's
is
not.
there.
No, it's not.
Yes,
You're
it
lying.
is.
No, you're not. You're lying.
Yes, it is.
You're
I
lying.
am not
Look
lying.
at the picture a little bit better.
Okay,
Look at it again.
you don't have to tell me it's a little better, fucker.
Look at
It's
it
too
again.
small.
Wow.
It's
Look
too
at it
Hey,
small.
Hey, fucker, look at it again.
It's too
Hey,
small,
hey, fucker,
Sean.
fucker.
We got the PH
Hey,
word.
fucker. Hey,
Somebody
hey,
threw out the
fucker,
PH word.
Hey, fucker. It's not my fault.
Hey,
The
fucker.
entire
Fucker.
mountain
Hey,
is there.
fucker.
Fucker.
Look again. Look
The
again.
The entire
Yeah.
mountain
Look
is
again.
there,
Hey,
gentlemen.
look again. No, it's not.
Why are we
The
fucking
entire
swearing so
mountain
much?
is there. You
Because Travis thinks
cannot
it's fucking
say
okay.
that it's not there.
It is. I can
You
tell you right
cannot
now.
say
I'm
that
telling
it's
you right
not
now.
there.
It's not there.
You can't say that. You can't prove it.
Is. Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
That sounds like a
Okay,
song.
then
Hang
go
on.
ahead and do it.
Okay, ready?
Go ahead and do
you
it.
ready? In
Yeah.
the top picture at 27
Let me ask you
kilometers.
this.
No, Aaron, if you talk, I'm going to kick your ass. Shut up. At 27
Damn
kilometers
it.
away.
Super
At
catch your
27
ass.
Shut up. At 27 kilometers, you can see the wings of that mountain. At 83 kilometers, you no longer see those wings. And
That's
throughout-
because of the
and-
atmosphere.
I'm still talking. So as you progress further and further away, you see
Oh my
less and
God.
less of the
Your
mountain.
stupid is
Now,
showing.
here's the thing. The best part about these pictures are they were taken different days. So there's different atmospheric
Oh my
conditions.
God.
And it still
Yes.
disappears as you would expect. Not due
No.
to atmospheric conditions. How come in the last picture, or I'm sorry, the 70 kilometer picture, you don't see more than you see in the 59 kilometers? Or the 40, which are, on the 40, looks like it has pretty much the same day.
You're moving farther away.
What the fuck? But it's conditions, it's not distance to you.
No, that's who said that? I never
You
said
did.
that.
If it was atmosphere, it's
no,
conditions, not distance.
No,
Yes.
no,
Sorry.
it's all of it. No,
Sorry.
I've said it before. No, I'm
Oh,
on the
well, if
record saying it's distance.
Yeah, then you're right. You're right.
Oh my
Travis.
God.
You're 100% right. Atmosphere does play a part in it, yet it doesn't explain why as you go further away, you lose that much of the mountain at that
When
point.
when Aaron and I both said earlier, it's perspective and atmosphere. The perspective includes distance, Sean.
Hey, their perspective that includes distance that is taken with a camera excludes the human's perspective. Sorry, buddy.
Prove that, please.
What?
Prove that, please.
Okay, go Greedy Beach.
Because they've zoomed it in enough, it's the same size in each picture.
It's not the same size in each picture. It
Does
can't
your
be the
eyes
same
not
size.
work?
What are you looking
It
at?
can't be the same. If you are moving away from the object, it is not going to remain the same size. Okay, maybe I misunderstood digital. What did digital just say?
Okay, the pictures that are taken there, they are zoomed in to get the same frame.
But what he means is they are the same size.
Okay, hold on now. Okay, so basically, I'm looking at the top one that is the one that is right above the 40 kilometers. Okay, so on the very land that I can see above the K, I see more of that than I see at the 70K.
Where? At
Yeah, 'cause it's disappearing.
Wait,
Okay,
what did you
okay,
say?
listen. Okay,
Hang on,
listen to me.
Wait. Say that one more time.
Okay, go put your mouse cursor above the K by the 40 km.
Okay, right here.
Drop it right there to the right. Okay, right. Okay, now that landmass, drop it down twice. One, drop it down to the next, and then the next. Okay, as I'm looking at that right now, I can't see as much of the 70 as I can the 40. So there's no way.
Wait, Travis.
You're
Just- wait,
goddamn
stop.
right,
Everyone
Travis.
stop.
You are
Everyone
right.
stop. Wait, stop. Are you saying that this mountain has less showing than this one?
No, I'm saying the opposite. No, I'm saying the opposite.
Okay, then yeah, you're right. Curvature.
No, it's not. It's not
Yes,
curvature,
it is.
gentlemen.
Sorry, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let me go back to digital. Let me ask you. Okay, so digital, are you saying that each of these pictures was zoomed in so that the largest land mass is the same size?
It was so that it could keep the peak of the mountain in the same position in the frame.
disingenuous. That's disingenuous.
That's not what
Okay.
disingenuous means.
I have the same phenomenon in the Chesapeake Bay at what I call the Monet shot. Okay, and I do the same thing. I center the building in the center frame and take pictures. And when I have the same zoom, 357 millimeter or 428 millimeter, there are days when I have less in the frame, and there are days when I have more in the frame. The only thing that can be due to is atmosphere, because I have not
Hang on,
changed my
Travis.
distance. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't change your distance. This person has.
Right, but then you can't then make the mountain be the same size, because it's not the same size in the distance that you're moving. You can't do that. But not only that,
but look at the pictures.
Travis, hold on a second. Yes, you can. You can, because what you're using as a camera for the distance is nothing compared to some of the DSLR
Yes.
cameras that are out there.
Say that again, Sean. I'm sorry.
What you're using as a camera is nothing compared to the distance that they can get with some of those DSLR cameras.
Distance is not the problem. The problem
Distance
is the
is the
atmosphere.
problem. If you are zooming in,
Oh my
if
God.
you are zooming in, you have a limit to your camera.
But you're always going to be seeing the same thing, because the atmosphere presents the same object the same way in both cameras.
Nope.
You
Hey.
can't
Look at the picture.
No,
Look at the picture.
Wait. No, it doesn't, because the atmosphere is different on each of those days, and the camera shows us that. It is not the
Right,
same.
and look at the pictures. He's showing the distance, and he's showing that he's zoomed in to keep that in focus on each of those pictures.
You guys are not understanding the fact that the atmosphere is going to change the size of the fucking mountain.
No, they're not.
If you move it, yes,
it's
it
not.
is. Yes,
Nope.
God damn it, yes, it is.
No.
Travis, does that mountain change? Travis,
Oh my God.
does that mountain change? when you're
The
at,
atmosphere changes it, Sean. It's the
how
atmosphere.
does the mountain change? How does the mountain change?
The mountain doesn't change. The atmosphere distorts the shape of the mountain. So
The
if
atmosphere is changed in every one of those pictures.
Yes.
Did the mountain change?
Wait, so are you saying I can't overlay these mountains on each other? Please say that. Go ahead, say it. Say it, bitch.
I'm gonna say
Sean.
that it doesn't matter that if you can, the atmosphere has
why?
changed.
Wait. If it doesn't matter, then why are you saying what you're saying? Because if it would matter if
Okay.
it did.
Overlay that the smaller mountain on the right that I pointed out that was
I'm gonna
about 40
overlay
millimeter.
the whole damn thing. Give me a second. I'll be right
yeah,
back.
yeah. Go ahead. It's not going to be equal, Sean. Go ahead. It's not
Okay.
going to be equal.
Okay. You're gonna eat your damn words in a second, Travis.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay, we'll put bets on.
I
Right,
don't
Terry.
think we need to.
I bet you a globe Earth that it's not flat.
Wait, do I get the globe Earth or do you get the globe Earth?
It's
all
mine.
get the globe
All
Earth.
mine.
Let's
Alright,
put
Sean
some
gets
chips
it if
in
he
the-
overlays all 5 photos.
I'm about to do it right now. I'm in the process already. I already got Inkscape up.
Hold on, Sean. Hold on. Let's put some chips on the table
Actually, I don't
first.
even need Inkscape. I'll do OBS. It'd be better and faster.
I think Sean's eating the chips.
I mean pizza.
Oh, okay. I had pizza last night, Sean. No pineapple on that pizza, I bet.
Hell no.
Pineapple on pizza. Oh,
It's just wrong.
Blasphemy.
I'd love to get back to Wyoming and Montreal's
Hang on, I got a super
addition
chat.
to
I have a
that.
super
That's what
chat
I'd
to
love
read. Aaron,
do.
shut
super
up.
chat.
Aaron, shut
None
up.
of you want.
Aaron,
Hey,
shut up.
Sean.
Shut up. A super
You
chat
don't-
from Aaron for $20. Thank you, Aaron. Tell me I'm booted one more time. You're off my list. I will boot your ass anytime I fucking want, Aaron. Lick my balls.
You'll be off my super chat list, all right?
Hold the fuck well.
oh dear, how sad. Never mind.
Hey, super chat me.
Nobody else is doing it, Sean.
Sean
I'm
just
the
got
only
20
one.
bucks to be told he's not getting any more money.
Super chat me $100 and tell me your complaints. Otherwise, I
Why
don't
don't you
wanna
ask
hear it.
your Glober buddies there to super chat you with answers?
I don't ask anybody.
take
You're the
it.
dumbass who fucking sends me $20 for a link that's in the chat for free, you dumbass.
Because I love your
The
show.
thing
I
is,
want to
Sean-
keep it going. I want to keep it going.
Trust me, this is not free.
Keep
This
it
is
going.
fun. This is
I'm
great.
gonna go whether
Thank
you
you.
give me $20 or not, dumbass.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, you could have just tagged him and he still would have asked
You
the
don't
same
make
question.
no money. Come on. You ain't throwing me $20. I got $50 extra in my pocket for
I
you.
believe you.
By the way, I want to thank Montreal for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to get back to Montreal's point of view there of the actual flats. That's what they call them.
That's what
You do
these shots are
realize
from.
that showing you the flats, right?
But everybody cut
Flats
them
are
off.
not the-
Everybody cut them off.
Aaron,
Why-
you saw
why
a picture that had you saw a picture that had a map of the
Why
flats.
can't Montreal bring his point? Okay?
Because the
Why do you have to
flats
keep
are not
talking?
the shape the flats
Why
aren't the
do
shape
you
he
have
said
to
it was
keep talking?
anyway.
Why do you have to keep talking? Why not?
You know
I'm
what?
going
Okay, hold on.
Aaron,
No, let's go back. Let's ask Montreal. Montreal, these are the flats you're talking about?
Let me see. Is it the Bolivian salt flats?
Yep.
Because I
Yes,
can't
sir.
see the picture right now.
Yeah.
There's only one. Yeah, it's got to be them. Yep.
Correct me
The
if I'm
reason
wrong.
they call
but
them flats is because
Yeah.
there's no topography.
That's what they call flats. They're not flat in the sense that they're just flat.
You want to
Flat
know
in
that
relation
also?
to the elevation.
Because
Hey,
there's
Montreal,
no lakes
how
where
long-
the water
how long are
drains
those-
to.
Yeah.
Montreal, how long are those flats and how wide and
Wait, I
you know,
thought
what's
you knew.
the general
They're 60 miles wide, Aaron.
Right.
cool?
Which part of it is 60 miles wide?
The widest part.
Yes, thank you,
The
Terry.
flat part.
Thank you. Of course.
They're not a rectangle. They're not a rectangle like Aaron thinks they are, according to what Montreal said. There's a,
No, they're not.
Look, nobody's saying this proves anything about the size of the Earth, but If they're 60 miles wide but curved, at the very least, it proves that the Earth is bigger than they say.
Aaron and Travis
That's my
both
point.
are. Both Aaron and Travis
If-
both are, and they're both flat
Good
earthers.
point, Montreal. Good point.
Here's the thing: if you had travelled to these different places and could prove that the Earth is, a different size than they say, fine. But where are the flat Earth travellers that have been to all these different places? That where are the travellers going to the ice wall or?
They got lost because they were using a flat Earth map.
I'm just not
Well,
seeing it.
to his credit, Blue says that he decided out and see.
Okay, good.
But unless
But it is funny, guys. You have to admit it's funny. This.
No, this conversation isn't funny. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
No, not like that, Sean. You know what I mean?
This is funny. It is funny for us. It is funny.
When I
We're
open
debating-
up,
we're debating the shape of the
open up
Earth
a map of the
in
United
2019.
States, Wyoming is exactly rectangular, except for a little bit over in Yellowstone part, like a couple miles.
You have to prove that. I've got no
why,
idea.
Why is it
what you're talking
printed
about.
to me? Why is it printed to me as a perfect rectangle? And I can go search it on Wikipedia and other
Just
resources.
an alert. Aaron is 6.5 beers deep. Thank you.
Oh
He
no!
doesn't even realize that Wikipedia tells him that it's not a perfect square.
I didn't get your resource when you told me that it was
resource.
based off
Your,
planet.
your
Where
Wikipedia
is
page
that?
you told me to go to.
What do you mean the Wikipedia page
You
told
said
you
go to Wikipedia and look up Wyoming. So I did,
Yeah.
and it said that it's about 20. It said it's about 20 miles shorter on the north than the bottom.
under
What
what
was the
tab?
instructions? I
Geography?
found out that you're full of shit.
Okay, so the basic data up above does not match the lower data called geography tab, right? So where's the distinction there? What should I believe? Which one?
You should probably believe the one that's got three sources telling you. That's got three different sources all telling you the exact same fucking thing.
The data at the beginning of the page,
Well,
which
Aaron,
says who founded Wyoming, when it was founded, all this stuff, all this researchable shit. It says it is 326 miles one way and 276 the other way. That's it. Now, you go to the geography page, somebody else wrote that, right?
And the geography page has three links into it that all tell you it's a quadrangle. That tell you it's a quadrangle, and the top and the bottom sides are not the same length.
Man, that's amazing. Okay. So when I open up a map, yeah.
When you open
Map-
up a map, you're looking at a projection from a globe. So take that for what it's worth.
A rectangle, yeah, and I can measure road miles from one end to the other. I can measure road miles from one end to the other on the northern part, and road miles from the other end on the bottom to the other end, and they're both the same.
Road miles?
Why
Let's
is
see,
that?
how are you going to get a road that's perfect? That's perfectly
Have
the
you ever
same
used a
length top
road
to
map
bottom?
before? Have you ever used a road map before? Have you?
Are there roads that go directly along the border?
No, they're not.
Okay. Good point. Yeah, they don't go across the border.
Along the border, not across the border,
Regardless,
along
it's
the
not,
border.
It's not a quadrangle.
But it's got
Actually,
four
by
corners.
definition, actually, it is by definition a quadrangle. It has four corners.
Not on the map.
On the map, it's got four corners,
It's not a quadrangle.
but it's got
Now
four
you're just
sides
being
and
fucking
four corners.
Hey,
Not
Travis,
90.
Are you happen? Hey, Travis, Aaron, shut up. Travis? You noticing the screen? You see it?
Yeah, Sean, they are distorted images, Sean.
Okay,
The
let me
fact
show
that
you
you
something.
can't see that.
Ready?
No, you
Watch
can
this.
go ahead
This
and
is what
show
I'm
me
gonna
all
do.
you want.
Thank you.
The fact that you can't see this is
The
mind-boggling.
Land
Your
Cruiser doesn't look
stupid is
distorted.
out. Your
Just out
stupid
of
is
focus.
out. Your stupid is out.
I'm gonna show you something. Ready, boy?
The show on the Land Cruiser is not distorted, so that helps you.
We're gonna move along and go each picture like this. Here's the first one. Here's your second one. Keep your eyes on the mountain. Oh, I didn't turn them on. Hang on. That effect was gay. God damn, Sean. I'm gonna start over. I was pissed.
Anyone can see that they are distorted images. Each and every one of them has their own distortion. The fact that
I'm going to say that about every photo you bring, Travis.
Yeah.
If the photo was distorted, the Land Cruiser would be distorted.
You're the distortion king.
cuss word person. Listen, cuss word person. I'm not making the claim. I am not making the claim that my images are exactly the same. I'm not making that claim.
You ready? You ready?
The Christian who
Wait,
yells
watch
"God damn it" is yelling about people cursing. Who would have fucking thought?
Hey, watch that mountain, Travis. Ready? Here we go.
Yeah,
Same
it changed,
size.
fucker. No,
Same size.
you're so fucking stupid.
Ready? I'm gonna do the next one. You gotta breathe, buddy. Breathe. Do the next one. You ready?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
you're fucking stupid as out.
Ready?
I'm
Ooh,
ready.
same
I'm ready.
same
It's not the
size.
same. It totally fucking changed, dude.
You're
Oh my
stupid,
god.
Yeah,
Sean,
keep some pants
stop
on, you
triggering
stupidest show.
Travis.
Oh my god.
Same
Why do I
size.
come into this stupid fucking show?
All the same size, my friend. All the same size. I'm sorry.
Oh, Aaron, let's see. Shout out from Big Blue to you. Please be sure to go ahead. Please be sure to go ahead and check the links to the sites on Google Earth. You may get a little bit of a shocking realization.
Google Earth is not where I get my directions. I actually buy maps,
You don't.
from the
Show me.
local
Show
gas
me.
station.
Show me.
Okay.
I don't believe you
That's
for
how
a
it
fucking
sounds.
second.
Yeah, show me. I want to see it.
I don't
Yeah,
believe you.
show
for
us
a
those
fucking-
maps and show us the bottom right-hand corner to look at the scale as well.
I have those maps, but look, I mean, I'm not. What do you want me to do?
Show us the maps.
It's a very valid claim, and you guys are still sitting there debunking yourself,
I wanna
saying,
see. I want to see your maps.
"Okay, all right, I'll display it next time, Sean."
No, this time.
No,
You're on a cell
not right
phone.
now.
You can walk
I
around.
actually don't have those maps. They're in my storage area, okay? Because I live in a shed.
You don't go anywhere.
I live in a shed.
No, you don't. You just hang out in the shed a lot. Your wife probably hates you for it. I know because mine hated me when I was with her because I was always in the garage.
I don't travel by Google Maps. Okay, so Big Blue,
your phone?
no problem there. Big Yellow, but whatever. I mean, you tell me what shape Wyoming is, and then you tell me what shape the surveyors say it is.
Why don't you do that and tell us and show us that we're wrong?
No, because I brought it up.
Guess what?
The statement.
Hey,
So why don't
Yes,
you
exactly.
fucking
You brought it up. It's your
Aaron.
burden.
Yeah, Aaron.
Yeah.
Guess what?
So you
we all
prove
talked
me.
out about it. We don't care. If you want to prove that,
I
then you
don't
need
care.
to do that,
It's a
and
very
then let us
valid
know.
point. It's a very valid
You're right.
point.
Hey, it's a very valid point. Now go show us or be done. We don't care.
You cannot put a rectangle on a sphere.
We don't care.
Can't do it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't care.
It's not a fucking rectangle.
Can't
Hey,
do it.
we don't care.
Can't do it.
Hey,
You just
it's all
can't
good.
do it.
Hey, Aaron. Until you show us, we don't care. You're just saying things. All you're doing is word.
The fact that you need us to show you is insane.
No, it's not. Because you want to show us everything, and you're wrong. So
Wait, Sean. Is he saying the fact that we want him to back up his claims is insane?
No, the
Him
fact
making
that
a claim
you
and then
can't-
having the burden
no,
of proof?
No.
Yeah.
The fact that you need someone to show you that you can't put a rectangle on a sphere is insane.
yeah, you're right.
Thank
very
God it's
insane.
not a rectangle then, right?
No, it is a rectangle.
It is.
No, it's
This
not.
is a
Thank God-
rectangle.
thank God
It's
it's
been
not a sphere.
surveyed. Yes.
Thank God it's not
It's
a
been
sphere.
surveyed as a
Hey, Aaron,
rectangle.
how about this?
No,
Aaron?
it
No,
hasn't.
it isn't.
Aaron.
Please stop confusing this for a second. It is
Straight
not a
lines, straight
rectangle.
lines,
It is
east, west,
not a
north, south.
rectangle.
It's been
If you-
surveyed as a rectangle.
It is not a rectangle. It's been proven already with the latitude lines and
Okay,
the
well,
GPS points. If you
then all
want, if you
That's a
want,
own it.
spherical model, Sean. That's a spherical
Yes,
model. It's
which
not
is-
reality.
which is kind of what it's based on for what they've designated as the state.
No, it's what you base it on. That's what you base it on.
I didn't go
It's
out there and
not- it's
measure
not
it,
what
did I?
surveyors base it on. Yeah.
I didn't go out there and measure it, did I? I'm pretty sure they did that in the 1800s.
You just said that's what it's based on. You said it.
Yeah, they did it in the
based on that.
1800s.
That's what
Why would I go
think
out there and measure it if somebody else has already done it? They
I know, and
designated
they have,
that state.
and it's a perfect rectangle, Sean.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
you should look at your
North,
GPS
south
points
dimensions,
one more time.
East-west dimensions are exactly the same. How do you do that?
Why don't you
on
look
a
at your
sphere?
GPS points one more time?
Get your geodesic fucking points right.
Dumbass, shut up.
Okay, it's 326 miles, 76 miles, whatever it is, from north to south on the north-south border, and then on the south border, it's the same thing. And east to west
It
is
is not.
273, 273. Yes, it is.
It is not the same
Now,
thing.
just because you can pull, just because Sean
Show
or
me where you found it's the same.
just because Brian can
there
pull
are
up
a dozen
it's
resources
based
that
on
say
a
you're fucking wrong.
latitude. It's based on a latitude. Somebody can say that it's based on a latitude. So
I'd like to
actually,
see a
Wyoming
citation
is
or
a
a proof
quadrangle.
of these
Doesn't
measurements.
make no.
Yeah,
It doesn't
Terry,
make
it doesn't
sense.
say it's a rectangle anywhere. Even Wikipedia says it's a bloody quadrangle.
Okay. When I open up a map, a flat map, what does it do?
What does a quadrangle imply?
It's something that has four sides and four corners.
That's a rectangle.
That's all it
like you.
implies.
That's a rectangle,
No.
right?
No, that's any four-sided shape.
Okay, it makes no sense to call it a quadrangle unless it's
Do you know a trapezoid is a quadrangle?
Or an equilateral triangle?
Yep.
Okay, right, but see the thing is, so if I'm reading that and I'm doing research, I'm gonna say to myself, what kind of quadrangle are they referring to? How would I figure
Is
that
it a
out?
trapezoid? Is it a kite? Is it a parallelogram?
Right,
Is it a
how would
rhombus?
I-
Is it a rectangle? Is it a square?
Right. Guess how many fucking choices I have. So which one is it?
Well, that's a good question. That would be something that you would have to look at, I don't know, maybe the data on?
It's all Travis. It's only something with four angles. That's it. But they're not willing to admit that it's 4 90-degree angles. Right?
No. A quadrangle is not what you think it is, Aaron.
Okay, my point is that it's
How
so
do you
fucking
know?
intentionally
How do you know that?
ambiguous.
Are we really talking about quadrangles?
That's what
Yes.
the
Yeah, we're
word
going back to
says.
third grade.
Am I?
I didn't
Okay.
bring it
No.
up. You guys
Okay,
brought it
listen.
up.
Aaron, here's the
Listen,
question. But wait, no, hang on, Travis. I have to ask him a question. Aaron, a trapezoid, by definition, is a quadrangle. Does a trapezoid have 4 90-degree angles?
A quadrangle has 4 angles. That's it.
Yes. A trapezoid has 4 angles.
Sure.
It is a quadrangle. Does it have 4 90-degree angles?
Is a square a quadrangle?
That's not the question I asked.
Is a square a quadrangle?
It is. Now, does a trapezoid have 4 90-degree angles?
I'm not worried about trapezoids.
No.
You are, because you said that a quadrangle must have 4 90-degree angles. So tell me, does a trapezoid have 4 90-degree angles?
No, I said a quadrangle has 4 angles.
You said it had 4 90-degree angles. You can reel it
So
back and
you guys
listen
are
to yourself.
calling
be fucking
Wyoming.
stupid if you
You
want
guys
to.
are calling Wyoming a quadrangle. I'm saying that okay, those angles could each be 90, but on your sphere they can't be. So you have to.
And they aren't.
Even the way you draw it out with the northern
So
border
let's
and the
call it-
southern
let's
border,
call it
it
the
will not
shape.
have 90-degree angles.
So a quadrangle is not actually a shape, right?
It isn't actually a shape.
What shape is it?
It's either a trapezoid, a kite, a parallelogram, a rhombus, a rectangle, or
no,
a square.
No.
Is
Okay,
this
you
a
guys
rectangle?
you guys have to realize how disingenuously ambiguous that statement is, that it's a quadrangle. That
Please,
means absolutely nothing. It has
please.
no meaning.
Please stop saying disingenuous.
Is
At least use
this,
disingenuous correctly.
is this a rectangle?
In this case,
I was just about to share
okay.
something.
Actually, in this case, maybe yeah.
Okay,
but
would you mind
typically-
shutting your pie hole by looking up the definition of disingenuous? Look
yes,
up
I
the
already.
definition
I
of
know
disingenuous.
I don't know. I know the definition.
What
of
is it?
disingenuous.
What is it?
That is.
What
pretending,
is it?
Okay, pretending to not know what you know, hiding pertinent information.
Right,
That's what
right.
disingenuous
That's
means.
what it fucking is, man. That's what I'm
not what
saying.
That's not what is going on.
Yes, they are
No.
intentionally.
No,
They
that's
are
not what's going on.
intentionally
having a temper tantrum. Fucking
Totally.
A,
because
you're
you're
a
not
man.
listening. You're not listening.
What are we
They
hiding?
are being they're the shape of the earth.
Andy, you
We
guys
were
deserve
talking about
Why are
quadrangles.
you laughing? Why are you laughing? Okay? Listen
Am I
to me.
presenting?
Why not
Yes,
call
They're
you are,
it
laughing,
Terry.
Travis.
why not call it a
Travis.
trapezoid?
Travis, before we carry on, they're laughing because they know we're onto something. So
No,
let
Yeah,
them
no,
laugh.
I know it's
Carry
that
on.
nervous
Carry
little
on.
it's that
Hey,
nervous
it's
little
not.
laugh
Hey
like
guys,
oh shit.
No.
so I just measured with my ruler on Google Earth Pro, and your borders. You want to hear what the borders length is? The southern border is 359 miles. The west border
Yeah,
is
straight miles.
272 miles.
Yep, straight.
The
Yep.
northern border is 345, which is also 7 or almost 6 miles different. And then here's the bigger one. The east border
And
is
hold on,
251, which is over 20 miles difference.
Sean, the northwest corner of Wyoming does have a little jet out there for
Shut
the
fuck
Wyoming
up.
State
Yeah,
Park.
that's why I don't want you to.
Wyoming State Park. So make sure you run that latitude line of north-south all the way up, and don't count
I
that
don't
little
like
jet
you.
out. It's
I
like
really
6
don't.
miles.
I don't.
Shit, it's a
I don't
bunch
like you.
of
I don't
Wait,
like you.
there's a jet out, so it's not a perfect rectangle then.
Nope.
Either way.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
but
Oh
the
wait,
line is
yes.
straight
Thanks,
up.
Okay,
Aaron.
The
thank
whole
you.
argument's
Thanks.
the whole argument's dead.
Dead. Gone. Hey, Travis. Thank you, buddy.
Thank
He's wrong.
No,
Let you
no,
try,
no,
Sean.
no,
Thank
no,
you
no, no.
for
So when you
participating.
say the bottom, when you say the bottom is
Good job,
shorter
Hey,
But
than the top,
Aaron,
There's
you're
a
becoming.
deviation in the border. That means
Yeah.
it's not perfectly square or angled or straight or
Hey, Aaron,
anything.
you're the new ranty.
go look at the map, dude.
Oh my god, this
Before
is
you
such
guys
a
fucking.
red herring.
Yeah, then
So,
we'll stop
can I-
talking about it.
No. You want to see
I
something
was
I just
actually
realized?
giving you guys a little bit of fucking bone
No, hey, here you go,
on
Aaron.
your
Can
claim.
you explain
That's
something
all I
to me?
was doing.
Aaron, explain something to me. I'm on Google Earth Pro, and I'm trying to figure out the border lines, right? And I noticed this. My straight
Don't go to
ruler,
Google Earth Pro.
my straight
Go
ruler
to
does not
maps.com
line
and pick
up
a planet.
straight with the border. That's odd. And it's west. Wow, I just noticed that. Can you explain that, please? Why, when I go corner to corner, doesn't the border line up if it's a perfect rectangle?
Are you on Google Earth?
Yes.
Okay. Go
Looks
to
like it's got a deviation there, Sean.
Wait, you're gonna tell me? Wait, you're
normal
gonna tell me? No, look,
normalmaps.com where you can
look,
get
look.
measurements
Boom.
between cities,
And it's on a
distances
globe.
on the road.
Okay, Sean, hold on. I have a question. Go back to your little snarky measurement there.
Oh, my little snarky measurement.
So
now.
it is
Huh?
is the deviation a straight tangent or is it an arc? I'm asking because I can't see clear
It's an
enough.
arc. It appears to be an arc.
So
not straight.
okay, so then it's divided equally, and the arc is at the apex is equally in the middle, correct?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And because it looks straight to me right now, but you're telling me that line is bent.
Yellow line.
You're looking
no,
at the yellow line. You should be
The
looking at the
yellow
white
line
line.
is
that's
the
my
white
ruler.
line below it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's his ruler.
So it's not a straight line, right?
No, the border is not a straight line.
Okay. So it's a southern border, a straight line.
Let's find out.
You guys aren't serious, really.
It doesn't look straight to me.
This is a program.
I'll get off my
It's a
stick.
fucking
I know,
program.
I know,
I
Travis.
reckon that curves down a bit.
This is our holy
Yeah.
grail.
Curves up
Yeah,
at the
that
end.
looks like a bit of Earth curve to me.
Nope, it arcs. Or it arcs as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
arcs in
actually,
the same
the,
direction too.
Okay, hold on. I'm
No,
sorry.
no. The actual border, the actual line looks straight. It's your line
No,
that
no.
looks crooked.
No.
Sean.
It's my line that's straight. Because I'm going corner to corner, Einstein.
That's a virtual line, gentlemen. It's not real.
So is the border.
That's the actual
Einstein.
surveyed borderlines of Wyoming.
That dotted line is what I would cross if I went from Colorado to Wyoming right there. Not your yellow line. I would not
Exactly.
cross
And you
that
wouldn't-
yellow line.
And you wouldn't see those pins stuck in the earth.
Aaron, exactly, buddy. That's what we're trying to say. The border
And
that
the dotted
there
line is
not
straight.
a straight
Yours
line.
is curved.
You're retarded.
Yours is curved.
I think you're curved right now. You're a little bit far in on your six pack.
You're pulling a great
straight as
circle
an
line.
arrow.
That's what you're doing. Yeah. You're pulling a great
So
circle
Travis-
line, Sean. That's what you're doing.
So Travis, is that white line curved, or
It's too
is it?
small on my screen. I cannot look close enough. I'm
Sean,
just
are you
telling
able to draw?
Is the yellow
virtual-
line straight?
Again, it's a virtual line, Sean. It's not real, dude. You can make it whatever you want. The reason why
Sean,
it's
are you able to
curved is
draw
because it was
another line
programmed
underneath
that
it?
way.
Just to show. Oh, you can't do that with it.
I'm sure you can, but
Sean, okay, Sean, take that point there you have to the right over there near Nebraska, South Dakota, right there, and go straight up. Just keep doing those great circles. Keep going. You know, from point to point. Yeah, just
I want you to
outline.
map out the whole state.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just see how that looks.
Okay, so you've seen the two top borders. About this one now.
Now do the whole thing. Go from one endpoint to the other. And let's just see what the map says versus you.
Talking about it, Aaron.
Those lines that you use are dead straight.
Yeah, the lines I use are straight.
Yeah, because
He
that's how
wants
they are.
He wants you to tell us the results of your measurement.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay, what's that one say? In miles, is it 200 and something? 270. Right.
All right, click on
And
that
then-
same one so I can still see the one you have and keep it carrying over.
Doesn't work that way.
Unless you pin it.
Oh, I wonder why they don't let you
you'd
do
have
that.
you'd have to pin all the corners.
Yeah, you'd have to pin it, and you can do a 4-point measurement with it, but it's a lot harder to do it.
Yeah, see, I'm still learning this.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
Google Earth, man, sucks.
271
Alright, so
for
pin,
the
okay, so
left
pin that
side.
top corner you have right there. Yeah, pin that one. Go over to the other side. East-west. Go to the west. Or sorry,
You could have
east.
just measured. You could have just measured the diagonals and see which one was longer to see if it's out of square.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's just see what the Google says.
Damn it.
You got pizza fingers.
Shut up, Terry. Okay, there you go.
That's not straight.
What?
That's not straight.
Yeah.
340,
Your
342.
border- Yeah, your border's not straight.
What? Oh, the border. Oh, so now, man, Travis, that's a true quadrangle. That thing is fucked up looking. Fucking Wyoming people, they are fucked. Every property line they have is just not straight. I mean, dude, fuck these people. Ted Turner owns like 600,000 acres, and he's getting fucked.
That 275. That should 71 on the other one.
Want the bottom one again, Aaron?
Yeah, what was it?
Out by 5 mile. Diagonal 440.
Oh, my bad.
Where'd you go?
I was gonna put it down at the bottom line, but I forgot you said you.
Yeah, just do the diagonals. I reckon they'd be different. 440.
No. Do the south border.
449.
We will. Do the south one right now, because
Scroll up a little bit so I can see your fucking angle you got going on there. Scroll up, not in. There you go.
You only got one hand.
Oh, no. Hey, what's that? What's that? What'd you have on top?
Was it 80? 380 or less? Who's writing this down? Who's writing this down?
I already wrote down what mine were, just maybe 1 or 2 feet off, depending on how accurate I was with my little my corner.
You also have to take into account that the line, that's because the white line is curved. The white lines are curved. that the top is going to be shorter than the yellow that you measure on top and longer than you measure on bottom.
Oh, Carlos, you're a fucking genius, dude. You're a fucking genius.
Holy crap! Brian became Carlos.
Sorry, Brian.
He does that on purpose. It's okay.
Sorry, Carlos.
So are we convinced yet?
No, I don't. You've given us no measurement whatsoever. Like, give me some numbers. What? The top one was what? What did Google Earth say it was?
Well, if you really want, you could go out and measure it yourself.
Yeah, that's all you get.
Yeah, or I could just open up a map.
I have a question. Listen,
an atlas.
I have
your
the
question
same
to someone
question.
else, or I'll be right back. I'm going to get more pizza.
Hold on.
Or I could just open up an atlas and open up Nebraska, South Dakota, states with flat lines on them, and they are perfectly square within the map. Okay, so you guys, you can do what you want on your little globe Earth there, and not tell us any number, which you didn't. You for some reason didn't want to tell us where you're measuring, and I'll look at a flat map and say, hey, that's what must be true, because I can look at that map and it shows me the distance between one city to another in miles, right? And I can drive my car, which I've done. I've been through Wyoming 4 or 5 times, through Montana 4 or 5 times, and I can measure that, yes, that's how it works on the flat map. Now, but I can't do this on the Google map. Go ahead, Travis.
Wait. Don't Google Maps also say that they condense areas that are rural or don't have good road coverage?
Yep.
No. Printed maps don't do that. They just show direct distance. Yeah. How long it would take on the road map.
Sean's eating pizza.
Please stop making that noise.
Road maps show road miles, like how long the road is.
Somebody mute the host.
I just,
Yeah, they didn't bring enough pizza for everyone.
We don't want to hear you masticating.
Go ahead, Travis. You had something to say?
I don't know that it's worth. I just the fact that Sean tried to even argue from that picture of that mountain range at 5 different distances.
What's wrong with that?
Is insane. It's just absolutely insane.
Explain, Travis. Explain to me. I'm not sure I understand. What's the problem with it?
It seems to me that it's the same argument as is arguing for orthographic view, right? So you're arguing for the size of a mountain,
right?
That should stay the same size no matter how far away you move from it visually, okay? But that's not the way we see things. It's going to get smaller. So if you zoom in on it, you're going to distort the image by zooming in on it, because you're breaking down the camera's capability to resolve what it's seeing at that distance, so that if you make it the same size,
it's not.
Neither do I.
It's all about what's obstructed. It's about what's obstructed. And what you're saying does not change that.
Yeah.
Okay, but listen to me.
No, Travis, hold on.
I don't do that.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
I stop listening.
I understand what you're saying, but I think, like I said, that you're basing this off of the camera that you have and some of the shots that you've taken. But those DSLR cameras, you're going to be able to zoom in a lot further. And when I say a lot further, I mean telescopic or going down to macro. I really think you should, because I think we had gone over this with the optics and the cameras before, and you said you were going to rent one at one point. And the different lenses that you can get are insane compared to what you've been seeing out of that P900.
Yeah, I could look at, and I saw the image that you posted in the chat. I pulled it up when I was at my last stop when I wasn't driving. I could see with those images that they weren't even the same size. They were distortions. They weren't even the same, guys. They're not. It's you guys are trying to totally just bullshit. It's absolutely insane. I can see those images are not the same.
Travis,
No matter
let
how
me
you
ask
try to
this.
make them that way.
Travis, let me ask this to the panel. What are some of the certain effects that the atmosphere, as you know it, does exhibit? What are some of those effects? Tell me the ones that you know offhand.
Well,
Panel,
since I'm
not you,
here,
Travis, not you, Travis.
magnification. You said panel. I'm on the panel.
Okay. Magnification. No way. And
Wait, I'm sorry. What was it? What was the question?
what are some of the effects that the atmosphere, as you see it, or as you know it, or as you've seen it, what are some of the effects the atmosphere has on distance, vision? Just name a couple of them.
Well, let's see. I guess it would depend on how you look at the atmosphere.
No,
Let's
I'm saying
see.
you. Yeah, personally.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Not me,
I
you.
mean, if it was a foggy day, then it's foggy out.
So
I'm
it's
not
up
really
to you.
sure
Yeah, so it's up to you. So
what you're
if
trying to
it's
say
foggy, you
here.
can't see shit. Yeah, we get that.
Right, exactly. I mean,
Yeah, it's a pretty simple
but,
question.
I said
yeah,
looking through the atmosphere at distance and temperature. You pick temperature and even pick the surface. It's up to you.
yeah, I
I
mean,
could name like 5 of them right
you
now.
could get
Can
haziness.
you
You
name a
could
couple
get.
of them? Just a couple. I mean, gee whiz, it's not that hard.
Well, actually, I was answering. You could get haziness. You could get.
What is haziness?
Well,
That's an atmospheric effect.
yeah, it is actually the haze that obstructs your view at a distance, and it makes
How
it
far
so that you
away
can't
does
see.
haziness usually take place? Like how about what distance or
It really depends on the atmospheric conditions at that time.
around
Yeah.
who? You?
Well, yeah, if I am the observer and I am looking out, then the haziness is going to affect what I'm looking at.
Very good. Can you name another one then?
I have a question. I have a question for Travis. Your ether band, and this is a question from in the chat. Your ether band says never. Why does it never obstruct the bottom of ships before the horizon, 1 to 2 miles away?
Okay. Because
Travis,
the
don't answer that.
distant-
We're on a good line of question.
Well, no, I mean, Sean, you are skirting the fact that Aaron asked the panel a pretty simple question and no one's answering.
Yeah, well, this question's been asked to you many times and you don't
Okay.
answer it. So.
Okay, so that's fine. Okay, look, I went out this morning and shot within 2 miles and had distortion, and it only started to happen once the ether band kicked in. So it's distance. Okay, distance affects when the ether band kicks in, and then when that happens, that depends on the temperature and the humidity that's in the air as to when that distance is, because it's not uniform. It'll be different the next day. It would have been different the day before. Okay, so when a boat is closest to me, yeah, an hour later, when the boat is closest to me and I can clearly read the back of the boat's name, the Southern Cross, and then it moves into the distance and crosses into the ether at that moment, I never see the boat disappear from the bottom up. I see it become distorted and swallowed into the band.
Hazy, like Sean said. Hazy.
So it's distance. No, I wouldn't call it haze. No.
I know, but I just want to
curvature.
relate. I wanted to relate.
Wants to
Yeah.
jump on the
I know,
bandwagon.
and you would be incorrect, Sean. 100% incorrect.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I can demonstrate.
What?
I can demonstrate it
Hold
with.
on,
I
Travis.
can demonstrate it with hundreds of photos.
Didn't you
Sean.
tell me?
I
Didn't
can
you tell me?
demonstrate it with hundreds
Right?
of photos.
Didn't you tell me on my panel a few nights ago that because you're understanding the reason that you call it the ether band is the same thing as the atmospheric optics, but it's your term because you don't believe it's the way it's said. So I asked you the other night, well, how do you distinguish between the different optics? And you said, and I quote, I don't understand them, I'm still learning.
Exactly, just
okay.
like you. John. Yeah.
What did I say that was wrong?
No. Hold on. Okay, hold on. In all honesty, what you just said doesn't make sense to me. So, what was your question to me? Ask it to me again. We'll pretend like I haven't answered it yet.
Okay.
I'll do it again. I'll answer it again. So, ask.
How do you distinguish between the different optics in your ether band?
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. So, I have captured those different optics. I have
What are
captured the different representations.
What are they?
Well, again, Don't keep repeating your question to me as if you got me on a catch-22.
No, I definitely got you on a catch-22.
The issue is, no, you don't, Sean.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay, I don't have the time right now in my life.
Breathe.
Travis,
present-
Ether is untouchable. It's invisible.
I know it's untouchable.
It's
I know
not
that it
something you can go to
Aaron's a
so
great
that you can
man.
explain. So you can explain to Sean
Go Aaron, go Aaron.
the answer
go,
he
go
wants.
Aaron,
Because
go Aaron,
yeah,
go Aaron, go Aaron.
well,
If you would like to pay me for my time to give you what you want, I'll do it.
Nope. Here's the thing. If you don't have the time, that's fine. Most of us don't. But you're not going to sit here and tell us that your ether
Yes,
band
I can.
is what it
Simply
is
because I don't
you don't have
have
the
a
information
term.
for it. Yeah,
No,
guess
no,
what?
I do
Yeah,
have
guess what?
the information.
Guess what?
I do
You don't.
have it.
No, you don't have the time.
Yeah,
you just
I
said you
do.
didn't.
he definitely
You
has
said
the
you didn't have
data,
time.
Sean. He does have the data.
No, he doesn't. Let me see the data. Let me see it then.
It's on his channel. You go look at it.
Okay, so if I go look at your channel, you're gonna have data there, right?
Absolutely.
Why are you talking for him?
Recorded. I have
data.
recorded
No,
visual data.
Not observation.
Recorded visual data.
Not observations. I want to see data. Wait, matter of fact,
If
I
you
know
would like to pay me
here's
for
the
my
thing.
time.
Here's the thing. I know you don't have data because the other night when you did show us your observation, we had to do the data part for you.
No, you did the calculation of his data.
No, on what, Aaron? You even know what you're talking
Yes.
about? On what?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I wasn't there.
I don't even know what
All
you're
I
talking
know
about.
is all I know
What
is
data work did you do
all
the other
you
day,
did
John?
was
What
put the
data
math.
When we were talking about the oil
His
rigs.
data.
What data work did you do?
When we were talking about the offshore oil rigs. The
Yeah,
distance.
you gave me no
the
fucking information.
Yeah, the distances of where they were. We even found the ones you couldn't find.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did.
No, you didn't. You found like Gina. You found like Gina.
No, we found the H. Or the other,
No, I already
the
told
other-
you where the
other
H's
Gs.
were.
You're
I
right,
haven't
you're
been
right.
shooting the
You
H's.
are 100% right. You're 100% right. We found out where the 4 other G's were in your area. Sorry.
No, you didn't. You
Yes,
only
we did.
found one.
Nope, we found 4.
Okay, what show was that?
That was, I don't remember.
Okay, I believe you only found
No,
Gina,
no.
and you only had the location off of. Listen to me, please. You only had the location off of Oxnard, which was not my location.
No, we
Okay,
found the
so
location. Barney actually said,
but that's what I said.
yeah,
He
no,
confirmed
Barney-
what my
yeah,
distance
that's
was.
That's what I was going to say. No, he confirmed your location. We confirmed where the distance was. And it was at 4 miles, not 20 something like that.
No, you're
no,
wrong,
you're right,
and that's
you're
what
right.
I
No,
said
no.
in the show.
Calm
show.
down. Hey, calm down. Breathe. You ready?
I'm
Good?
not going to
You're
calm
good?
down when you are
No,
threatening my.
I am telling you you're
credibility.
Right.
Misrepresenting.
I'm telling you you're right. So stop.
Okay, all right.
Jesus Christ.
Travis,
That's why I said
your
calm
credibility has
down.
been in doubt ever since you came up with the Ether band. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm telling you right
I'm
now.
sorry.
Regardless
what
of
are
those
you
things, until you
saying,
have
Brian?
until you have an understanding of your terms inside that ether band, it can no longer be.
Ether band
You
confirmed.
show me where that fucking rule is besides your own brain, Sean. You
Right?
just
Hey,
fucking made that up.
yeah, you're right. It's just like you made up ether band. Yeah, what?
Ether band confirmed.
Yep.
Confirmed.
You made up the ether band. I made up that rule. Sorry.
Fine. I don't have to abide by your rule.
That's right.
have to
Well,
abide by
Travis is
your
also
rules.
not telling you. Travis is not telling you not to make up words, right?
Yes, it actually is. He said you can't. He said that's a made up word. Nuh-uh.
No, he said what you're saying was not what he said.
No, he said what I was saying was not correct.
Okay, good.
Anyway, what did you say, Brian?
Make up all the words you want.
Make up all the terms you want.
I didn't say anything. What are you talking about?
I thought you said something just like a minute ago about something that I said, and I couldn't hear what you said, so I didn't.
Oh,
Brian
okay, yeah,
did, Brian.
okay, yeah. Your credibility has been in doubt ever since you invented the term ether band without any sort of quantification to it.
His
Who
credibility
says I
has
have to
not
have a
been.
quantification? It's an observation, Brian.
Yeah.
It's an observation.
Anytime you say something isn't what it is and that it is the ether band
And
is when you have to.
Travis,
I can show
Travis's
it to you.
Travis's credibility is not based upon Brian's assumption. Okay?
On his quality of work.
That's right.
Which he says he doesn't have time for.
Which he's been going out every single day for, which you haven't. Right? And Brian hasn't either.
Just said he didn't have time
Yeah.
for it.
No, I said
Travis
if you
has
want to
been going
pay me
out.
for my time, I'll
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, for a specific
You have-
observation.
Brian, you
Right.
have time, or not Brian. Travis, you have time to do it?
I probably, yes, do. I just get caught up in going out and taking more and more photos to continue capturing images because I'm fascinated by it. But yeah, I would have to stop taking photos and
How
just
much-
go on what I have.
More after the observation, how much further do you go into on that?
After the observation, how much farther do I go into the research? Again, so in one sense, I would have to start researching to find out that if anyone else is addressing this issue the same way that I am, because I don't necessarily want to treat it as if
You would have to research to understand what you're seeing in the ether band.
But listen,
no, only for you, not
No,
for
for
me.
you. No, for you.
No,
Definitely for you.
No. I can tell you what I'm seeing. It's just not going to
Travis-
satisfy you.
Travis puts on video recap shows, you know, where he puts on a 2.5 hour show saying, this is what I caught. He opens up a live panel and just talks about what he sees, and people are allowed to come in. You can come in if you want and talk about it. And he's just
I break
sitting there
down
saying,
what I'm
this
seeing.
is
I
what I
describe
see.
what I'm seeing. I
Yeah.
show you what I'm seeing. You know, I don't have to do it for myself, Sean. I have to do it for people like you. Because you can't be satisfied with the simplicity of looking and seeing and declaring. It's very simple. This whole thing is very simple, gentlemen.
Jose Gonzalez is the only one, I think, of ball lifters, let's say, right, Travis, that has ever come on to one of your shows and looked at your footage on the review channel that you have. And actually, he's, like we said at the beginning of this show, you know, he was denying it or like, oh, yeah, but that's only what you see or whatever. And Travis is like, well, no, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like over distance. Are you kidding me? And Sean, I've never seen you on Travis's channel. Sean Smith, or I've never seen you over there. And,
Yeah, I tried to get on the other day,
Demonic,
but
I'm not sure
I
I've
had
ever
to
seen
work.
you over there just to check it out and just to see what Travis is
Toady.
replaying. Right?
Toady was on, and Toady presented his findings. Toady and I are going to try to get together maybe tomorrow, if not the next couple of days, where I will present the same stuff that I showed Jose the other day, which I think is a very interesting observation that I would love to hear what Toady thinks of it. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I do review footage and I walk through and talk through what I'm seeing and explain very clearly.
You don't know why you're seeing it, though.
Yes, I do.
Calm down. No,
Don't tell me. Don't.
don't.
Yes, I do, Sean.
Then why?
Sean, you don't know why he's saying that. You are the one. You are the one.
Hey, Sean.
Sean is
J.
amusing himself here.
Come on my show.
Sean
Come
J.
on my show, and I will tell you what you want to hear.
Oh, okay. Advertise it. Tell me when.
Sean G, if it walks like a duck and sounds like a duck, does it mean it's a duck?
No, it means it's a crocodile.
Yes.
Why? How do you know?
Ether band
Just
says
because it walks like a duck and
Because I
sounds like a
observed
duck, it could be a goose.
The ether
Because I
band.
observed
The ether band. That's why.
I observed it. I have observations.
How do you know it's walking like a duck, demonic? How do you know it's walking like a duck?
This is
I
this is
think
the
it looks like a
semantic
duck.
of it.
I think it's.
How do you
There
know
you
it's
go.
walking like a duck?
No, because you think it's a duck.
How do you know it's walking like a duck?
I think it's a
Because of the description I gave to you.
No, I'm asking you how you know it's walking like a duck. Because
I said
you're
if it
making,
walks like a duck and talks like a duck, is it a duck?
for all
I say
intents and
yes.
purposes, without
I
any
think-
more information,
I think
there's
you
no
need to
reason to
figure
doubt
out
that it is a duck.
That you need to figure out that analogy before you try to figure out atmospheric optics.
So demonic. When I take an observation and it's flat and there is no observable
Hey,
curvature,
Aaron, when you're on a job,
is it
do you ignore
a
the
duck?
survey
it a
stake?
duck?
Hey, do you ignore the survey stakes and just dig a hole you think is how it goes? Thank you.
Say again, Sean. Sorry.
I said when you're on a job, do you ignore the survey stakes and just dig what you think it should be, or do you follow the stakes? Thank you.
You don't be ridiculous. Sean, stop being ridiculous. That's an engineered form that I have to conform to, right? Of course I have to do exactly what those stakes are there for. And if
Why
I
don't
don't,
you just
then
why
I'll
don't
be
you just
fired.
look at why don't you say you're putting in a septic tank? Why don't you just look at it and just dig a hole accordingly?
And I'll just put it there.
Yep. Why don't you do that?
Well, I'll dig the bottom of the septic tank hole, but then it's only about
You dig the bottom first.
Yeah, I'll dig.
Yeah,
I'll
but
dig
you've also
down,
got to put
dig
it in the
down.
right place.
I'll dig it down, and I'll dig it down. Actually, over excavate. Right? Sean knows over excavating. I'll dig it down a foot deep so I can put
But if
sand
you do,
in there.
Yeah. But what? Okay.
And
how
then
do you know?
I'm gonna
how do you
have
know?
to curve
How do
that
you
sand.
know?
I'm gonna have
How
to
do you
curve
know?
that
Hey,
sand
how do you know? How deep
to
it
the
needs to go?
curvature of the earth.
Hey, how deep
to
does
set
it
that
go?
tank.
Hey, how deep do you know you need to go? And then add that foot for the sand layer. How do you know you need to do that? How deep do you know? Because of what?
You, surveyors.
Data.
That's right.
Measurements.
That's right. Data. Surveyors. Where do surveyors get their base points? Where do they get that?
Data.
Satellites, right? Is that what you're gonna say?
Data.
They didn't do it before. They did it before satellites, buddy.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did it before satellites. Oh my god. How
Do
did
you know what they
map
used to mark
Europe?
out borders in the
How did they map
1800s?
Europe? Demonic? Is that demonic? How did they map Europe with triangles?
They actually walked it.
Yeah, with triangular. How do you call it?
Have a look at the borders in Europe
You know they do
and
topo
tell me
maps?
that they're square.
Hey, you know they do topo
No,
maps?
no,
Hey,
not right now. But look at the counties. Look at the counties within France and Germany and Spain.
You know how they do topo maps? Yes, you do.
No,
that's
I
how they.
don't
That's
know.
how they did then.
What are topo maps? Meaning elevation maps?
Maps of topography.
Yeah. Elevation maps, basically. How do they do that? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, because we all know how we get elevation maps. Right, Sean? From the flat plane.
All right, I'm bored.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna end it. I'm over. Actually, I just hit fucking 5 hours. I'm tired.
I will be streaming in about an hour. If anybody wants to check out my channel, and you're free to join.
I'm there.
I was going to whip up an after show just in the meantime.
Yeah, well, it'll be over an hour, so I'm still out from.
Who's the after show?
I can do an after show.
Who is it? What's your name?
Terry
David.
It's Terry.
Oh, Terry? Okay. Well, I don't know if I have you on my fucking saved. Gee whiz.
Oh no!
You were on there last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if I subscribed yet, Terry. Sorry.
Oh, you asshole!
Oh,
My goodness! Just because he's a Glober, I won't subscribe because he's a Glober.
Fuck off! I'm on.
He's a
fucking
platform, mate.
Dude,
Subscribe.
okay.
Get
Look
to
at my
Terry.
channel.
Subscribe.
Look at my name. I'm subscribed to like way more Globers than I am fucking Flatties. All right.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because I love all the drama and the bullshit.
Blue has been on a rage tonight. Look at this in the chat. Travis couldn't find his ass with both hands and a search warrant.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and say our goodbyes. We'll start at the top this time, Brian.
Good show. Sorry I couldn't pay more attention to it. I've been going over charges and writing notes. Thanks for the platform, though.
Yep, thank you, sir. Go ahead. Wait. Go ahead, Digital.
This has been a funny one. I've enjoyed it, and no one's actually got really angry at anyone. Frustrated, yes, but not angry, which has been good. Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm frustrated and I'm angry and I'm pissed off. No, Sean, it's been actually pretty good. Yeah, thank you for not booting me, fucker. And I guess we'll just carry on. Terry, if you'll throw a link in the.
Hey, Terry. I just
side
want to remind
chat
you.
here.
Thank you.
Sorry, I gotta go to my side chat
Yeah,
so
I
I can
just
see
want
Terry's
to
link.
remind you that last time you had him on, you guys kicked him off.
Okay.
Well, listen, how much is he? How much have you been drinking, Aaron?
He's on beer 7.
Damn
Oh.
it, Sean! You're a fucking dick. How do you know that?
I could tell how you act. And I'm confident in my numbers. The data speaks. Channel X, you want to go?
I wasn't done, Sean.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were. You were definitely done. We all heard
Damn
you
it,
say you were done. All right.
No,
Channel
I
X.
just want to say thanks, Sean, and listen, guys. Travis has some great content over on his place. Just even if you hate it or not, just run over there, check it out for a minute, see what he's saying, and it's worth a watch. That's it. You know, it's not like we watch all your channels. Why not you guys step over and watch one of our channels?
Never watch someone as dishonest as Travis.
Travis is not dishonest. He's one of the
Aaron,
dishonest guys ever.
Aaron.
Thank you, Brian, for interrupting my.
Aaron.
Oh
my
shit! Sorry, I
final
thought I was on
thoughts.
mute. That's my bad.
Final thoughts. Thank you for interrupting my final thoughts here on Sean's channel.
This final thought, not
and-
thoughts.
Yeah. Final. Well, I have thoughts.
Yeah, no, I need a thought and be done.
Yeah, but not the ones that you can say on there.
Yeah, please don't.
So, Sean, actually, we call it a P site, not a peep site. Just so you know.
The peep site.
That's what we call it. Well, we
Peep
call it a
site.
P site.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
the problem you
And
have.
that thing does not take into account perspective. When you
What
look
are you
through,
talking about?
it does not.
Okay. What does it have to do with anything? Because your perspective is
Well,
garbage.
you and I have both
Your
used.
perspective, hey, your perspective is garbage. That's why a peep site is used.
You and I have both used the peep
I have
site.
said, yeah, I said what I had
Yeah.
to say. All right,
And they're super handy. Okay,
Montreal.
all right.
Thank
You
you.
can kick me out.
Thank you. I'm not going to kick you out. All right, go ahead. All right, fucking Montreal, go ahead.
Thanks, Sean. Another good show. I want everybody to support our buddy Terry. He has a good show. And also The Plain Truth. We should subscribe and check out his show. I'm going to check it out tonight if I have a chance. And have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, one more thing.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
One more thing. Shout out to Ali B. He wants to start streaming. He wants to start doing live shows.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
go and Sean, thanks a lot, man. You came on last night. That was really cool of you.
Yeah,
So go out and subscribe to Ali B.
Yeah, go check him out. You think I can talk for hours? no one there. He honestly. Like,
Oh, you got competition, bro.
yeah, he's great.
You
at
got
it.
competition.
I'm telling you, he's great. I've been seeing it. I used to, Montreal. He used to stream a while ago, like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. He used to stream and do that for 8 hours.
No kidding.
Oh yeah, he's.
I love Ali B. He's good. He's good.
Yeah, he stopped streaming. He used to stream for a long, like, yeah, he was one of the guys that went, oh shit, if you got something to say, that's why I started streaming. He was around when I first came into all this. So my stream style comes from people like Ali B, who used to stream by themselves and just have a lot to say and couldn't say it on other people's stream like they wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up, Aaron.
Cool.
Sean Smith. But yeah, thank you, Montreal.
Pleasure.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah.
Montreal.
Actually, I want to thank Montreal. I want to thank Montreal as well for the salt flats. And I also wanted to say thanks to Aaron too. There was some comedy gold in there, and I wanted to thank Travis for proving our point. But yeah, it was a great show. I really appreciated it. I had a lot of good laughs.
It was a fun one.
That's all.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. My man, Terry. Where the after show is. If you don't have not sub to Terry, you got issues. Go listen to the Aussie perspective. He's having an after show, and you get to hear Aaron make more of a fool of himself.
As long as he doesn't drink too much.
Oh, he will at some point.
And
Come on, guys. Aaron is a superstar.
Yeah.
Shout out to Aaron.
He keeps getting caught in these chats. We have to boot him out all the time.
You get caught in yours too?
Yeah.
Thanks, Montreal. No worries.
That's funny. Yeah, Aaron likes to
Yeah,
get stuck in places.
Yeah, head over to the after show. We'll just talk about stuff and things.
Like bacon.
Terry, put your link.
The Zoom links in the internal chat, and over on my Discord there's a link.
I'm in the Zoom link right now. Let me see.
Okay. You gonna behave yourself today?
Well, definitely. I always behave myself. Come on.
Okay. He is a respectful troll. That's the odd part.
But Terry Davies, fix my after show link, but I can't click on it. I can't do the click.
A little trouble with
Oh no, yeah, actually no. Is the link is mixed in with the what you put right before it.
Yeah,
kind of
after show,
mashed together. Just copy the little part there, Aaron, and after it says link, just copy everything after that and copy and paste.
How about Terry? You do that, and I'll just click on it.
Oh dear.
So much easier.
I'll post it again in the
So
inside.
much easier, Terry, if you do it.
Look,
I agree with Aaron.
There we
do that.
go. All right,
Try
there we
that.
go. I got it. Thank you, Terry.
I'm the least computed, what do you call it, person here, and okay.
Well, obviously, I'm less than you. I can't even know how to cut and paste.
Okay.
Yeah. So everyone go head over to Terry's. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I'm tired. I'm hungry.
Good night,
you just
Sean.
ate a pizza.
I know, but
I know.
that
He
was a
said
while
hungry
ago.
and tired. What the?
Hey, I smoke. Leave me alone.
No excuses, Sean.
We
He laughed it all out.
You're only
I
a
like-
young kid. You can handle it.
I wish
Yeah.
I was.
I like how that's the caveat of leave me alone. It's like, dude, I smoke.
Yeah.
Just leave me alone.
I'm fucking high as fuck.
That's the caveat.
All right, guys. Aaron, as much as I hate your troll, thank you for the super chats earlier. Please stop doing that. To act like you have to get in a hangout and or not get kicked out. I will kick you out regardless.
No, nigga, I'm a dirt worker, man. You know I make money. All right.
Yeah, bragging only makes it. Anyway, guys, thank you. I do appreciate you guys being on the panel. Get the hell out of here. Okay. All right, peoples. Like I said, I'm tired. I actually had a lot of fun this. I've been working on something that I wasn't gonna say, but Travis inspired me to. Coming very soon will be a Etherband Not upload. I'll be playing it on here too, so if you don't see it through there, you'll see it here probably next stream or so. I'm going to go ahead and show you exactly why the Etherband is a placeholder for Travis's understanding and not what it could be, and definitely not an answer for obstruction. Other than that, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I've got some research to do, so in tomorrow's practice, so I probably not going to be live tomorrow. If I go live, it will be late, around like starting right now, late. So, and I'll just BSing there. But Tuesday will be an earlier stream, and we'll go over the Etherband Not, and also, some other things, and enjoy ourselves. We have some more fun. I do appreciate the guys on the panel for being respectful. Today was one of those days where you get to express yourself, but no one was being a complete asshole. So I do appreciate that. I like to keep it that way. Yeah, other than that, guys, I do appreciate everyone again, and it's time to be out of here. So you guys can see it. Peace.